Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races, such as the Daytona 24, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR schedule, such as the Daytona 500. We have events from disciplines all across the racing world, from the Indianapolis 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events utilize iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against every driver taking part. And as every race progresses, watch and feel the track change with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
We are here for 24 hours of racing in the Ardennes region of Belgium. It is, of course, the iRacing Spa 24 presented by Falcon. I hope you're all doing well here today. These drivers, they will face an ultimate challenge of GT3 racing around this magnificent venue for 24 hours. It's Paul Smith and Craig King here today to start off this broadcast. And Craig, good afternoon, and it's a great event, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, good afternoon, Paul. This is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, team event here on iRacing. I think we look back at it, 2014 was the first time Racebot was here and iRacing was here as well. But for GT3 only, you've got to look all the way back to 2016, and a lot has changed on this track since those 10 years.
Certainly has, but one thing that hasn't changed is the intensity of the racing around this one. Well, the special events calendar looks like this. We're into July now with the Spa 24 Hours. We've got the Brickyard 400 coming up next with the 6 Hours of Road America at the end of the month. Then into August, it's Knoxville, it's Portimao, and it's Crandon. Crandon is one to really watch and pay attention to. That's a fantastic special event. And we go all the way through to the end of the year, December, the Production Car Challenge at VIR. It's a relatively new event, but it's one that provides great excitement and entertainment for us over the Christmas and New Year period. Well, let's have a look at this particular event then. So we are racing for 24 hours. We're just starting qualifying right now. We've got dynamic weather, dynamic sky. The track will be evolving as we go along. We've got 59 cars entered into this particular top split. Drive through after 100 incidents, and then for every 20 incidents after that. One thing that's of note, Craig, though, of course, is the drivers, they get it a little bit easier nowadays with the instant points compared to, say, 5 years ago.
Yeah, back in the day, Paul, that sounds weird saying back in the day, but back in our day, it was just quite a hard cap at disqualification. There wasn't the drive-through that you have nowadays. As now drivers do get that little bit of leeway, especially on a track like this. Really tough. Drivers love to extend it, especially in the real world. We've seen the drivers extend it as well, but now iRacing's brought back the disqualification cap a lot higher than what it used to be, though, so the drivers don't have to worry too much about that, but hopefully they're only going to be flirting with one drive-through in theory.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's an interesting race. You've got to manage the pace of the car, the fuel, the tyres, and all of that. And, well, we've also got the balance performance adjustment that went into this week. There's no Acuras here. There is a few Aston Martins, 5 Aston Martins, 7 Audis, 4 BMWs, 18 Ferraris, 4 Fords, 19 Lamborghinis, and a Porsche. So no Mercedes, no McLaren, We've got no Corvette either, as well as that NSX. So it's still a diverse field. It's just not the full split. But crucially, we've got those power adjustments going on, and also the fuel adjustment along with weight. Although that Porsche, -3 weight, getting a little bit of weight taken off of it to try and make it a bit more competitive around here. People will say, Craig, that balanced performance, it's not fair, it favours particular cars. It depends on the track as to whether a car suits that track or not. So like the Porsche, as we said, there's one of them here today. That car doesn't necessarily suit this track, does it?
No, if you're looking at a track with something probably a little bit more better, that it isn't just all straights and high speed, I think you'll be looking at the Porsche for somewhere else. But for a track like this, you need to utilize that speed. You need to also have the stability through the corners, because there's a lot of everything on this track. It's a track that, when I was learning how to be better in sim racing, one of the old driving coaches said, if you can drive around here, you can drive around anywhere. But the Porsches, over the years, just hasn't been able to catch up there. But like you say with Bob, each track, a different category for each car, because front engine, middle of the car, rear engine for the Porsche, all these weight balances. Just because we got the BOP doesn't mean that it makes everything on a level playing field, just because we've got so many different cars with different layouts and different designs.
Yeah, it's all about trying to balance the lap time. It's just how you go about doing it. But naturally, you will always have some cars that are better for the lap time than others. You may be wondering why drivers are trying to avoid some of the curbs. Well, you just saw the reason there with the Verstappen sim racing car. It's kicking up puddles because about an hour before the race practice went live, it was raining. We came here with drying out conditions. It still is very lightly wet out there on track, so it's slick tyres, Craig. But you've got to avoid those puddles on the curbs.
Yeah, and I think with that 30-minute practice beforehand, a lot of the drivers going out there to basically try and dry the track a little bit more, because look at the number 3 here for the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. 3 could be their lucky numbers. They could go 3 years in a row, these drivers here. But you can see these are curves that you want to attack. You're not even attacking the exit curve of campus there. And that's usually the go-to curve that you attack to around here. They have to be careful. I think the danger spot, though, will be that Lacombe Malmedy section, because the water's just holding there at the moment. There is nowhere for it to go.
Yeah, certainly is. On board with Labigra then, through Blanchimont, easy flat for Florian, and then onto the brakes into the chicane. And this seems more like a preparation lap, to be honest, with that entry to the chicane there at the end of the lap. One more lap for him to get a lap time in, perhaps. You see the puddles getting kicked up there. Falcon Sim Racing, they are provisionally on pole at the moment, with Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim in second. Grid and Go Esports, third place for them, ahead of the Nova Loggia. In fact, forget that, because Falcon Sim Racing, their other team, just got into second place with Josh Thompson. That's a name I've not seen for a couple of special events. Good to see him back, and he's in the Falcon team.
Yeah, that was one that we circled off right away, like, hello, Josh Thompson's back. We haven't seen Josh for a while, and hopefully he's going to be able to shake off some of that rust, if he's got any out there, as the man who hails from the Isle of Wight, or the Isle of Man, sorry, not the Isle of Wight, the Isle of Man. Sorry there, Josh.
You'll be starting a bit of an argument there, Craig, with that one.
Yeah, did it slip with the tongue there, because, but the Isle of Man definitely a home there. And you can see, I am also noticing, this is his third lap of 4, starting to take a little bit of liberties there, attacking the curves a bit more. I think the puddles are starting to just fade a little bit. One thing crucial, though, only 25 Celsius track temp, 77 Fahrenheit. So the air temp's going to be a little bit cooler than that. It's 20 Celsius. Just because the rain is gone, it's not hot enough really to start to evaporate this rain a little bit. They're going to have to clear the track here just by driving over it.
And when you've got 92% humidity as well, the wind isn't particularly hard either at 16 kilometers an hour. So it will take just a little bit longer to clear these puddles than we would normally see. Grid and Go to the head of the standings. Dino Lombardi showing his credentials in that Grid and Go car. Marwa Racing Team up into 4th now. Daniel Fuente getting that lap time in for him. So times are coming in now thick and fast. Remember, the drivers in qualifying, they just get to go through, get their lap times in. Limited by laps as well, 4-lap qualifying, as Craig mentioned earlier. But only 15 minutes to set those times in, so it's a long old track this, Craig. So you're looking at, what, 7 kilometres around here, and it takes a little while to get around here to do 4 laps.
Yeah, and I've noticed that Dino Lombardi for Grid and Go, he's decided to abort this 3rd lap and just get the tyres cooled down and start to attack us. We see more teams starting to cross the line. Grid and Go now taking 2nd place with Miguel Costa in the car. Now fiercely forward pink, as we were looking at with Gianni Vecchio. Now that's another name we haven't heard for a while, Paul. It almost feels like a little bit of a retro feel at the moment with some of these drivers.
It's a shame we aren't getting some of the retro team names as well. The Pure Racing team, I always remember back in the early days of this event. Nova Leggio, though, one of the newest names in the world of top split racing. They had such a good event last time out at Watkins. And well, it's Nicolas Roublet who's behind the wheel of them, up into 2nd place on qualifying right now. So it is going to be very tricky for these drivers. Gustavo Ariel, what can he do? He's not got a competitive lap time in right now, down in 42nd. I would imagine that you're going to see him moving forward, as now Auto Moves Racing Team up into 2nd place, still not able to get over Grid and Go right now.
No, only just, and this is the time now that the drivers will start to set their top laps. They've put in a safety lap as Male Racing now putting up into P2 with Daniel Fuente. Now you're seeing these drivers probably have bought in the 3rd lap and just going all out now for these final laps. As what can Gustavo do? Because they would love to see both Verstappen sim racing cars near the top of the field. Because remember, they were 1-2 last year. Who can forget that famous finish from last year? But as he comes across the line, remember, this is the timing line, won't be the start line, as we're here for the 24. Oh. Well, the number 3 goes pole, the number 4, well, it's not there, only 8.
Florian Lebigra pulling out all the stops in that BMW M4. Remember, there's only 4 cars that have got a BMW. Look at the slide there through Speaker's Corner. Great stuff there from Boris Layson through the double gauche, which of course means double left, as he goes uphill now towards the Lafania chicane, kicking up the puddles. Sun coming out, so that will help clear this out. And well, we've got Falcon Sim Racing Blue, Josh Thompson up into 3rd as well. Bleu Mercure, what a year it's been for them so far. Alexander Spetz putting their car into 2nd place. Now Florian Lebigra has got another lap to go yet here, so we could yet see that BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing outfit pull out even more of a gap at the head of the field.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there's anybody else. Team PGZ as well with a P4, but again, with some drivers still having to set their last times, I don't think that's going to be all there. Probably going to find a couple tenths, most of these cars at the final lap. Had Boris gone wide there, I wonder if that's going to be track limits will come across the line. It's not. But it's not fast enough. In fact, they lose the spot because of the other Bleu Mercure car has already gone across the line. Here comes the last Grid and Go car. That's definitely an off-track. Got to be surely crossed the line. It isn't. I'll eat my words. It's good enough for P2.
You are talking to the arbiter of strict track limits right here. I'm somebody who does not like cars going over the white line, but if the sim allows it, then well, we've got to abide by it. Gustavo Ariel, 15th place right now. Not used to seeing him in that sort of position. What can the Brazilian do? Onto the brakes for the final chicane. Clip the curb on the right. Avoid the curb on the left. Use all of the track and then some across the timing line. 16.747. Well, it puts him up into 6th place. So Verstappen Sim Racing up to 7th there. And I believe we've just got a couple more cars out on track. Patrick Kessel for Maniti. What can he do? Down in 54th, so mustn't have a time in yet. Or he does have a time in at the moment, but it's not a good one at the moment. 17.3. So crosses the line. So Kessel then getting that timing. But the clock is counting down towards 0. So here is your lineup here. 59 cars entered into this top split, and it's BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing pole position, sharing the front row of the grid with Grid and Go Esports number 002. Blue Mercure and Falcon Sim Racing team on row number 2 with Grid and Go and Verstappen Sim Racing row number 3. 4th row of the grid for Team PGZ with Nova Leggio Racing alongside them. Marla Racing Team and Fiercely Forward Pink on row number 5. It's row 6 for Blue Mercure and SDR Sim Racing. It's row number 7 then for Auto Moves Racing Team and Nova Leggio Racing's other car with Maniti Racing Green then on row number 8 with Team Bennett alongside them. It's the 9th row for Grid and Go and Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. 10th row of the grid for Falcon Sim Racing Teal and BS Plus Competition. Row number 11 for Vesta Sport and XBD Racing with Capivara Racing Team and Maniti Racing Red rounding out row number 12. The 13th row of the grid for WSR Esports and Sim RC, Vesta Sport and Fiercely Forward Yellow on row number 14. It's the 15th row of the grid for Maniti Racing Purple and Solpec Precision Racing. Altitude 3M Esports and TC Esports round out row number 16 with the 17th row shared by RDV Competition Unity and Impulse Racing Team by Tamp Livery with RC Car Shop Esports and Auto Moves Racing Team on row number 18. It's the 19th row for Zech Esports with SDR Sim Racing alongside them. Row number 20 for BMW Team BS Plus Competition with WSR Esports alongside them. MattPerformance.com on row number 21 with Undercut Racing Team Black alongside them. Then it's the 07 Racing and GTL Design alongside them is Grid and Go's 004. 07 Racing and Solpec Precision Racing then on row number 23 with row 24 of Mono Competition and WSR Esports. And still they keep coming. SDR Sim Racing and Maniti Racing Yellow share the 25th row of the grid with Pole Promotion Esports and Zenith Esports on row number 26. It's the 27th row of the grid for BS Plus Hybrid with Maniti Racing Black alongside them. Then it is Owned Esports and LMR Esports on row number 28. Row number 29 for Autism Awareness by Scuderia Corsa and Impulse Racing by Voldhards. And then finishing off our grid, and it is Core Racing by GV Controls. 59 cars, 30 rows of the grid. This should be an exciting race for us, Craig. Just very quickly then. You mentioned it before. It was previously Team Redline. It's now Verstappen Sim Racing. They got 1-2 the last 2 years. Can they make it 3 years in a row?
Well, ask me that in 24 hours and I'll give you an answer, because we're going to have to find out. It's doable. It's doable if you control the pace here. If the track all goes your way, there is a risk of rain later into the night, I think into the morning. Anything could happen here. And remember, this is going to be a very crucial start. Remember, once like I said earlier, this is endurance layout. The start-finish line is after La Source. Captured a lot of people out here, and that gives Verstappen Sim Racing a very good chance to just control the pace a little bit more.
And it shows how close the competition is around here. 47 cars of our 59 entries covered by 1 second in qualifying. It's incredibly close. Cold tyres, cold brakes, tyres not up to pressure, that's going to be a big thing here. So the iRacing.com safety car goes off into pit road. and we're now under the control of Florian Lebigra, the BMW team BMW Verstappen sim racing team, leading us away then through La Source. They will head. Just look at that huge grid heading down to La Source. We've got to wait and be patient for the green flag, but I would expect to see Lebigra get on the loud pedal out of the corner, which he does just that. Plunging downhill, we've got green flag racing here at Spa in the Ardennes Forest. Early moves are being made further down in our top 10. We've got the Verstappen Sim Racing number 4, the Gustavo Ariel car and the Team PGZ car are battling their way through, but Grid and Go dropping down a couple of positions. Team PGZ with a black a corner cut penalty there, so they're going to have to slow down, serve that time penalty out on track. So Samuel Ward, not the best start for him, but so far so good. Clean racing, not a single car so far, Craig, on lap 1 with any incidents.
Yeah, Samuel there for PGZ was lucky because he actually did have a small tussle with the 001 Grid and Go car that Sven Haas is driving at the moment. I think they just had a small coming together going into Le Mans, but everyone's keeping quiet at the moment. Only a couple teams making up a couple positions already as they're trying to really get the advantage here to try and jump ahead of cars, keeping the slipstream as well. This train is going to be important to stay with until we get any sort of rain later on. That's going to be in another 12 hours or so, so they're going to have to just wait it out right now and just keep to this gap. And thankfully, everybody is still in this train. No one's lost it here. No one's lost control. And they're just going to have to just keep going. But that gap is starting to really spread there. 8 tenths already after, well, basically almost a whole lap here between Grid and Go and BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing.
Yeah, it's BMW, Ford, Aston Martin, Ferrari. That's your top 5 in terms of the manufacturers. So it's not like it's all just one manufacturer being used here. We've got a mix of manufacturers, so we're going to have to see how the strategy pans out throughout this race, how the fuel burn goes for some of these cars. And remember that balanced performance adjustment where we've had fuel cells adjusted to try and even out the stint time as well for all these cars. How can they manage all of that? We've got drama at La Source further down your field, and that's a nightmare for one of your Ferraris. Big damage to the front left. That's Vesta Sport then dropping down the order there. They're going to try and drag that car back to pit road because it's a long tour if you take the tow truck back to pit road.
Yeah, that's going to be terrible. They do have some damage. In fact, actually, they actually have a lot of suspension damage. Oh, this is dangerous. Oof. Would not want to be a slow car at the top. They're going up the Camel Straight, but what can Ribici do now to try and hold off? I think it was just a small tap out of nowhere from a driver trying to make a move into La Source, and it was one of those small ones. We actually got a big crash. There's 4 cars off at Le Mans, actually. Speaking about that, the drama's already started. A lot of cars off at Le Mans.
Yeah, I was seeing yellow flags on my timing screen, and cars recovering then. WSR Esports, one of those cars involved then, and Esport as well. They're down towards the rear, so drama early on towards the mid-pack and rear. And that's the thing, when you've got a field so tightly packed in terms of pace, you're really going to be tripping over each other in these early stages because you're wanting to move forward in all of this, but when you're only talking hundredths of a second difference between the driver in front and the driver behind in terms of overall one-lap pace, that's where we're going to see it. Here's the replay then, and it was a little bit ambitious from the Ferrari behind. Bang!
Yeah. I think that was, like I was saying, I think they were just trying to go for a move, and then that you're going to see the WSR car just have a small tap there on the inside, going to get spun around. Everybody has to bunch up there. That's one of the Grid and Go cars, I noticed. I think that was the 004 as well. I think it hit, and oh, it's free wide though. Look at this. 3 wide on lap 2. Everyone dodged back out of it, apart from one car decides, I want some more of this, and it just starts concertina. That's the pressure cooker effect you get around here. That and the bus stop is one of the touchiest places on the track to make moves, and like you say, it's just desperation. They need to get going. They want to not lose out here because they know what can happen if they lose out early.
I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate. The car that was on the inside of the WSR car did get onto the curb, and that's got puddles as that curb, and that will push the car wide. So I am going to give them a little bit of leeway. No malice in that, but certainly racing incident. A number of cars have headed onto pit road. Vesta Sport and Maniti Racing Black. Vesta Sport, the 211, is also at the back of the field as well. So it's been a nightmare start for Vesta Sport. The 2 Ferraris on pit road.
We don't know what damage they've got either, and thankfully, because it's a 2-minute track, if you get a case of a car needing like 4 minutes of repairs, that's not too bad. It only puts you a couple laps down, but it's a couple laps down, and that's why you want to make sure you don't take a tow here, because that would put you even another lap down as the drivers have to go on as we see them. I just want to pick up there, Paul. You were talking about the factors here. This is the first iRacing special event to have the global branding rules. So what does that mean, you're asking? We're going to get tires separate to fuel. There's going to be a lot of people from our colleagues very excited at that idea, but now you have to be careful with the tires because that would be an additional 20 seconds in a pit stop.
Oh, a little bit wide there, understeer from the BS Plus competition car, and well, you don't need to ask Capivara twice to take advantage of that. And give that a couple of years ago, that BS Plus competition car would have been fine, but since the changes that iRacing made to the grippiness and the effect that the gravel has on the cars out there, that just cost it a few kilometers an hour, and that Audi went backwards compared to the Capivara car. So change of position further down in your field there, but Florian Lebigra, it's half a second at the front of your field. So Dino Lombardi for GridandGo.com esports hanging there with Florian. Le Mercure, Alexander Spetz is about a second back from them, and he's dropping back a little bit. So that Aston Martin, I don't think quite able to keep on pace with the 2 in front. And in fact, looking from Sven Hasser's car, there's moves being made in front. The Verstappen sim racing car of Gustavo Ariel moving ahead of Josh Thompson's Falcon sim racing car.
And that puts them up 2 for the start of the race. We're only a lap 4, but you can see what Ariel's plan is. And look at the wipers going off. There's not a lot of water anymore, but that's a lot of gravel just getting picked up and some debris out there having to go on by. The track looks mostly dry right now, so these drivers now starting to attack these curves a little bit more. And I think we've noticed as well the times have started to drop a little bit as the drivers are now feeling out this track, and the track gets a little bit warmer. Still a little bit of rain, a little bit of water there. You see it just there at Double Gauche, but that's not really a place that the drivers want to go. And I think a lot of this standing water now is basically places you don't normally go, Paul. Is even here, I think we're going to see the Auto Moves car, just flirting, and that won't do too much on these slick tyres. I think if it was a very deep puddle, you would have some issues out there.
There's still some water retaining on a couple of the curbs out there. So you are still seeing drivers being a little bit canny through the Lafania chicane. Exit of campus as well is another place where you just got to be canny on that exit curb. But then on the slipstream, underneath the rear wing of that Marla racing team, 12th place for them, and Verstappen sim racing, Gustavo Ariel's on the move as down the inside of the Marla racing team car. It's Lamborghini on Audi. 2 V10s. Well, they stay ahead to Marla right now, but Verstappen sim racing team, Gustavo Ariel now up 3 places, up into 3rd place in the early stages. Do you ever get the feeling that he wants to just move forward and try and get with the front 2 and work together with his teammate at the front of the field?
Well, that was basically the plan they had last year. Work with one another. Now, boys, it's early days. Let's not go too wide up Eau Rouge. And very smart there from Boris not to go too wide. But no, it is one of those things that if you're with a teammate, you can work together. And when we talk work together, we're talking saving the fuel. You can work with one another in the slipstream, work with one another to just clear the air, make some space, and then just work together till the end. We saw that last year. I think it was one of the best performances from a team in terms of strategy that we've seen for a while out there. I did not realize a little bit of damage on that Audi there. Just a small bit of damage to the front of that Audi. Shouldn't be too much of an impact there, but it's just having that small moment, especially on these straight pull, a little bit of damage can really affect that aero.
Well, when you think this track, it's very much 3 sectors, but 2 of them high-speed sectors of that. So very much from the start of the lap at La Source, you're pretty much full throttle. In fact, you will be full throttle from La Source all the way to the Le Combe chicane. Then that more technical infield section, which, by the way, is one of the greatest shortenings of one of the old-school classic Grand Prix circuits in world history, in my opinion. It's one of the best ways that they captured the atmosphere of the old Grand Prix circuit, which, by the way, if you've never been to Spa-Francorchamps, come here and go drive on the old Grand Prix layout on the roads, the public roads, from Le Combe all the way through to Stavelot. That's it's a good bit of a history lesson for you there. But yeah, then once you get out of Stavelot, flat out blast all the way to the chicane again. It is a tale of two styles. You want to have the downforce for that infield, quote-unquote infield section, but you need the low downforce for those high-speed sections as well, Craig.
Yeah, and I love that Le Combe Malmedy Bruxelles speakers section. It really does give you something different on the track, because you just have to just change it. We all like high-speed track, but you also just want to slow it down a little bit, as the drivers would love to just, hold on. And I've actually done that old track, by the way, driven it when going to Spa. I do actually echo those compliments. Go to Spa. Come to this track, see it. A lot of things that you don't normally see on a racetrack, because it's one of the only places, Paul, I can say that you can sit in one area and see multiple parts of the track, not a corner into the next corner, but no, you could look over the hill and you're seeing the end of the lap while you're currently sitting around here.
The perfect spot, I would say, is actually there on the entry to Speaker's Corner. If you're up in the on the footpath there, you've got the lung. You can look all the way down here into Double Gauche, but then you look across the valley to the start and finish straight as well. It's a great view looking all the way down the valley from the top of Speaker's Corner. And yeah, it's a fantastic venue. I've been a couple of times myself. I've not been since about 2017, so I think it's about time that I renewed my passport and got back out there, that is for sure. But we have got a race on our hands. Florian Lebigra in that BMW M Verstappen sim racing car at the front of the field, but it's only half a second between him and Grid & Go Esports. Verstappen Sim Racing Gustavo Ariel is the car in front of the car that we're on board with now. Blue Mercure of Alexander Spetz. This is 3rd and 4th place, and their lap times, they're just not able to keep up with your front two. That tells you the effect the slipstream has around here.
Yeah, let's see what they do this time as well, because the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing a 16.9, a 16.8 for Grid & Go, 17.3 for the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing, and no one else is even dropping into the 60s in the entire field at the moment. So those two at the front, they've got a little bit of clear air, they've got a little bit of space, not needing to worry too much in terms of having other people come back in. That means that gap between, well, teammates, the 3 and the 4, is now over 2 seconds. And this is probably something they don't want to have, because the game plan would be, let's work together here. Let's go and see something. But that is a significant gap going up the hill. And I think Sven Haas realizes it straight away. He knows how important this is. Goes right past Josh Thompson, 4P5, now taking third place in this train. Very important train when it comes into the race. I mean, we're only 15 minutes in and we're talking about a 2-second gap to the top two. That's significant already.
Yeah, certainly intriguing to see how this early stages are panning out. And yeah, it's absolutely right that you're trying to get yourself into that position. If you think that you've got a quicker car, you want to get ahead and move forward. Speaking of moving forward, BS Plus Hybrid have made the most places up from the start. Started 53rd up to 40th. Now, a lot of that will be down to the shenanigans that happened on lap number 2, and that will have helped them move forward. But Jeremy Baumer able to move forward those 13 places right now for them. Biggest movers in the top 10 is that Verstappen Sim Racing number 4 of Gustavo Ariel, and also Thibaut Prevot with the Bleu Mercure car in 8th place as well, up 3 places. So they've actually no, I'll take it all back. Nova Leggio, Johan Half has moved forward 4 places, up into 10th place now for Johan. So again, that team, brand new team in terms of being involved in these top split races. They had such a good time at Watkins Glen, they really do. But 9th and 10th right now for that outfit, brand new outfit.
Yeah, brand new outfit. And but when you think about the complexion of teams in the iRacing sphere from the start of the year, you know, we lost our Drago Racing, for example. We don't have a Williams here. Like, when was the last time we had to say that? No Williams, not even a Williams F1, a Williams eSport. That, you know, a lot of things have happened over the year. And I think just like with Bleu Mercure, remember they came in, Sebring dominated first time out. Nova Leggio, same thing. They're just teams that are getting together with old drivers. Like, do you still want to do this? Let's do it then. Let's just all group up here. Let's not worry. And they are basically their own outfit, their own people. They're not having to, I wouldn't say conform to what people say they have to do, but they're just their own outfit, knowing that their goal is just to race here. And it is great that we're still seeing in this day and age that these people coming together and making these teams to basically stay together. Otherwise, you know, we could be looking at some random, no offense, Paul, some random Joe like us in a race all of a sudden against some of the top.
I'll have you know, I've raced in top split of a special event, thank you very much. Finished on the podium in class, so there you go. The one and only time I've been in top split as well was that. I've only mentioned it about 17 times this year on broadcast. But yeah, it's certainly when you see a team like that, I mean, talk about a bad year for Kevin Ellis Jr. and for Johan Half. They're involved with Apex Racing Team, who of course decided that they were finishing their esports side of the company and focusing more on their centre out there in Corby in Northamptonshire. And yeah, they've decided to focus on that. Then those drivers moved over to Drago Racing, and of course Drago Racing, we see them, it was the Nürburgring, wasn't it, the last event that they were in? And the very next day, Drago Racing, it's closed. Talk about a bad year so far for Half and for Kevin Ellis Jr. But that's where, starting up their own outfit, they can control what they can control then. Along with others as well. It's not just Johan and Kevin that have set up that outfit.
No, I know. Technically, Drago Racing's last race was actually Ira. Literally the week after it all happened, that they still decided, well, we can still win a championship, so let's just run. And they won that. But yeah, the Nürburgring, we all remember the drama of the last few laps of the Nürburgring, and it was a shame to see Drago end on such a low point like that as well. And it was just such a it made shockwaves around sim racing, not just on here, but on other platforms as well. Made a lot of shockwaves that Drago Racing's gone. Like, that was such a shame. But even still, when you look at teams that are still going though, we're looking at Maniti. You've got the red and green battling right now, SimRC, WSR Esports. Those are teams that have stayed around for quite a while. Not at the top of echelons, but they've always been around in these top splits. Maniti Racing, WSR as well, always been around, and they've been able to keep going for such a long time here, even after rebrands.
I think the one that you want to mention is this car right here, SimRC. They are a team that has lasted pretty much all my commentary career in sim racing, and they've just been thereabouts throughout the time. 2020 they actually finished in the top 4 of this race, did SimRC. So yeah, they've got longevity. I can remember them going back to Neo Endurance series and series like that back in 2015 and times like that. So yeah, it's when you see longevity of outfits where they've never really pushed and gone, let's spend some big dollars, let's get quite a few professional drivers, but they're able to consistently be in these top split races. I think that shows good longevity. Yeah, you want the success of a Verstappen sim racing or a Coanda or Grid and Go. You know, these teams like that have got these superstars in the world of sim racing for them. Yes, you want that success, but there's something said about the longevity of having a team outfit still going and still keeping there in the top split. They may not be as competitive as they were back in 2020, but certainly they're still out there competing. As Verstappen Sim Racing, Gustavo Ariel down to 4th place now, so switch of position in your top 5. And Grid and Go making moves forward. Sven Haas has decided enough is enough. I'm moving forward.
Now let's see what he can do at the front of the train, because, you know, in all due fairness, if Gustavo Ariel couldn't make moves at the front of the train, what can Sven do? It's going to be interesting. He might catch up to the back there, and all this talk that I've been having about the 3 and the 4 working together as teammates, that might go out the window. How about the 002 and the 001 working together? It's been a while since we've seen Grid and Go just lead packs like that. I know they've led in groups in multi-class races, but single class, not a lot here. We've got a replay with 07, and everybody very lucky to avoid that. And still, he just kicked that water. That last spin there was all the water. Keeps it out the wall, rejoin safely. You'll be having Aussie Greg on your shoulder there, telling you to rejoin safely. Does so. Very, very interesting snapping. Lucky not to cause a big one there.
And do you know what? That was catching that curb on the inside of Stavola. There's a little bit of moisture still in that curb there. Unsettled the back end, around it went. Great avoidance by everybody else, it must be said. That's real heads-up driving. Core racing by GV Controls, tapping the tyre barrier on the exit of Malmedy. Now, fortunately, that shouldn't cause them too much damage there in that one, so it should be okay to carry on in all of that. Battling further down in your top 10, Team Bennett, Remy Gilbert moving ahead of Falcon Sim Racing Team into 17th as we crossed that timing line. I can tell you the average pace at the front of the field. I've got an average 5-lap pace for the front of the field. 16.898 for your leader, 16.891 for second place, 16.833 for Sven Hasse, and then it's 17.1 for Gustavo Ariel. So there's a bit of pace to be had with those front 3. Ariel, I think now is more of maybe managing fuel and reaching a figure.
Could be managing fuel, could also, like, as crazy as it sounds, managing the tyres. Yeah, that's another factor we have to play in here. Could also just be doing some tyre management out there, hopefully looking to go through. But Spets hasn't been able to catch. Well, it's been a lap. Let's give him credit. It's only been a lap. He's not going to be all of a sudden 3/10 faster on a half a tank of fuel and with that. But he is only really matching the leaders. So that's one good thing. But the problem is he started P5, now he's P3. He's kind of lost out on that chance to make it, and these drivers are also now having to work this together. But have you noticed nobody else is looking to take the lead of this? That, as you were saying, does pull into this idea of fuel saving, because Falcon, Blue Mercure, both Blue Mercure cars, even PGZ, they're happy enough to just stay here in the train. They've not been looking to push for a move here, because none of them look very close enough to look forward there. That they're happy enough to say to Sven, go ahead, lead us. You use all your fuel up. We'll just go and just save a little bit of fuel here. We'll do some sipping of the fuel.
As Thibault Prevot for Blue Mercure moving ahead of Josh Thompson. So Falcon Sim Racing team dropping yet another position there in this queue. But it is very much you got the breakaway, to use the Tour de France cycling references. You got the breakaway at the front two trying to make the breakaway, and then you've got the first peloton right here, third through to 8th place. Nova Leggio not that far back either. Johan Haaf leading the second peloton then as we go along here. Quite apt, really, Tour de France. Unfortunately, not able to watch it this year because it's no longer on free-to-air TV. So I'm not too happy about that. Let's just say that, at least in the UK.
Okay, can I join you in that? I mean, we don't have to do the next 10 minutes having a moan about that, but yeah, it's gone. It's gone. I've missed my Grand Tour cycling, Paul. I've missed it. You know, I have to hear Jake telling me all about what's happening because I can't see it anymore. I even missed Paris-Roubaix if we're going to that Grand Tour, and that's the one I always watch because it is the greatest one-day race on the cycling tour. This is the greatest race in GT3s in the world in a one-day race as well when you look at it. So that's a little bit of a mitch there. But yeah, just remember though, Spa's not the only racetrack that cyclists have used. Don't forget that they use Fuji for the Olympics. So yeah, Spa does have that nice little honour that it's hosted the Tour de France. But in terms of cycling, it's not the only racetrack that they've used.
Paralympics, of course, used Brands Hatch as well.
Yes, that's right. They did indeed. And Forza Alex, by the way. Yeah, Forza Alex, definitely. Yeah. No, I remember that one. Yeah. But can you blame them? I mean, the only issue is with this track at Spa, a lot of ridges to help with the water flow. That's going to be a little bit uncomfortable on those bikes because there's not massive tyres and thick tyres that you have on sports cars. They're pretty flimsy tyres there. I don't know how thick a tyre is on a road bike, but I think my thumb's probably as thicker than in one of those road-going tyres. There's the cycling portion of this Spa 24 Hours coverage is concluded. We have still got, look at how close they are there in this queue of cars right now. Grid and go. Sven Hasse leading that pack of cars. And his average pace is matching the leaders right now. He's not catching, but he's stopped them pulling away, has Sven. And I think that's crucial for me. You need to be stopping that gap growing at the front of the field. I had noticed, by the way, that Dino Lombardi had been bump drafting Laurent Lebigra at the front of the field earlier on. So even Dino's like, come on, let's work together. Let's break away and let's not trip over everybody else here. Yeah, I think that's smart. You know, you could do the, as I call it, the IndyCar shuffle and just slipstream past one another and use that to your advantage. But is it safer? Probably not, because you're then hoping that you do get that move done. So just stay behind, and that's working. And I think that's what a lot of this pack here is doing as well. They know that Sven, he is controlling. That he was 5/10 slower than Florian last time by. So he's limited the bleeding, but that gap is still 3 seconds at the front, and they're going to have to hope for a little bit of help somewhere. And well, where is there to help to look for with 23 and a half hours to go? Not a lot of places to go, but every time they come forward, it just feels like they're just happy enough to stay in this queue.
Car 2 is showing yellow flags. That's the BS Plus competition car of Daniel Alves Lorenco. he's had issues out there. My track map showed it was coming into the Lafonia chicane, and it's on the exit, double gauche there, and that's what happens if you get your line wrong through double gauche, just slightly wide, carrying a little bit too much speed. The back end didn't want to cooperate, but fortunately keeps the car out of the wall.
And also that exit curb there on the exit at double gauche, it's raised. And in the old days, you would have issues. You hit too much of that curve and you would lose that car a little bit there. So I wonder if that was also a playing factor. It looked like the rear was already going around, as I think he was trying to stop it from going over that line. And he was unlucky there. He's fortunate not to hit that barrier, because that's a proper metal barrier, Paul. And unfortunately, my times around here at Spa, where people have had here's a lovely slow-mo. People have had little incidents and only about 5 minutes of repair managed to hit one of the brick walls on the exit of campus. 20 minutes in the pit. So that's an old school barrier, so it wouldn't have been too much damage, but look at it, locking it down, heating up the tires as well, kept it under control, and then got to keep on rolling again.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a couple of weeks ago, start of the full metal Spa 24 hours, there was a big accident in the mid-pack on lap number 1 of that race. We didn't even make it a full lap in that race. We did better in the sim race than we did in the full metal racing to get the entirety of lap 1 done without a yellow flag here today. So there we go. Maybe the pros need to be looking to the sim compatriots.
I mean, we have a couple real-world drivers who... technically, can we say that Lolum's the only man to win Spa and Spa? Because he's now done it in... Granted, it was his own category, but he did win the bronze category last year, so he's technically the only person that I think's done the double in sim and IRL.
I mean, for me, if you get a class win, it's still a win. I mean, you look at where you've got different categories. You're still going to take that winner's trophy. That's a W in your statistics at the end of your career.
Yeah, no, I'll go with you. I know some people, they like to say it's got to be an overall win. No, if you won your class, you've won your class. I do agree with you there, and I would also be in that camp of, you've earned it there. So, yeah, let's just say Lolum is, unless someone's done it elsewhere, he is the only driver that's won both. So he's not here this year. Max isn't here either, and he won it a couple of years ago in that number 3 car. As we're on board one of the Lamborghinis, it is crazy how many Lamborghinis and Ferraris we have, and then you think that the Lamborghini's just like the brother of an Audi, and we don't have many Audis out there.
It's a different beast in terms of aero, though, isn't it, the Lamborghini compared to the Audi? The Audi, okay, we've got the evolution of the Audi now, but it's still a bit of an older car now in the world of GT3s. I've been fortunate enough to get up close and personal with the Audi, with the Ferrari, the BMWs, and they're magnificent machines. And it's certainly something that you look at the details. It's all about the details. Everyone can see like the front aero and the big rear wing and that, but it's all the detail in the diffuser and the little winglets that are on it, or how the arms are for the wing mirrors, how they're all just channeling air to the different parts of the bodywork and of the car. They are works of engineering art, in my opinion, these cars.
I was lucky enough to get into the Ford garage for Le Mans a couple of years ago, and just seeing 3 Fords, and one of them was completely stripped apart. One just came back from Hyperpole, and just seeing these magnificent beasts, and of course that was also the first year with the Mustang, and just seeing them just like that, when you get up close and personal, you realize, and especially with World Endurance Championship, you go to Spa, you go to any race at World Endurance Championship, you pay a little bit of money to do a pit walk, and you're right there in front of the cars. You really get a chance to just see all these beasts that they are, really, because they are really beasts. They're fantastic pieces of machinery. You get to see every nook and cranny, and it's just so different. Oh, that's a very good catch there for the Novo Legio car. As you say about the Audi, it's an older car. I was doing some Thailand Super Series last weekend, Paul. They still had them. They also had a Honda.
Yeah. Yeah, the NSX, isn't it? That they run.
Yeah.
It's
still
fantastic. There. Yeah. That was Nicolas Roublet, by the way, behind the wheel of the number 5 Nova Leggio car that's lost a few places there, from 10th down to, well, from 11th, should I say, down to 15th right now, and that's 14th. No, 13th. My eyes deceive me. Right. Look at the right timing screen, Paul. So yeah, it shows how one little mistake getting into that gravel on the exit of Stavolo slows you down and allows others to come through. So that's how it goes. Right now, we are 23 hours, 24 minutes remaining in this one. Weather update for you all is we are looking at the skies clearing. We're going from mostly cloudy to partly cloudy skies right now. Still high humidity though, 93 degrees. Still a light wind, 17 kilometers an hour from the southeast. And I can tell you now, currently between now and 6:45, no rain on the horizon. So we're going to be dry for now, but Craig, you were looking earlier. We are forecast maybe some rain later on into the race.
Yeah, I think we're looking like late into the race. Probably going to be in the morning. I'm trying to find the forecast right now when I say that. Yeah, about 8 o'clock in the morning, we're looking at a bit of rain. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Right
when me and Alex are on commentary, just starting our morning breakfast show.
Yeah, well, in all due fairness, though, at the end of the race, there's a chance of rain as well, about the same percentage. It's not as much of the percentage of the chance of rain before the race, because we had all that rain beforehand. I say all that rain, it was enough rain to wetten the track. I wouldn't say it absolutely soaked the track, or there wasn't enough heat there to probably dry the track out. But yeah, there is rain forecast. If we get it, Paul. If we don't, we don't. Good luck with that one, though, because 4 o'clock in the morning would probably be at the end of the night and the sun just trying to start to pop out in about an hour or so.
Yeah, so I'm on from the sort of 7:30 onwards split. So yeah, it's me and Alex Goldschmidt. We've got a whole team, a whole cast of people are going to be joining you for the broadcast over the next 24 hours. There's myself, there's Craig King that is joining me right now. We've got Jake Sperry, Jonathan Burke, Howie Burrows as well, David Haynes, Alex Goldschmidt as well. They are all going to be involved in this broadcast at various points throughout these 24 hours. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. And well, right now we're seeing that Alexander Spetz patiently waiting in 5th place, just happy to hit a fuel number, and everyone behind Sven Hasse is matching Sven's pace. The thing is, Sven now is losing about a 10.5 per lap on the front two, so that gap is slowly growing once again between the front two and 3rd place.
That could all just contract again with issues out there or different drivers. You know, some of these drivers may do a double, may do a single, may do a triple. Could be interesting. I don't think we'll get further than a triple out there, as that's a grid and go-kart going very wide out there in the background and more drivers going in. I was going to say, Paul, we talked about the conditions. There's a lot of heat waves happening around Europe and America at the moment. That's something else that drivers have to deal with, is their own real-life situation with the weather. I think in the real world it's going to be hotter than it is at the track on the sim. And having to race in very hot conditions, you know yourself, I know myself, it's horrible.
It's horrible just commentating in hot weather. I say as I've got a small AC unit going absolutely full blast, and it's still 28 degrees in here. So yeah, it's not been pleasant for people across Europe, especially mainland Europe as well. It's been incredibly hot, and there's technical issues that can come with that as well. You can have power cuts. You can have sudden power cuts with the grid not able to cope with the load on the grid from people using fans or AC units or whatever. You can have PCs if their cooling isn't able to cope with the hot temperatures, could end up thermal throttling and then end up shutting off entirely. These are things that people have got to deal with in a race like this. It's not just about dealing with the car in sim, it's about controlling the controllables where you are as well here, Craig.
Yeah, I tried to do an all-nighter and do the graveyard shift last year for our team in the 24. It was also it was quite a hot night, and it felt like a normal day to me. In fact, I actually had to bail out of my last stint of a triple because it was too much to handle. The heat was just too much, and that was at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I would say the temperature right now is probably hotter than that. So drivers having to worry about that on top of having to continue on, as talking about continuing on the BS Plus competition car. Remember, they're down 15 places at the start of this race. They had that small spin at the Bourgogne, and they are recovering well. And I would be surprised if they start to catch up to that straggling car up ahead, which I think is the Impulse Racing by Tam livery car. So catch up to that, and I think this BS competition car is in pretty good nick. But that one mistake, they're now 33 seconds behind the leaders. That's a big gap already.
As well as this broadcast here, which is the official broadcast of this iRacing Spa 24 hours presented by Falcon. There's also people streaming their own point of views as well throughout the different, not just in this particular split, but also the different race times as well, because this event, it's for the whole community in iRacing, and you had races starting last night for the Australian sort of time split, and then early this morning as well, there was a race start time as well. We've had this one start here as well, and there's another one in a few hours time as well. So you've got people at varying stages of their races streaming their points of view on Twitch, on YouTube, and it's great to see that. Kevin Ellis Jr. is having a look at streaming his team's point of view. He's down in the Nova Leggio racing car that's in 14th, so you've got people like Kevin streaming his. Emery is streaming their particular 24-hour race as well. They started at this time slot as well, so there's plenty for people to see in terms of the broadcasts, in terms of what people are doing, and it shows that, yeah, you can be in the top split and get on this broadcast, but you can get yourselves out there and still show off what you're doing in your split, or indeed your time zone event as well. So it's great to see how this whole sim racing, iRacing community comes together for these special events like this.
And at the end of the day, we all want to celebrate whoever wins. I know that the top split, as Jake would say, is the money split. But at the end of the day, if you win and it's captured, and there have been clips of teams winning races that they've been streaming, and even though if somebody wins in split 13 and you see them absolutely overjoyed and in tears, you're not going to say it was only split 13. No. You say you won. You were the best car. You were the best team out of those 59, 60 cars. You're still going to celebrate it. And you've got that moment. And not only is it for us to see, it's a moment for you to cherish. It's almost a snapshot in time, because some people will keep that. And as well as having their little printed PDF certificate as well, Paul, which I never did for my Sebring 12 last year. People do love to have those moments out there, and it's also nice to see the community celebrate no matter where you are, where you come. If someone came to me right now, hey, I was in Split 20, I got P3, I'd shake your hand and say congratulations, you earned it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you've still competed in a race, a 24-hour race, at this venue, and you were able to get whatever result you get. I mean, I remember going back to, it would have been 2016, I think it was. It was before the Porsches. We were driving in, get this, we were in the roof C-Spec, and that car, our team was very much cobbled together, and I will always forever remember hearing my teammate saying, why is the oil pressure figure dropped down? And at that point, the engine blew up. 45 minutes later, we get back out on track. We finished the race, and we still were like, yeah, that's great, we finished the race. We didn't give up, and that's the spirit of endurance. That's another thing that I love about these events is, and this is something I had a moan about at the Watkins 6 Hours, is too often we see in these top split races, teams have an incident early on and just say, well, we're not going to win, so we'll just quit. And I hate that attitude. That is not the spirit of endurance. Whereas you'll see in split 10, split 12, a team will go through that and they'll be like, well, we're not giving up. We're going to see the checkered flag. And they keep going, and they keep fighting, they keep pushing, and yeah, they may end up finishing way down the order and no chance of winning, but it's endurance racing to me. Get to the end of the race.
No, I have to say I have been one of those that after a few incidents we've called it. That's a few incidents, not one incident. And I do have to say, one incident isn't the end of the world. In fact, we got a P2 at Petit Le Mans once after having an incident with just 55 seconds of damage. We had to carry that damage, drive it back, got it. The leader just lapped us, and we're like, yeah, we're still in this. There's like 10 hours to go. Yeah, we got P2, and that just goes to show it can happen. But I think as well for some teams, because there are so many different time slots, they'll see that there's this time slot and go, well, we've crashed out. We're about 3 laps behind. Yes, there's 20 hours left. There's another time slot opening. Do you want to do that one and start from scratch? There is that. Some people will do that. I'm not saying everyone does that, Paul, but some people will do that and go, well, there's another chance we can do this from start again. Do you want to restart? And some people will go for that. I don't think that's the right mentality, because if you crashed out and then go, let's start from scratch, your mentality is, let's make sure we don't crash. Well, if you say to yourself, don't crash, what are you going to do, Paul? You're going to crash, aren't you?
Well, you're also almost tempting fate, aren't you? With that mentality. And yeah, you can almost sort of will yourself into an incident. By the way, we are coming up to 12.5 minutes towards the hour, and still everybody on the lead lap here. That just shows the level of, well, not on the lead lap, but because of course we had the cars that ended up on pit road. Every car is still running though. So those cars, the 2 Vesta cars, the Maniti Racing black car, also Solpec Precision Racing, have all been on pit road at various points throughout this race in the first hour. They are still running. So yes, you've got those 4 at the back of the field have been lapped, but 55th and above who haven't been in pit road, I mean, Undercut Racing Team right now, they are only 1:17 behind the race leader. So it's going to take a while before you get the natural lapping starting happening.
Yes, and I think we're going to be waiting, well, to be honest, apart from drivers that are lapped down due to like incident or anything, I think you're going to be waiting a good 4 hours minimum before we get to that. And that's when I think things really start to get a little bit sketchy, because you never know, you could have one of your teammates that are lapped down. And well, remember, the blue flag is advisory, it's not mandatory. so they can hold out there. You could get teammates who are a lap down helping one another. Or you could have someone not on purpose but accidentally holding your driver up. So that's an impact. That's another thing you have to look into later in the race. You're not getting there at the moment.
And also, this, along with the Bathurst 12 hours that we had earlier on in the year, it's an all GT3 event as well. So you've not got that performance advantage that you would have between classes in another event like we had at Watkins a few weeks back.
Unless the car's got a lot of damage or has a broken wing. But yeah, you then also have to make sure that you're having to, and if you are like one of the top runners, and with no offense to one of these cars down at the bottom, that they're not a top running team, but their pace isn't going to be as quick. So you would still say there is that quote-unquote multi-class aspect because of just the different level of driver. I know we're at the top of the top here, but there's also another level on that, and that's what we're seeing at the top of this field. So you will have a little bit of hope of, well, got a better exit, can get past with no issue. But I think lap cars will probably do their best to make sure they get out the way when it comes to straights.
As we're looking now, bit of movement there, Altitude Esports, Altitude 3M Esports, losing a position there to, I believe that was 07 that they lost the position to there. So that's a change of position for 32nd. No, still Pet Precision Racing, sorry. It was that made the move there on Altitude 3M Esports. So that is a team moving forward. A team moving backward, however, Josh Thompson, the Manxman, down to 9th place right now. So he's continued going backwards. And here's the thing, the car of Johan Haaf, the Nova Laggio racing car, has actually caught up to the back of that train that's being led now by Gustavo Ariel in that Verstappen sim racing car. So Auto Moves as well, they've caught up along with Fiercely Forward Pink. So there's cars catching up to this gaggle of cars that's in third, fourth, down to 9th and 10th now.
Tanks are starting to get a little bit lower. They're starting to near the end of the tank, and it's interesting to see that number 4 Verstappen car just set the fastest lap of the race in early doors already with a 2:16 flat there or thereabouts. So I wonder if it was the Ferraris having a little bit of an advantage with these lower fuel, but Thompson, he was unlucky though. I was looking back at why he went down the order, and it was just the fact of Sammy Ward and that PGZ 114 made the overtake, and Johan in front was also like, well, if he's going to make the overtake, you're going to leave the door open at Lecon. I'm just going to follow him. And Josh, unfortunately, he had nowhere to go, and he just had to accept that, well, I'm losing a couple positions here. Keeping is still with the pack, but the last thing you want is this track position. You want to be ahead there, because I've just seen a little bit of a gap there between the PGZ car and that Blue Mercure 33. We may be getting this lead group split up a little bit, because that's a gap that looks about a second right now. So I wonder if Johan Haaf knows something that we don't, and that's, I need to get in front of him so I can catch back up.
Yeah, once you lose that slipstream, and we've seen it, that once you lose that slipstream, you just start going backwards away from a battle pack, and this long train is now separated into doubles right now. So you've got Ariel and Hassa at the head of this pack. Then you've got the two Blue Mercure cars together. They've now just concertinaed back up to the back of Hassa's car. Then you've got Haaf, who's moving forward in this one, just got ahead of Samuel Ward in that Team PGZ car. And then Thompson and Vecchio, who know each other well, it must be said, former teammates, they are now at the back of this top 10. So it's still incredibly close. I mean, less than 9 seconds covering the top 10 in this first hour of the race. And you touched on it. Fuel is getting lower. The cars are getting lighter. For me, it's all important to get to that hour mark. If you can get to the hour mark, you're in a good position in these cars.
And I think that's also one of the reasons why we saw the Grid and Go 001, Sven Hatter, actually lose that lead of this pack. Not lead the race, the lead of the pack to Gustavo Ariel, because it almost feels like that he's happy enough now. I led a lot of this. Can someone else lead? I would like to start doing some fuel saving, because you can do a little bit of fuel saving in clear air. But is it better when you've got someone in front of you? Definitely. And I think that's what the drivers would love to have right now. But yeah, this gap really, it is starting to just expand a little bit there. It is a second, and Johan's a good driver. I just don't know if he's going to be able to match that pace, but when he comes across the line, in fact, it's a Novio Leggio. Yeah, Johan's actually just set the fastest lap of the race so far, so I'll eat my words there. He does have the pace all of a sudden.
I can tell you, Solpet Precision Racing 111 was the cause of a yellow flag earlier on this lap, and they've got running once again, but they've dropped way down the field now, down to 56th. It's going from bad to worse for them from their earlier pit stop. 2 cars onto pit road, Marla Racing Team and the RDV Competition Unity. They've not been able to make it to the hour mark, and Daniel Fuente, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed to be having to head onto pit road. But we did see with that Marla Racing Team car, that little bit of damage on the front end. I think we saw them just dropping down the order. It did seem to be affecting their top speed.
All that aero going to be absolutely hit as well, and it was just upset. And now we get into that interesting fact of what are you going to do with tyres, and they're not on the tracks. This is, again, I'm not saying this is the first, because we had all that. Remember back in the day, Paul, when we had it where fuel and tyres were separate, but this is the first time, I want to say in about 4 years, where we've had this for the Spa 24. It's a big development in this race. Having tyres having tyres that you have to now save, it brings in another factor to this race. Can you look after it? I know some drivers telling me, well, triples look like it's doable at night time. Okay, but you're going to have to do doubles. And thankfully, with the cloud cover, and I think we can have a lot of cloud cover for this race, that's going to keep the track temperature down, should help drivers save these tyres, so the end of a double stint is going to be a little bit more forgiving than would it be like if we were, I'd say, Watkins Glen levels of temperature.
Right, so IDV Competition Unity were 39 seconds in the box. Marla Racing Team were close to 55 seconds in the box, so they took tyres, whereas others didn't. So we are seeing pit stops happening. Remember, we do have that pacing, sort of a third of a lap at the start of the race. Grid and Go, Nova Leggio, they're all on to pit road. Team PGZ, Falcon Sim Racing Team, Auto Moves. They've got a big pit party happening here right now. We've got multiple cars onto pit road. They've not been able to make it to the hour. I would imagine that the top 7 will be onto pit road this time by, and that will take them to just short of the hour.
Yeah, and also remember, one thing is a key thing we forget. I always forget about this when we come to the 24 pool. This is the endurance layout, so that means we use the classic pits, which means for most fuel calculators, it's calculated at the start-finish line. Start-finish line is the Grand Prix pits, isn't it? So if you cross that line, it says you've got 5 laps of fuel, and you are the first car in the pit lane, you don't have 5 laps of fuel. You have 4.7 laps of fuel. Oh, give you a rough idea. So that is why this fuel save is important, because you have to factor in that little extra bit of fuel, because you can't really just clutch down the pit lane, because number 1, that's not allowed. Number 2, the pit limiter won't engage, and you have to control the car on the brakes. And the last thing you want to be doing is to try and coast down there on fumes. So some teams probably looking at this to also just be safe, and that's almost 3/4 of the field now in the pits. Just 16 cars yet to go to the pits, and well, I'm pretty sure it'd be now. Big race to the line. First one out though. That looks like it's going to be Grid and Go is one of the first ones, and it's looking like everybody's taking tyres, it looks like.
The first car I think that's taken some tyres is Josh Thompson in the Falcon Sim Racing car. They were 51 around 51 seconds in the pit box. I think our pit timer is broken because it's still showing all the Marla Racing pit stops from the first. Leader onto pit road. So they've made it just a minute short of the hour. I think that was about as far as you could take it here at the first part of the race. But crucially, that'll mean then for the rest of the race, you should be good for the full hour. So that's a big tick in the strategic handbook there of being able to make it. So it was 16 cars in total that have gone 26 laps on the first tank of fuel. And then it's the Grid and Go Dino Lombardi 002 that is the first of those that pitted a lap ago. Now, are we going to be seeing tyres? Because Grid and Go did not take tyres at their pit stop, along with the Nova Leggio racing car, the Team PGZ, Grid and Go of the car, the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. Number of cars did not take tyres at that first pit stop. This has just opened up the strategy calls here, Craig, and I'm loving this. This is great. This is much better, in my opinion, than the IMSA pit rules.
This is endurance racing, isn't it? This is what got me in to endurance racing. This is when I was a little boy watching Le Mans in the 2000s. Oh, what do you do for a pit stop? You got to make sure you're efficient in a pit stop. Got to make sure, and that's big and across the line. In fact, I'm just looking in the box. That BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing has spent 4 seconds more time in the box than the 002 is coming across on full speed. This could be an overtake for the lead. Dino Lombardi, taking the lead, and that's a significant gap in the other Grid and Go coming. They played that to a blinder. I wonder if they came in a lap earlier, Paul, to play a team strategy instead of trying to play the numbers.
I mean, you've got to think that they were working to a team call there, but Sven Hasse was a good 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds shorter in the box than his teammate of Dino Lombardi. So that's a little bit of an element of a strategy call to try and get Sven up to Dino's position so that then they can work together as a team. Whereas you look at the Verstappen Sim Racing team, the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car of Florian Lebigra and Gustavo Ariel, they've been separated out that little bit because they both had similar pit stop lengths. So Grid and Go playing a little bit of a team strategy, but of course that's then got to come back. That's got to be paid later on in the race here for Sven Hasse to have that longer pit stop later on. So it may come back to Florian, but now Sven can be a little bit of a thorn in the side and allow his teammate to just keep in control at the front of the field.
I'm looking as well at the gaps, and we were having these trains. We were having these long trains. Well, there's a train of 3 now at the front, a car on its own, and then a train of 4. Everybody has just spread out a little bit here, and they're still in like elongated trains, but not a lot of them in slipstream at the moment. And I wonder if that's just the fact of drivers doing different things there. Cone to cone, 125 for the 001, 128 for the 002, then a 132 for both Verstappens, a 33 for Blow McCure, all the way down to some teams are doing, I think the shortest time. Yeah, Grid and Go 004, 1 minute 27, and that's cone to cone on my stats. A very short time in the pit. That's the quickest pit stop we've had so far in the race.
So let's just see how things look then at the end of that first racing hour and after the first pit stop cycle, as lap traffic now getting involved here in the second hour of the iRacing Spa 24 hours presented by Falcon here on the iRacing Esport network of channels. Paul Smith and Craig King here with the coverage for the first 3 hours. And well, let's have a look then at how things stand. It is Grid and Go Esports, the 002 and the 001 that are 1-2 right now in this race. There's just next to nothing separating the two of them, through a quarter of a second between them. Then they've got the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car. Florian Lebigra is just behind them in third place, ahead of his teammate then in the Verstappen sim racing number 4, Gustavo Ariel. About 5 seconds back, so a little bit of a gap between the two teammates. No gap between Blue Mercure though for 5th and 6th places respectively. They are just ahead of the Nova Leggio Racing number 99. Then it's Team PGZ in 8th place ahead of the 003 Grid and Go Michael Costa. Up 8 places, the biggest mover in the top 10 after those first pit stops. Fiercely forward pink then, Gianni Vecchio rounding out the top 10. Biggest mover in the race overall is going to be Sulpet Precision Racing with 17 places gained in the number 7 car. So further down the order in 29th, started 46 for them.
It's a good drive up the field. And remember, we have had a little bit of shenanigans at the start of the race, but they still had to get those positions out on their own there. So they're having to battle on, but I love this Mercedes Esports. The 26th car in 26th place. Been a quiet race for them. Well, I say a quiet. They're only up 11 places. There's about half a dozen cars right now in double digits already. And when you look at how much time they've had to fight to get up to the front or get up the order, and yeah, they've got up the order, but like I was saying, a lot of these cars quite far back from the lead pack there. But even still, just the top 38 cars separated by a minute. At this stage of the race, after 1 hour, that's not a bad going in terms of endurance racing. And then, of course, the top 10 separated by, well, 18 seconds. So these are the 3 cars that are really trying to go. And I wonder now if Grid and Go are starting to say, hey, let's pull ahead and let's see if the champions can actually match us right now. Because that is, remember, that is our 2-time champion trying to make it 3 in a row behind them in the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car.
Yeah, it certainly is the car to beat this weekend is that BMW M Verstappen sim racing car. Florian Lebigra staying behind the wheel. No real driver changes happening throughout this early stages of the race here. And we talk about the history of this race. Redline as its previous name. Of course, Verstappen Sim Racing now 4 times winners overall of this event. They've had some big results, and of course, remember, one of the teams that they took on board was Pure Racing Team. If you add them on, there's another overall win there as well. So over the years, this outfit has had some tremendous success at this particular event. And we think, what was it, 2016 was the first time that we ran all GT3s in this event, so 10 years ago. And now we're still at it. It's still tremendous. It's still fantastic racing. And Grid and Go, they've got the hammer down here. They're trying to make the breakaway here at the front. Sven Hasse right up behind his teammate. A little bit of bump drafting perhaps going to be going on here into Le Com. It's uphill all the way up the Kemmel Straight there. I can tell you from walking the circuit that it's uphill. And yeah, Grid and Go right now, they're trying to assert some dominance and to try and make a gap at the front here. But it's one thing to make a gap at this stage of the race, Craig, but as we've seen, strategy can play big advantages one way or the other.
And we've talked about the undercut that the Grid and Go cars have done. Now we've got to worry about what can they do when it comes to the next pit stop. Are they going to have to put more fuel in, or are they okay? That's going to be the big factor here, is have they put enough fuel in, or have they saved that much? Remember, they came in a lap earlier, so one would probably say they probably don't have the fuel to do that extra lap, and that's probably why they came in. But that's a lot less time So keep an eye out on the second pit stops to wonder, will they hold on to this lead, or will that number 3 car hold back? And here's a quick replay of what happened to WS. Oh, we've all done that. We've all hit that inside, trying to carry too much speed into Speaker's Corner. And that's a long run there, and they were in a nice little pack, and they lost that pack, and they couldn't even get back onto the racetrack in time because of the grass and because of the racing line. Lost even more. In fact, I wonder if they've got some heavy damage there as well. Yeah, they've just pulled up to the side.
They've taken the tour back to pit road. Daniel Ferguson, not a good day in the office for WSR Esports, and in fact, they were getting lapped there. And that was the race for 4th place that came flying by them. So to do that right in front of some of the leading cars, I would have made some of those cars maybe a little bit nervous to suddenly see a car with damage semi in control down the grass there. That can just make you be like, I'm going to give you a bit more room there. Just in case you have a big moment. If you are new to our coverage, by the way, first of all, welcome. Good to have you along here. We've got the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen, which holds the top 12 in place, and then we circle through the rest of the field below that. And at the bottom of the screen, we'll give you some information about the race. We've got the teams and drivers, who's involved in those cars, scrolling across the bottom of the screen as well. So way to keep you all up to date as we are here throughout these broadcasts in these 24-hour races here on the iRacing Esport network of channels. Plus coverage by RaceSpot TV here today, and we've had an exciting start. It's now just calmed down here, Craig. People are just nicely into a rhythm here and wanting to just pump out the laps, keep the lap times high, or low should I say, and really just get to their fuel figures, get to the next pit call, the next strategy call. You said that triple stinting might be possible overnight when it does cool off. It's not going to be that much cooler overnight, is it? Because we're currently at 25.5 degrees Celsius track temperature, so it's not that much difference in track temp right now.
We're going to have to wait and see. Until we see the forecast properly, we don't know when it's going to be. I have seen, when I was looking at the forecast, the cloud coverage is going to go away going into the night. So it's going to be a clear sky as well. Now, if we go by the laws of physics, a clear sky at night is colder in theory, but with this air temperature already warm, that could be quite a difference out there for these drivers. So, yeah, it's going to be quite... They do say that, that's probably going to be where you do it. We'll wait and see, because these drivers still have to get through this tense moment here. And one of the things I like to say right now, Paul, when it comes to this part of an endurance race is, well, you've now gone over the length of a normal sprint race on the sim. Usually sprint races are about 40 minutes long, 45 minutes long. So now you're into the uncharted territory that you don't get from sprint racing. This is no longer a 24-hour sprint race. This is now a 24-hour go to the end, hit your marks, and stay safe race.
That was Zesha making moves, and the Auto Moves car as well, working the way through past Maniti Racing Green. Down there, 25th, of course, the 59 car started this race. Currently got 58 rotating because the WSR Esports black car that we saw going into the tyre barrier at Speaker's Corner, they're on pit road getting repairs done right now as Auto Moves making moves on Zesha and moving forward in this one. So Craig, interesting news from inside the sim. So Mr. Chris Lulham has connected.
Yeah, he's been connected. He's been trying to connect a few times. it's going to be interesting to see him. Just wondering who that car we just saw hit the barrier as well, coming out of Speaker's Corner, just as we were saying about that as well. So we'll catch that one in a minute. It's the 780. Thank you. Oh, that was Maniti. That was one of the Maniti racing cars, and I think they were right with one of their teammates as well. So a little bit of an issue there, but no, Lulham's connected. Here it is. Actually, is it on their own? Too much curve. Too much curve. And frankly, the car goes exit stage left because his teammate was right behind. But that's unfortunate. As I was saying though, Lulham, I don't know if he's racing or not, but I think he may have some interest to see what's going to happen at the front of this field.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly, he'll have an interest in what's going to be going on here. I mean, when you consider that that Verstappen sim racing outfit, they've got some incredible lineups. He's not racing here today. The two Verstappen cars, you've got the BMW M Verstappen sim racing team. So in their official entries on in the sim, doesn't always necessarily mean that all of them will actually drive, but you've got Florian Lebiga, who's currently in the car, Luke McEwen, Sebastian Job, Diogo Pinto. So, I mean, Job and Pinto, two PESC champions right there in that team. Luke McEwen, of course, a champion himself elsewhere in terms of different formula of cars. The other Verstappen car, we've got Gustavo Ariel, we've got Eduardo Leo, got Cooper Webster, PESC champion, and Sam Kiter. So those two cars are incredibly stacked. And when you think of the talent that's not participating, and we mentioned him, Chris Lulham is one of those, the strength and depth for the Verstappen sim racing outfit is just absolutely incredible. And yeah, it's one of the super teams, isn't it? Along with Coanda and Grid and Go are really making a push for that sort of super team as well, aren't they?
I was going to bring up Coanda. I thought if you didn't bring up Coanda, I was going to bring up Coanda. You think they've got 4 teams out there now? I know when it came to Watkins, they had about 100 teams because, you know, 6 hours, you only need two drivers in a car. A little bit different when it comes to an endurance race, but we have seen drivers two-man these 24-hour races before. I don't know how. There's a reason why they banned it for Le Mans nowadays, but yeah, I would now say Grid and Go's up there in terms of that, like, upper echelons, because they've got 14. I think there are more Grid and Go cards here than any other team. I think Maniti might have them tied. I mean, we talk about Maniti's not really a powerhouse, but they're able to have such a strong depth of drivers. But in terms of up the top, Grid and Go right now, where else do you look? You look at Verstappen sim racing, and that's about it, really. And also, you talk about PESC, an interesting development. Remember, Paul, some of these drivers probably will have to do PESC during this race, and they'll have to mix up their little their schedule here, and also mix up their elements. They're going to have to go out this car and go and do some sprint racing in a Porsche Cup car.
Well, this week it's the Americas qualification and the Middle East and Africa qualifications this week. So right now, that's what those drivers are going to be focusing on. So maybe Gustavo Ariel is going to be one of those drivers who, in fact, I can't remember if he's actually in the qualification. Sean Campbell, yeah, absolutely, would be enough one. And I think that's part of the reason why you're not seeing someone like a team like Coanda, because they have got a significant number of drivers involved in that America's qualification tonight. And I think maybe they're just thinking, do you know what, let's focus on PESC qualification, Porsche Esports Super Cup qualification, and be able to focus on that rather than doing this as a one-off event. So it's a shame that we're not seeing them there, but I can also completely understand why they wouldn't be here today.
No, I do agree with you there. I think some drivers, you have to make that focus, and especially if you've got multiple drivers, then how do you try and set the teams out? So then you have the schedule. You usually want to make sure you don't have a driver on his own, so you want someone always backing up there. So yeah, for Coanda if Coanda did decide Pesk over this, or Pesk not over this because they think it's better, but because the scheduling wouldn't work, you can totally understand that. And yeah, Coanda has a lot of drivers in that America. Funny story, Paul, on the subject of Sean Campbell, as we're looking at the battle for 17th. He said to himself, if I beat the Coanda drivers during the North American regionals, that was basically the qualifying to get into this, I'll buy myself a new racing rim. Well, round 3, both Coanda leaders took themselves up at Indianapolis, and Sean drove right past them, won the race. And the words I said to him was, you probably were hoping they wouldn't crash, didn't you? He said, yeah, I didn't really want to buy for this wheel yet. So, yeah, thanks, Coanda.
I mean, if you come out... Well, you see, if that was me, if I was in Sean Campbell's position, I would say, yeah, I said that I would buy myself a new rim. Didn't say when, I just said that I would buy one. That's the Yorkshireman in me speaking right there. It's worth pointing out, because we're having one or two people in the chat in YouTube and on Twitch as well, asking about the breakdown of cars. I did mention it earlier on in the race, but I'll bring it up again. So we entered into this top split race. We've got 5 Aston Martins, 7 Audis, 4 BMWs, 18 Ferraris, 4 Fords, 19 Lamborghinis, and 1 Porsche. That's the breakdown of how the different cars are in this top split race. So just in case people were wondering, and when you look at it, in the top 5, we've got a Ford leading the Lamborghini, that's leading the BMW, that's leading the Ferrari, that's leading an Aston Martin. We've got 5 different makes there in the top 5. Oh, and we've got an Audi in 6th place as well.
Yeah, and then you've got a Ford and a couple of Ferraris, and I think sometimes drivers pick for stability over pace. In the top split, they're definitely looking for pace, of course, so some drivers will look for that. And I think the funny thing is, like Verstappen Sim Racing, BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing, teammates not running the same car. Grid and Go not running the same car. And I look at the drivers in those cars and I go, yeah, I totally expect those drivers to be in said car, because that's what they feel more comfortable with. And that's probably why you're seeing as well some of these Verstappen drivers in a Ferrari. Ariel is in a Ferrari, the other car, the BMW. This is also just them being happy. Remember back in the day, Paul, I think some of them had to drive due to contractual reasons as well. Yep. Had to drive a certain car.
Yeah, you think back to like a couple of the teams like Williams and Apex Racing Team back in the day having to run Mercedes, as there was a move for Bleu Mercure up into 6th place. Little mistake, a little twitch of the car from Nova Liegio in 7th place. The number 99 of Johan Harf dropping down to 7th place there in this queue. Sean Campbell, by the way, has said that yes, he did do it, and to be fair, I did want the wheel.
He showed me the photo a second time. He forgot that he showed me it, but yeah, it is a nice wheel. I do say spend responsibly though, I must admit, but this is the guy that also showed me where he was staying when he was on a track day at VIR, and I was very jealous. And this is the man that has sat at Arnage for Le Mans and basically everywhere at Spa, and here's this guy in a hotel room overlooking VIR, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen some nice sights. That's pretty nice. The the hotels where they were for Top Gear. Yeah, he was in that hotel room at VIR.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not bad. I suppose it's okay if you've VIR is a track that I think is vastly underrated, and I would love to go there to see some motorsport and to. I mean, I personally can't. I wouldn't be allowed to drive out there, shall we say, but I would love to have some passenger rides around there because it's a spectacular venue, and yeah, it's one that I do actually have as a place to go in North America. I do want to get out to an IMSA event at some point as well, it must be said, and maybe something like Daytona I think would be a good shout. Start the year off well.
Daytona's on that list for me. I think just because it's a 24-hour race, you know, and there's a lot to do. I'm not saying there's not anything to do in a smaller race, because, you know, I've been to the Spa WEC 6 hours, just spent the whole 6 hours walking the track. You know, we've seen the qualifying, we saw the practice the day before. We were able to, you know, you'd be able to just see all the cars going around. But no, for a 24-hour race, there's always something going on, and you do have that ability to just take a break from the track. Also, it's Daytona, like. That is the Americans' version of Silverstone as like the home of motorsport, or one of the home of motorsport. So, yeah, Daytona definitely would love to do it. I'd love to, you know, just there's a lot of places. There's a bucket list we could all write, Paul. Definitely, isn't there? There is a bucket list that we could write of cars to go and of tracks to go. Sorry, and I always think that I started that list with Le Mans. I think the only way is downhill for me. I'm not sure about you, but I think for me the only way is downhill now.
I think we all know that top of everybody's bucket list should be Alton Park, but that's just my opinion. As we carry on, I mean, it's a great question for those in the chat. You know, if you've got a three track bucket list, I'm limiting you to 3 tracks. By the way, those of you in the chat, both on Twitch, on the iRacing Twitch, and also on the iRacing YouTube as well. What would be the 3 tracks that you would want to visit the most? In there, so that's a good little discussion topic for people whilst we're keeping an eye on what's going on in this race. And what's going on is that everybody's in a bit of a bank holiday Monday queue right now behind Gustavo Ariel, and yeah, he seems to be towing a caravan right now. Craig, he's a little bit.
No, he isn't.
Oh, that's a Blue Mercure car, the 33, a Prevert around at the source. What on earth has happened to them? The car just kicked around. We saw the smoke on the pictures. We'll have to get a replay of that one, but was it a little bit of assistance or just a little bit too soon on the loud pedal? Here's a look.
Yeah, I think what happened was he got a bit too close to that grid and go car up in front. And I think Vecchio had no idea. Just watch this little moment. I looked at it and thought, he's gone a bit too deep. He's just caught the rear bumper. And just because he just lost that momentum, there was nowhere for Gianni Vecchio to go in that fiercely forward car. And he just caught the bumper and just spun him around. And that's a moment out there which they would not want to have, because they're no longer in a pack. They're no longer in that lead pack. They're on their own right now with a lapped car. Is the Blue Mercure there. So that's just unfortunate. In a great position. They've lost about 10 seconds.
Here's a face forward pink view then. So and you see just how it checks up there, and the car was it was losing control on the exit. So he'd half caught it at Prevert, and then when he tried to get onto the throttle, the back end just didn't want to cooperate again. And when he got off the throttle a second time, the fiercely forward car had nowhere to go, into the back of the car in front, and around goes the Bleu Mercure car. Fortunately, still in the top 10 though for Thibaut Prevot in 10th place. And do you know what, Craig? We're getting quite a few people putting some circuits that they've got on a bucket list, top 3 bucket list for them, coming in on the YouTube chat. So we've got Spa, Nürburgring, Bathurst. We've got Le Mans, Bathurst, Daytona, Suzuka, Imola, Laguna Seca. What, the most overrated track in the whole of world motorsport? I don't think so. Spa, Monza, and then either Daytona or Monaco. I would say Monaco on a qualifying day. Not for the race, for qualifying. Spa, Red Bull Ring, Nürburgring, Spa, Bathurst, Brands Hatch. Shout out to Brands Hatch there. Suzuka, Spa, Nürburgring, Nordschleife. That's some of them coming in. And on Twitch, Petit Le Mans, All Day Road Atlanta is definitely one of my favourites. So we've had a bit of a sort of similar lists coming in, but we're seeing some familiar regular circuits being listed there as Nova Leggio moving ahead of Blue Mercure into 5th place. Now, as back at the front of the field, the BMW M Verstappen sim racing team have caught right back up to your race leaders, Grid and Go.
Yeah, it was a good lap there. Two very slow laps by both Grid and Go's last time. I don't know if they got held up by something. They've done a driver swap as well. And I think that just allowed the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car to come on by, as we've got the wonderful picture-in-picture there just for a split moment as we go back to this. And it's criminal how many people have not been to Spa and say they'd love to go to Spa, because I think this is a fantastic place to go and see race. I've only been there once, but we were talking about it before the broadcast. In terms of Spa, there is no track in the world that you can stand or sit in one area and see 2 or 3 different parts of the track. And I'm not talking corners right in front of you. I'm talking places on the road. If you stand in that tree line at Malmedy, Brussels and Speakers, you can look all the way down to here on the track, and almost the start-finish line. Even when you come into the track at the top of the con, you can see the whole track in one go. It is fantastic. And in terms of Le Mans a pilgrimage. You don't go to see the racing, you go to see Le Mans. That's what I discovered when I went there.
By the way, shout out for Anglesey getting mentioned on there. It's one of those tracks that a lot of people don't realise is around, and it's a fantastic venue. It's never going to be like a British GT venue or British touring cars venue as Anglesey, but it's still a fantastic one. And of course, Race for Remembrance happens there each and every year as well, where they actually have a red flag on the Sunday to have the 2-minute silence for Remembrance Sunday. So yeah, Anglesey is a fantastic place to go to. Sean Campbell has threatened us with a overrated track, by the way, since my comment about Laguna Seca. So, great to see Sean in the chat getting involved here. Florian Lebigra, by the way, just for village parish notices, up in 2nd place now for that BMW M team Verstappen sim racing car, and Sven Hasse has dropped way back. So something tells me that Sven either got a slowdown penalty or there's been some sort of issue out there. Well, it's lap traffic is the answer.
Yeah, coming through here into Malmedy, and what's the lap car going to do? Is there still water there? Is there still a little bit of a puddle there? Yes. And I think that's what just caught him off there. He's lucky to get away with that. I'm having a look at the car. It looks clean. That's a big hit, though, and he's lucky to get away, because that, if he hit it any other way, it's big time. Yeah, just look at that. And, well, he tried to fight that car, and that curb is a bit raised, is a little bit dangerous, but you saw the twitch. He tried to save that, and that was unfortunate. Lost a lot of time, and whatever strategy Grid and Go had, they're going to have to find a new one now, because I think that strategy's just gone out the window.
Yeah, it's. I think Sven will have given it, after getting back on track, a little bit of a wiggle of the steering wheel, just to see, okay, is it still pointing in the right direction? Is it doing what I want it to do? Appears that way, but yeah, he will have been just a little bit. It's a glancing blow on that tyre barrier, so it's not done what happened to Daniel Ferguson in the WSR Esports car, where it damaged the suspension because he went in a bit more corner first into the tyre barrier. That glancing blow, you can get away with that sort of contact with the tyre barrier around here.
Especially with that little barrier as well. If you hit anything like a tarmac barrier, you're going to be looking at a little bit more of damage out there. So he's lucky. He's a very lucky boy to be able to just hold on by. As well, we've talked about one Falcon Sim Racing car. I haven't talked about the other one, the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal, who's currently down 5 places these early days. STR Sim Racing in that wonderful pink purplish car right behind. I don't know if we're calling that pink and purple or what, but there's definitely some really nice striking colors, and I always like a striking color livery, and that's what SDR Sim Racing is giving us. And they're up 13 places from the start of the day, so really good work there from Juan Belant to get that car up. But that just goes to show these are Ferraris, and well, one's struggling, one's doing pretty well out there. So it just goes to show that it doesn't matter what car you've got, it all comes down to that setup and also the driver.
And the strategy and everything else as well. Yeah, I would say that's a pink car. It's that SDR car, but it's a very sort of almost like chrome metallic effect on that car. So yeah, for me that's pink, and I do like that. It's a very nice livery. It's striking. You can keep an eye out. It sort of stands out in a sea of black. It seems to me that motorsport goes through phases in liveries, where you'll have we had the mid 2000s, which was very much the grey, red, and white liveries, wasn't it? Especially in the World Endurance Championship with Porsche and with Toyota and with Audi as well in the LMP1 era, all running similar sort of colour schemes of varying shades of grey, red, and black. So we've seemed to have gone away a little bit from that sort of boring corporate sort of blandness, and in sim racing you can really let your imagination go wild as long as your sponsorship allows it. You look at the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal, they're very much obligated to run the famous Falcon tyres paint job there on that Ferrari 296, and it does certainly stand out, and it's always good to see that Falcon livery out there.
The day Falcon changed that design, it's the day racing's gone. That's the end of the world, because that is, I can't think of any, not just the sim team but the real world team, I can't think of any team that has kept the same design for so long. In talking of designs that stay for so long, right behind them, the Maniti car, that Maniti Racing Red, well, that's a livery that Maniti have basically kept, well, since I started in sim racing, as SDR decide I've got the run here and I'm going to take advantage, and these the Lambo, I was going to say the three Ferraris, but no, Maniti's in a Lamborghini, in a very tough Ferrari sandwich there. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Ferrari, all in this little pack right now. And yeah, you look at this, I love a striking livery because I want to see them. Look back to the TVR days. You look back as well to some of the old racing liveries. I'm going back to the old F1 days, Paul, when the sponsors that shouldn't be there and got banned were there. And you look how the colours were just so appealing to look at, and you can understand why they had to put the regulation to stop advertising, because those companies really made the cars stand out. Because you don't talk about a Ferrari red, no, you talk about the Marlboro Ferrari. Do you see what I mean? You talk about the Martini racing car, because it's just a striking livery because of what the sponsors have done.
I'm going to say something controversial in a minute, but first I want to be a pedant with you, Craig. It's not a Ferrari sandwich, it's a Lamborghini sandwich. You don't call a bread sandwich it's whatever the filling is.
Yeah, rookie mistake by me. Yeah, it's my. I can't say it's my first time.
But I'm going to say something that's potentially controversial that'll get people talking, that's for sure. The Martini livery, does nothing for me. Absolutely nothing for me. I know it's an iconic livery and all of that, and I get that, but no, just not for me.
I can understand that. I can understand it. I do see it. I think for a lot of these liveries nowadays, for me, I've grown a little bit bored of some of these. I think because of the fact that everyone tries to put everything on a car on iRacing. How many Red Bull livery cars from F1 Red Bull livery cars have you seen on every different car? How many times have you seen the Verstappen sim racing car livery being put on different cars? Not by the team, but by fans. That they're trying to represent. That they show their fandom. Same with the Martini. Same with F1 liveries. I think that's one reason I can't like F1 liveries anymore. It's because I've seen it on practically everything in the sim racing world. Prototype, throw a McLaren livery on it. Why? Well, because I like McLaren. No, Can I start a crusade to stop F1 liveries on everything? Can I just start that, or am I too late?
Can I ask for a veto on one livery, which of course is the Leighton House livery?
Oh, I thought you were going to say the John Player Special.
No.
But I'll let you have that.
Because I'm an old man, I can remember watching the Leighton House Formula One team, and if anybody ever wants to hear, wants to read up about the story of Leighton House Racing, started with the March team. Read up about the people who owned it, because it's quite interesting how it suddenly all became abruptly to a halt with Leighton House, and that actually was one of Adrian Newey's first designs, aerodynamic designs. Got the second place at Paul Ricard, I believe it was. And then suddenly the team stopped being Leighton House, all because of embezzlement.
That sounds part of the course for back then. Surely not. That's what it was back then, you know. Just a little bit of we'll find our own way to get some money type thing. Surely that's what everybody was doing back then.
But yeah, it was Leighton House, the company, was sponsoring the team, and the head of Leighton House was embezzling money from the company, and went to prison in Japan, actually. So the team very abruptly was ended. Was that? I mean, we could go back to 1990s British touring cars, Vic Lee Motorsport. That team, it was a miracle that BMW allowed them to finish the 1992 British Touring Car Championship, because Vic Lee had been arrested on drug trafficking charges, because he was taking the cars out to Holland every couple of weeks for testing purposes, and that's how he was funding the team.
I recently heard of that story. Literally this week, I heard of that story, and that's not the why is the car heavy? Oh, lead. No, why is the car heavy? Yeah, just using this for a smuggling run. Yeah, that's. Why have I only just heard of that story and then you bring it up, and that's twice I've heard it this week? But those were the days, though, Paul. Those were the days. You had to find your money somewhere. Racing's an expensive game.
I mean, it is expensive, but maybe not drug peddling. It's one of those ways of doing it. But yes, smuggling drugs into the UK and then selling them on the market in the UK. Yeah, that was one way of funding the team, that is for sure. Right, anyway, dodgy race team owners aside, let's look at what's happening here. And in 27th place right now, we're on board with Arnaud Mas, the XBD Racing GT3 SimLab team. 27th, currently behind the Maniti Racing Red, ahead of them. In front of them is the Zesha Esport team, SDR Sim Racing. Since all this little gaggle of cars that we've been keeping an eye on, speaking of SDR, they've just made a move. Nice move down the inside into the chicane, and so moving forward for them. It's certainly been an interesting first couple of hours here, and right through the field there are stories to be told. I can tell you the stories to be told in 4th place as well, because Nova Laggio have just made a move past the Verstappen Sim Racing team of Gustavo Ariel. So Johan Haaf moving ahead right now, and he's now trying to charge down that, what is that, about 8-second gap between them and Sven Hasse in the Grid and Go car in 3rd place.
Give credit, that's been a fantastic drive up the order in the first hour and 43 minutes or so from Johan. Also, as well, you look at the Grid and Go car behind them as well, Miguel Costa. He's made up 11 places. Johan and the Nova Laggio car there made up 10 places. So these are cars that probably didn't have the best of qualifying, and I wonder if that issue of the puddles being in the curbing did throw some of the drivers off, because you look at now, these race times are faster than their qualifying times by a significant margin now by drivers like 3/10 faster than what they set in qualifying. So the track's getting faster. The track's also getting drier. There are a few puddles around, but well, not in places you need to race on them. That we did see Sven have that moment at Malmedy, as I say that. So I wonder if this is just a case of now we're starting to see where people should be. And also just realized Miguel Costa, very early braking and probably a little bit of lift and coast there. Was that a bit of fuel saving that just bunched the whole field up? And hello, couldn't go in the pits.
Yeah, so remember, Sven Hasse took a shorter fuel stop, that first pit stop, to get in with his teammate of Dino Lombardi. So that's now the penalty that he's got to pay. Taking that shorter pit stop then means that he's having to come onto pit road earlier. So that's only, what, 20 laps he was able to do. The front runners did 27 laps on their full tank in the first stint. And looking further down, now I'm looking at cars that did actually take tyres at that first pit stop. Automove's racing team in 20th did a 2:16.0, a 2:16.0 also for Marla Racing Team as well. So those two teams are slightly quicker than your race leaders right now in terms of lap time, but they are a bit further back. We're talking around about 36 seconds back. So you were saying about, what, 21 seconds, isn't it, for a full set of rubber?
Yeah.
Puts them back up a bit more once others start taking tyres.
I've noticed that Grid and Go aren't taking tyres either. Sven's...
Well, they're taking fuel now.
There they go. Yeah, I forget. For some reason, that's a full par by me. I was expecting it to be tyres then fuel, but it's fuel then tyres. And I did have a teammate who gave me some information. In the bot, it's about 39.5 seconds for just fuel. It's 60.8 altogether for fuels and tyres. So just over 20 seconds if you want to take tyres. There you go. So that just gives you an idea, a rundown of where it is. But that's put them quite down the order. And because of this long pit lane, because I think it is the longest pit lane in all of motorsport, someone's going to correct me for that, this brings into the fact that you're not going to find the places in the traffic you'll want to have. They found a good place on their own, though. But again, they're on their own. And that's the last thing they want to be, especially with cold tyres right now, is now there's cars catching up to the back of them. And that's another thing, Paul. These cold tyres, they take a while to heat up. So you don't want to really be taking a lot of tyres in this because they do have a limited set. So the less time you take tyres, have to take tyres, the faster you're going to be on track because those tyres are already heated up.
Are you going to have somebody in the chat saying, actually, whilst pushing their glasses up on their nose? Longest pit lane, that's a good point. What about COVID-era Nürburgring 24 hours pit lane, where they had the refueling in a completely different area to cut down on the number of personnel that were all congregated in the garage areas? Because they had to do a long route, circuitous route through the paddock to the fueling area that they'd set up around there. But that's only a temporary measure.
Yeah, then we're going to go on the idea of, are we talking temporary or permanent? Yeah, I've always looked at Spa. I think Le Mans would also be up there, but Le Mans long just for the fact of getting into the lane and getting on the pit speed. I think with Spa on this layout, it's just the fact that you have to go through two different sets of pit lanes. Almost like if you do Bristol on the oval, where you've got two different sorts of pit, you've got pit boxes on both sides of the oval. Because of how small it is, you've got to go around to get to it. So I wonder if that's something like that. But no, I think Spa, someone is actually going to push their glasses up and say, actually at me, and tell me that no, Spa's not the longest. But I can't think of another pit lane where you're spending almost 2 minutes cone to cone in the area because you have to get around.
And if you do know what is in fact the longest pit lane in the world, then please do get in touch with us in the chat there. Verstappen, BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing into the lead of the race because Grid and Go, Dino Lombardi. Now that does seem early to me for Dino Lombardi. That That's 22 lap stint there for Dino in the 002 Grid and Go kart, and another Grid and Go. Miguel Costa in the 003, sorry, onto pit road as well. So Grid and Go, a little bit of a contra strategy going on here, going for a shorter stint. I'm surprised by that because Lombardi was near enough a full fuel tank first pit stop.
And with the other Grid and Go kart, the number 3 car coming into the pits, let's just say, are we looking at them trying to do the buddy system again? But are they trying to do it now with the 002 and the 003? Or are they trying to help that back in there? Are they looking at this, trying to find the long game and thinking, let's work together here? Because it feels like a lot of the drivers, a lot of teams here, no one at the front of the field has been working with their teammates except for Grid and Go until Sven had that moment. So I wonder if this is the buddy system, Paul, because there's no system better than the buddy system, he says, putting a thumb up.
Thank you very much, Craig. We're waiting to see that car pop up onto the jacks, and the answer is yes. So tyres full service, well, not quite full service because it's still Dino behind the wheel of the car. So a longer pit stop for them, and we'll be able to see where they will come out. Now, Sven Hasser, as we mentioned, 46th out there on track. So away goes Dino Lombardi, then 61.6 seconds in the pit box. Out and away. The other Grid and Go car doing a full service as well. Now that does actually put this car into a nice bit of clean air. So there's a little bit of thinking of getting a bit of clean air running right now for Dino Lombardi.
But cold tyres, and there's a car right behind that is got warm tyres. So that's going to also be an issue, get those tyres warmed up. But also now plays into the hand of these drivers at the front of the field. I say at the front, they're 14 seconds behind the leader, but you see where I'm coming from right now. This puts Johan into a situation of what are we doing? And I wonder if there's teams also scratching their head right now, because this is 2 different undercuts happening from Grid and Go, and they're not following the norm. And I wonder if drivers are either they're puzzled or they might be having a chuckle thinking they can't make it to the end. What do Grid and Go know that we don't know? And I know Sean was telling me, would you like to know? And I'm like, I don't want to know. We don't want to. This is a magic trick. We don't want to know the secrets of the magician. We need to work it out ourselves right now. And I think this is what everyone's trying to do.
You're telling me you don't like Penn and Teller?
No, you've caught me out there. No, would you like the politician's answer, or just me go, sorry, you've caught me out there?
Just put your hands up and say you caught me out there. Josh Thompson's moved ahead of Thibaut Prevost, so Falcon moving ahead of Le Mercure into 7th place. We're on board with Lucas Bale then in the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Simcar. 11th place behind the 578 of SDR Sim Racing, and in front of them is the Nova Legio Racing of Nicolas Rubler in front of them. So 9th, 10th and 11th together on track. At the moment, at the front of the field, Florian Lebigra last lap was a 2:16.2 for his lap time. That was basically 4 and a bit tenths quicker than Johan Haar. So Florian's got a bit of pace about him here at this stage of the race as the fuel burns off in that BMW M4 GT3. I think that the only thing that we're missing is the touring, the M4 touring. That's what I would love to see. We won't get it, but I would love to see it in the sim.
Oh, who wouldn't? What a car. I tell you the one I was really surprised we never got to see in the sim. The NASCAR Le Mans project as well. These little one-off builds that we'll probably never see race again. We've got. I'm not having a moan at iRacing. I'm just saying we have a platform that we can save cars and have and tracks for historical purposes. Those are the things that would be great to have for historical purposes, to say we've got an absolute laser scan version of a touring car, of the M4 touring car, sorry, not a touring car, you get what I mean. That would be fantastic. I would love that. Could you imagine trying to drive that up this hill in sim?
I think I can think of the reason as to why we didn't get the NASCAR Le Mans car, and it might be something to do with licensing for a particular event and venue. But yeah, I think that might be possibly the reason why. But look at how much now that they're cutting across the inside of Le Con on the left-hand part of the chicane. Real confidence, throw it over the curbs. There is one or two very slight puddles out there, but the track is burned dry now from when we started. So it's taken about an hour and a half, hour and 3/4 for the track to fully dry out here from the start of this race. If you did miss the start of the race, well, where were you? It was a tremendous start. Nice, clean opening lap, no incidents. The drivers saved it all for lap number 2, where you had some incidents in mid-pack. But things have calmed down. It's been the fight between the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car at the front right now, 29 laps led, and Grid and Go Esports, Dino Lombardi in the 002 car, with Sven Hasser as well, having led a lap as well. So Grid and Go, 20 laps between them led, whereas the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car, 29 laps led right now as things stand at this point of the race. But we are getting towards the pit stop cycle once again. A couple more cars have been on pit road and serving their pit stops. I do believe that we have maybe lost one car officially retiring from the race, and that'll be Impulse Racing by Volta Art. So they are retired from the race. None of their drivers are in sim, and they are done. I would imagine also that WSR Esports, the one that Daniel Ferguson backed into the wall at Speaker's Corner, they are still getting repairs. They've still got the mechanical warning flag, so I would imagine that they, if they do carry on, first of all, very commendable if they do carry on. But secondly, as Team Benick, hit the curb, it unsettles the car on the inside of Le Con, and then got to work their way out the gravel trap, dragging a load of gravel onto track there, Craig. And that's something we've not touched on really. Up there at Le Con and here, Malmedy, you inevitably see just absolute mountains of gravel being dragged onto the track.
And that also just factors into the grip of the car, the grip of the tyres. Also be careful when you hit the braking, and let the con already a danger zone, because it's such a fun set of corners, because you compromise your exit for the left, so you can set yourself up when you come into Malmedy on the right. So it's just a beautiful corner complex. One of my favorite parts on any racetrack is that Le Con Malmedy combo. And then you throw in some gravel there where you're already having to have the car almost like the weight transfer's still there, and you're still sliding a little bit, and you're having to attack. And then you have to turn right. If you've got the gravel there, well, the car doesn't want to go where you want to go. So drivers do have to pay attention to that. Not as much as they would be, say, if there was rain. But we've already seen that. There's only been puddles on the track. So I'll tell you another place that is quite dangerous. You don't see it a lot. The exit of Double Gauche, that can be a little bit treacherous, because some drivers are still having to make sure they're far enough wide on the exit, because they're really trying to push the limit there and get on the throttles early. You have some gravel there, that's just going to change your projection and trajection there as well. So that could be also issues. As well, some of the first leaders coming into the pits now in this pack, Nova Ligio and Team PGZ, both in the pits.
Yeah, so pit stops happen. It's pit stops happening as well. RC Car Shop Esports have got a black flag. So that might be a speeding on pit road, or something that can catch people out here is on this latest version of Spa-Francorchamps. So we're looking at cars rejoining from pit road. Is that it's no longer concrete barriers separating the track at the entry to the endurance pits. It's just cones like you have in the full metal race that we have here. So some cars getting caught out by that blubber. Yeah. Whoa. Talk about commitment to the inside, getting past the cars that are coming out of pit road on cold tyres.
And they had to do that as well. When you look who's around them, have to try and push on, because, well, that's Gianni Vecchio in the number 9 Fiercely Forward pit car in front of them, and they would love to be able to just try and pull ahead of these lap cars so they don't have that issue. Because if they lose that slipstream, well, Spets is going to have to try and catch up to Vecchio again. And, well, I'm not saying Spets can't. I'm not saying Vecchio can't gap him. But the last thing you want is to lose that train. And, in fact, these two are basically on their own right now, as the cars in front are just so far ahead. And I wonder what that's going to do when it comes to grid and go, because I'm now looking, when we talk about grid and go, the 002 is now a minute 39 behind the leaders, and we know a pit stop cone to cone about a minute 33. So they're going to be losing quite a bit of time here on this side. We're talking to the leaders; they're in the pits.
Yeah, bang on cue. 26 laps on their stint, and onto pit road they come. So heading down the pit lane. Of course, this team started on pole position, so they go all the way to the very end of the endurance pits, and that's the cones that I'm on about. If you don't, oh, car spinning. That was car 17 spinning there whilst we're looking at your race leader onto pit road. And who was that? I'm trying to get my numbers in order here. But yeah, car around. That was Undercut Racing Team, who are quite a ways down the order, unfortunately, and yeah, just losing control of that car. You've got to be careful on your rejoin there. It's blind on the exit there. Now, Blue Mercure are going for a lap 27. Alexander Specht is staying behind the wheel of the car for another lap, so able to extend the pit cycle an extra lap. Meanwhile, change of driver, Diogo Pinto gets into that BMW M Verstappen sim racing car.
And now, if you've never done endurance racing, this is a nice aspect of endurance racing, the handover. Think of it like a relay battle in a relay race on the track. You're having to tell the driver, right, here's what the conditions are like. And also, when you do that as well, you have to realize that, okay, so this corner is going to be a little bit treacherous. Cold tires is going to be, just watch out on these areas for the cold tires. Remember last year, talking cold tires, Paul, with brand new drivers in the car, remember what happened on the pit exit for a number of drivers in the 24 last year. A lot of drivers getting caught out with cold tires over the ridge on this pit exit, because again, we've seldom run the endurance layout in sprint races here. So this is probably one of the only times in the year you get to experience that lane. And also, 3 seconds now is the gap between Diego Pinto and Dino Lombardi after Grid and Go took that very interesting undercut.
So yeah, so we'll see how everything sort of pans out here. We saw with that different strategy. So Diogo Pinto on his first lap has finally Alexander Specht onto pit road right now to get their pit stop for Blue Mercure Esports. As your former race leader, currently in second place, Pinto is just coming through Speaker's Corner, heading down the hill. But you called it there, Craig. It's a couple of seconds gap between them and Lombardi. And I just get the feeling that running that bit longer, your car's going to be lighter for those 5 laps that they ran longer than the Grid and Go Esports car. That allows you just those little tenths of a second and 0.2 of a second per lap to just pull away in that initial phase. But now you've got the counterpoint of Lombardi on hotter tyres up to temperature, able to close that gap back up.
Yeah, you just saw the car just in the background there of the number 3, and you might just, there he is. That is Dino Lombardi. able to use those tyres. And in fact, his last lap was his fastest lap of the race, a 2:15.9. So the Grid and Go do have these tyres up to temperature. They had to deal with those cold laps already, but that also means they're going to be dealing with a lot of tyre wear. And at the later portions of this stint, you'll probably see that BMW make that lead. Back is Blue McCure, still in the pits, probably going to go up under the jacks very shortly. We'll come back out. What has Specs done though? Because 27 laps, well, a tip of the hat there. That's a very good run. But onto the jacks, there's another 15 seconds to go. Leaders are already gone. They're not going to be gaining time here. They're just going to have to try and do this on the track. But undercutting, he keeps doing 27 laps there. Well, that's going to be less of a final stint on the fuel. That might be where they make up the time later on. As the leaders, I wonder if Lombardi wants this. No, he's just going to bump draft.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know why you would be fighting that one right now at the front. Just stay where they are. Blue Mercure with Velicius Bellaciotis comes out of pit road in 10th place, then dropping down another place because of getting the car up to speed and getting the tyres up to temperature as well. So that is the pit stops as they are at this stage after 2 hours and 4.5 minutes of racing here. Let's just give you a little bit of a look here then at the rundown of this 2026 running of the iRacing Spa 24 Hours, presented by Falcon here on the iRacing eSport network of channels. It's Paul Smith and Craig King here for another hour before we hand over to our colleagues of Jake Sperry and Jonathan Burke in about 55 minutes time. Well, at the front of the field then, it's BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, Diogo Pinto jumping into the car after 2 stints at the front of the field, and that car now back to the lead of the field. But Dino Lombardi, who stayed in this car from the very start of the race, is very much in the rhythm of this race right now. For gridandgo.com esports, they are in the 002 and they are in 2nd place. Sven Hasse in the gridandgo.com esports 001 car is in 3rd place right now, so teammates are able to maybe work together if Sven is able to catch up. He pitted 2 laps earlier than his teammate that's in 2nd place. Falcon Sim Racing team, Josh Thompson is in 4th place, and I don't know if it's my eyes deceiving me, but his pit stop time was 50.2 seconds. That screams to me that he took 2 tyres only at that pit stop, but he's been in from the start and he's in 4th place. Automoves Racing team, 5th place here, up 8 places from where they started, and right now they are doing well. And again, they've not taken tyres this pit stop. They're carrying on in that 5th place. Nova Leggio Racing, Johan Haaf, 6th place right now, as you see their teammate further down in the field on the screen. But Johan Haaf, 6th place, up 8 places as well in that top 10. Ahead of the Verstappen Sim Racing. Sam Keitert has jumped into that car and is able to take over from Gustavo Ariel, who started that number 4 car. Marla Racing team, Daniel Fuente is in 8th. They didn't take tyres this time because they did take tyres at their first pit stop, so they're doing things a little bit differently at the Marla Racing team, and they're in 8th right now, a gain of 1 place in the race from where they started. Grid and Go, Michael Costa is in the 003 car, that's in 9th place overall in this race, and fiercely forward pink, Gianni Vecchio in 10th place in the number 9 car, also where he started. Biggest mover in the field right now as things stand is going to be the Solpet Precision Racing car, up 17 places into 29th place. So yeah, that's how things stand after 2 hours and let's call it 2 hours and 8 minutes of racing here. And we're on board with Miguel Costa in that 003 Grid and Go car, looking to make a move on the Marla car. Fresher tyres, late braking into the chicane. And they're still side by side coming out of the chicane. But that Marla car will have that tyre disadvantage now, Craig.
Going to have that tyre disadvantage with the colder tyres, still trying to warm up. And they take about 4 laps before they really get up to temperature, and that's on a normal size racetrack. Spa, it's not a normal size racetrack, it is a massive track, but they still have to get those tires up to the temperature. So I wonder if that's the long game right now, if Daniel's just going to go, well, don't need to worry too much right now. The Marl racing car will get its time back in the later age of the stint, and you'll probably see a little bit of tire fall off as well. In terms of the time, so that's one thing to keep your eyes on right now. These cars doing 26 or 216s at the moment, but that Marla Racing with those tires still warming up was a 217. So still a little bit of time for those tires to warm up.
It's the Marla that's on the older tires. It didn't take tires this time, whereas the Grid and Go car did. It's the other way around.
Well, my stats are still the same.
Yeah.
I apologise.
It's 2 hours into the race before. I mean,
Paul, it's hot. It's hot. Give
yes,
credit.
Yes.
I think the heat's getting to us as well.
It's 29 degrees now, even with air conditioning going in this room. So yes, it is hot. So that's how things are standing right now, and we're seeing that mix-up of strategies. And I really think that it's been a really good mix-up now, having that different pit stop cycle of not taking the tyres at the same time as the fuel, having to have them separate, and being able to double stint tyres as well, because for a little while you're having to take new tyres each stint, whereas now it's a case of so you can hear the lift and curse going on there for Sam Kiter, so he's still wanting to hit a fuel number as Sam in that Verstappen sim racing Ferrari out in the final chicane. But yeah, we're seeing how different strategies are occurring out there, and it's intriguing to see how this all pans out towards the end of the race. And the joy of this is we've got to wait 21 hours and we'd say 21 hours before we get an idea, a final idea as to how it has all panned out for each team.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about these new pitch strategies. It's something still I've wanted for a while. I know I was in a booth of Arjuna last month. I think we were talking about this. This is what you need to just have a little bit of flavor, because it's no longer a case of just make your mark. If you can make a stint longer, you probably win. No, now it's all about that control with these cars, and this is what people want to see. They want to have the ability to bring back the strategy. This is what endurance racing was all about, the whole strategy game. It's not the best pit lane rules in the world. I know I'm going to be controversial with that. I think everyone can agree that something like what they've got for the Nürburgring 24, where you have to be 2 minutes and something in the pit. I think that's a fantastic that you've got having a set time that you've got to be in the pit is, I think, better overall in terms of rotor sport. But to have this, that you can now play that game of, can we take tyres? Are we allowed to take tyres in terms of what it does for our pace? And I think you mentioned it as well, that the Falcon Racing, the Sim Racing Team Blue, looked like they only took 2 tyres. So that's a strategy I can't remember the last time we've seen an endurance racing here in iRacing to just take 2 tyres, apart from a TCR. But in terms of GT3 racing, I can't remember the last time we've seen that.
As somebody who has repped TCR many a time, yeah, you do take 2 tyres generally in that car. Lucas Prada moving forward in the WSR Esports Ford Mustang. That is up to 15th place now for Lucas, who's on fresher tyres. That Maniti Racing purple car that's behind him on older tyres now, and one stint old tyres. So that advantage, that tyre advantage showing between the two of them. It just means that you're able to get onto the brakes a little bit, just like a few meters later, get onto the power a little bit earlier and more aggressively on those newer tyres than you would do on the older tyres, and carrying just maybe a kilometre or two extra speed mid-corner really does show in the long run. It gives you, around here we were seeing a difference of about 2 or 3 tenths per second between old and new tyres. So we'll have a look at lap times, because Automove's racing team, they did not take tyres at their most recent pit stop in 5th place. They did a 2:16.7 on the last lap. The cars in front in the lead 3 all did 2:16.1, 2:16.0. So we're just seeing how those newer tyres, those fresher tyres, are giving them that bit of extra pace.
And then you look at Falcon, who took 2, and I don't think it paid off for them, because they're basically running the same times that we're seeing with those auto moves that didn't take the tyres. Also, I know the track temp has dropped a little bit here at 23 Celsius because the cloud cover. It's a very early in the race to be thinking about let's do triples right away. I'm just trying to work this out in my head if that's going to help them in the long run. Who knows? Like, this is strategy we've not had to look at in these events for a while. So I wonder if this is almost like NASA going back to the moon. They have to remember how to do some of these procedures. They're not used, well, they are in other leagues, but they're not used for a 24-hour race to have that luxury, well, the not luxury of fresh tyres every time they come into the pits.
For those wondering, by the way, what the advantages of not taking tyres compared to taking tyres is, it's about 21 seconds in the pit box. Is that it's not due to any sort of imposed tyre limit in terms of how many tyre sets they have. They've got unlimited tyres. You could take tyres at every pit stop. The problem is, every 2 pit stops, if you've got a team that's doing tyres every other pit stop and you're doing tyres every pit stop, you're losing 21 seconds every second pit stop if you're taking tyres every time. So you do have to double stint these tyres. And there is advantages, because when you leave the pit lane, you're not having to warm up the tyres from a colder tyre temperature if you've got Part 1 tyres on, because they still retain some of that heat in those tyres and in the wheel of the car. So that's one advantage of keeping tyres on the car and doing a double stint. And the time drop-off hasn't been the biggest, if you ask me, as well, in terms of the difference between fresh and old tyres. So I think what helps with this track is that you have got long straight sections where the tyres can sort of cool down a little bit, but then you've got the stress of going through Double Gauche or going through Stavelot, Blanchimont, real Rouge Radion, real sort of corners that put a lot of force through the tyre as well. So it is a compromise when you're looking at that strategy, but really you do need to be taking new tyres every other pit stop.
And to be brutally honest, the tyre fall-off hasn't come as strong as I expected it to be. But at the same time, what are we calling a strong tyre drop-off? This isn't like open wheel tyre drop-off we were seeing, or a NASCAR drop-off. It's still just a few tenths, but in the grand scheme of the thing, those tenths are going to stack up at the end of the day. We've seen it already with how losing some time out here is losing the pace. In fact, the leaders, the only ones now, in fact, the Verstappen's, the BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing in the 19s, well, in the 15s, sorry, no one's in the 15s at the moment. We did have the fastest lap in the 15s, but they're mainly getting a bump drop because they're working with people. This is the only other league group that's actually got people working with them. Is I think you've got the 2, 3, 4 right ahead of Auto Moves getting caught back up here by the Verstappen of Sim Racing, Novio Ligio, and then you've also got Britain going fiercely forward, Pink. So this is the big group here that would love to use this advantage. And yeah, the cars in front haven't taken tyres or took 2 tyres. They're half a second slower. where do we call that in terms of gap? Because on a track that's 2 minutes 16, that's not a big gap. Overall, on a stint, though, losing half a second a lap, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you talk about a 26-lap stint, so you're losing 13 seconds across the stint if you're losing half a second a lap. So you look at that difference, it's still, you know, it's worth being on the new tyres compared to the old tyres at this stage, but that's where you've got that offset of when people are getting those new tyres.
And I think that's another thing we've got to look at is when, because we've already got teams trying to triple or trying to take two and trying to survive, and these cars at the front, just a little tap there, around goes the Maniti there. Was that just a car just losing? That was Rucci. I think that was just target fixation there, not realizing the driver in front was braking.
That's a heavy hit into the tyre barrier. Let's have a look from above then. So the Maniti car a little bit slower off the corner, and they've taken different lines in, and it's almost as if the car behind as you say, almost got target fixation there. So focused on the back of that Maniti car and just not braked at the right time for Speaker's corner, and bang! Round goes the Maniti car. Now, what's happening with that Maniti car? Well, it's taken a tour back to pit road, so they're going to have some significant damage. I would say at least 8.5 minutes for if it's just a corner of the car broken, but there might be a bit more damage than that, I would imagine, given the impact that they made with the tyre barrier. Is that Grid and Go moving forward now in this little pack, moving past some lap traffic and trying to stay with that Nova Leggio car of Johan Haaf and Sam Keitel in the Verstappen Sim Racing car.
Yeah, and Gianni Vecchio goes by in the fiercely forward, so the lap car getting out the way. I saw a tyre not attached properly on that Maniti, so you say 8, I'm going to say about 12. That was quite a hit there. Going to have to get that suspension fixed, and that's so unfortunate.
I don't think you're going to be needing to call Angela Lansbury on that one. I think it's not so much murder she wrote, it's just flat out murder that happened there. Lucas Prada got sights set forward in the WSR Esports car. It's been a disappointing day for WSR Esports for their other car, Daniel Ferguson. The car's still on pit road, but I don't see that one coming back out on track. They were the first pretty much retirement. One confirmed retirement is Impulse Racing, their number 18 car. They are out of this race. But Lucas Prada doing WSR Esports well and proud, up 10 places from where they started, and they've got the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim right in front of them. That's Ruben Paulino in front, and then they've got about a 10-second gap to the Blue Mercure Esport number 33 next up the line. So yeah, I definitely think that WSR Esports putting all of their eggs into one basket now with Lucas Prada.
I think they got no choice there, and that was so unfortunate there with the WSR, because we saw it ourselves. One hit, then another incident just caused them off there, and they would have liked to have done well there, because I think they probably wanted to put their the eggs in the basket of the Lamborghini and have the Ford go by, but this Ford's done really well. Already up 10 places. Again, we're now, 2.5 hours into the race. That's still significant to go up from 25th all the way to 15th. Losing a bit of time, though, having to get up there, because you think about it, they can't be hitting the same times that the leaders are hitting, because they've got to get through the traffic. So they've lost the time out just by trying to make the moves up there. But this Ford really is stretching out and trying to just go, and it's a very popular pick in terms of cars overall when it comes to GT racing. Not very well here today. Going to go side by side with the 42, and I don't think the Scuderia will have much to say about this, because they're going up the hill, very uphill. You don't realize how steep this hill is until you walk beside it, and that's an easy overtake, and now up 11 places.
walked beside it. I walked up the track after the Grand Prix in 2013, when I was a lot fitter, that was as well. So yeah, upper place for Lucas Prada, up into 14th. Now, it has been moving back and forth in that race for 5th place with Johan Haaf, Michael Costa in the grid and go-kart, Fiercely Forward Pink, Gianni Vecchio, Auto Moves Racing Team as well. They've all been together on the timing tower, moving back and forth for position. So there's been some real movement in your top 10 as we've been keeping an eye on this WSR car, but I think that car's now going to be pulling away for Lucas. It's still half a second between your two race leaders as well, the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car and the Grid and Go Esports 002. Half a second or lower pretty much the entirety of this race. Is this going to be one of those fights for the ages that we see right here?
It could be. Wouldn't it be special if the number 3 has to have another last lap battle to take the victory? It could happen again. These cars could be stuck together now for the next 21 hours and 35 minutes, and then it all just comes down to that last lap. We saw it last year, but that was teammates. If it was like with this here, Paul, they're not teammates. I don't want to predict what could happen, but, you know, teammates have a little bit more respect. I'm not saying they don't respect each other. I'm just saying teammates have a little bit more respect.
I have noticed as well, there's been one or two people in the stream chat. Good evening, or good afternoon, should I say, to those of you, well, it might be evening somewhere for people in the chat. Hello to everyone in the chat. I have seen one or two people, they have asked the traditional iRacing special event question that they always ask on the stream chat, which is Max racing? His team is, he's not, however.
I just noticed he just came in to watch. He had been watching, but that's it. He's just been watching. He's just been checking out what's going on with the team, and that's about it. He raced here 2 years ago. He's technically a 2-time iRacing Spa 24-hour winner, but he's not racing here. But that lead car was the car he was in 2 years ago. So yes and no, Max is here. We'll just say it like that, I think.
Who can forget it was, of course, this venue and this event where Max Verstappen had the dramatic thing happen of his brake pedal becoming loose and detaching itself from his sim rig towards the end of the race.
Do you remember? I think it was with 5 minutes to go or something.
Yeah, and Lando Norris had to jump in and finish off the race.
Yeah, because they all thought he was joking because they were just cruising so much that they, you know. And I remember seeing the photo because people were going, well, he's a pro driver, sim racing stuff doesn't have the same, you know. It's like, no, it literally just went on him. There was just so much force that nothing could withstand that, and it just goes to show what these drivers were doing. I remember that so much. I think that was the first Spa I actually took notice of when I raced it. Well, I say the first one.
That one.
2020, I want to say, because I think it was during...
2020, Coanda won.
Okay,
2019, it was Redline.
That's it, yeah. I do remember that, because that was my first year in the sim. But like I said, I do remember old Spas, because I remember watching some of the first ever Spa 24.
Yes. Yeah, 20... So... We've been going through the record books because, of course, the Spa 24 Hours is one of the longest running special events here on iRacing for team events, should we say. And I was looking through the record books. 2016 was the first year that we had GT3, a whole GT3 competition. But in 2015, it was actually a two-class race. It was the HPD, if you remember, the Honda prototype, and GT cars, of which the old Ford GT, so I'm talking like the one from that looks like it's from the Second World War with some of its dials and switches from on board. Yeah, that one competing as well in that one. So yeah, it is quite the back. And Do you know who won the prototype class in that very first one? It was Vortex.
Now you're showing your age, Paul. I have to go, who's Vortex? now you really are showing your age. I remember some of the older teams.
Third place was Radicals Online, which was one of those earlier sort of what you would call front to mid-table sort of race teams. Coanda won GT class, by the way, ahead of Pure Racing Team that very first year. But like I said, 2016 we moved to full GT3 race, and that was Hurtgeveld Core Motorsports. I remember commentating on them in the VRS GT World Championship Series back in the day. And again, Pure Racing Team, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that race. Team RSO, Team Range Sport Online, they won in 2017. Ahead of, get this, Dream Factory and Triton.
Triton rings a bell for me. Again, these are teams that don't ring bells for me, you know.
There will be people in the chat. I mean, Jake Sperry, who's going to be taking over from us in half an hour, he's a savant when it comes to sim racing history. There'll be a few in the chat as well that will be there going, oh my goodness, yes, I remember those. 2019 was won by Redline with Pure Racing Team 2nd and 3rd. Of course, Pure Racing Team got absorbed into Redline not long after that, actually, if I recall. Vendavel sim racing in 4th, that particular race. 2020 was Coanda with MSI Esports and Marla in 3rd place. So we've seen Marla doing a bit of a different strategy here in this one. They're in 11th right now. That was back in 2020. 2021, Redline got a 1, 2 and 5 with BS Plus competition in 3rd. 22, Coanda won with Williams Esports in 2nd and 3rd. 2023, now, this is where I'm going to ask Jake Sperry in our production chat to answer this one. Team BMW Bank won the race in 2023, and I cannot remember for the life of me who was running that team. I want to say it was BS Competition, but I can't remember for sure, so that's where there you go. So look, straight away he's in there. BS Competition, there you go. You see, this is where you bow down to the superior knowledge. Also 2023, Williams finished 2nd and Urano finished in 3rd place that year. That's a hell of a throwback of team names. And then we get to more modern history. Redline, we've been mentioning it all the way through this race. They got a 1-2 in 2024. They've got a 1-2 in 2025 as well. So yeah, that's the sort of history that we're looking at with this event here. And this is why I love this event. It has got tremendous history. Also had controversy as well. I had to commentate in the first 6 hours of tyre cooling. Yeah, imagine how that was to work on, as we're keeping an eye on this fight for 5th place right now. So Sam Keiter has got ahead of Josh Thompson, and Johan Harp is following him through. So that Falcon racing team decision to undertake 2 tyres, maybe not working out for them, and people still kicking up little splashes from the puddle on the apex of Malmedy. But yeah, it's an event that has a rich vein of history, of drama, of controversy, and it's why we keep coming back, isn't it, Craig?
Yeah, I might be responsible for some of the issue from the 2019 race, because iRacing asked the drivers, what would you like for an incident limit? Because that was back when it was just disqualification. We said we need something high. Can you put 250? Turns out coding can't do 250, and so that I'm part of the fault for why 2019 wasn't that good. Tire dipping, not for me. By the way, Team BMW Bank, Rainier Talvar, Philip Deans, Felix Kronbach was in that car. It was BS competition. I know that Jake was loving that. He's getting ready to join us soon. He was loving that talk down memory lane, and I saw someone in chat talking about a team close to my heart. When we talk about the old days, Paul, someone was mentioning Glacier Racing. that is a name from the past, because not only is it a team that are still around, they just do historic racing nowadays and fun, they also help provide broadcasts on iRacing back in the day. And I mean back in the day. I want to say as far as about 2013 was when they were doing broadcasts.
They were the first broadcasters of the iRacing World Championships Grand Prix series, if I remember correctly. Hugo Luis, our producer right now, will start reminiscing about the history of that. No, it was PSR TV was the first one. I do apologise. But in place you were involved, yeah. But then it was realised that there was a potential of accusations, not actual sort of bias, but there would be potential of accusations of bias, and so Racesport TV took over the broadcasting of the old iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series way back in the embryotic stages of esports of sim racing. Although I will say, my very first experience of online racing, and I know some people will have older experience of it, but I didn't have a PC until the mid-2000s, was on the Sega Dreamcast with Ferrari 355 Challenge.
Oh. Now, I remember, I never had a Dreamcast, but I remember that game. It was a big deal of a game. I do remember that. I remember seeing clips of that, but mine's not that old, even though I am 37 years old. No, mine was Forza Motorsport. I actually took part in qualifiers to represent the UK in the precursor to what is now the World Esports Games, but the one that was in Korea. And it was Insomnia Land, and that I am showing my age, and it was qualifiers, Forza Motorsport 3 or 4, and we were basically having to qualify doing laps around Barcelona in a car on a controller, because racing wheels weren't really that much of a thing back then. If you were doing a racing game, it was on a controller. That was a big time difference, and it was also LAN racing. I never did online racing for very, very long time, but it just goes to show how long this esports side of motor racing had been. And the thing that also gets me, Paul, is some teams don't like to call themselves esports, they like to call themselves EM sports, just because of that, and I feel a little bit queasy saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, so we used to broadcast a series that was called Socks Out Racing. And it was the NASCAR trucks, but on road courses. Tremendous series that was, and a certain Bobby Zelensky competed in that series. It was actually a really competitive series. Marco Mogren was another one who competed in that. And myself and the series organizer, and I'm completely drawing a blank now on the name of the series organizer right now. We had this big debate as to what you should call the whole world of online competitive racing. I was happy with either esports or sim racing, and he was like, "Well, no, it should be V Motorsports because it's virtual motorsports. You've got to," and I just couldn't. Me personally, I don't like that term.
If I had a camera on, you would see my face there when you said that, because that did sound really. This is getting to the levels of where do you capitalise the E and the S in esports? It's getting to that level. Like it's sim racing.
Esports, it should be capitalised on the E.
Correct. Thank you very much, Paul Smith. I will shake your hand and we will agree we don't have to have any fights on that. That's one good thing to see. No, but I understand some people do that, and I'm going to get a lot of chat in the chat now about that. But yeah, no, I get people want to try and differentiate it, but it's still esports. At the end of the day, it's electronic sports. Even though it's sim racing, it is still electronic sports, and I will take that to my grave, even if it has to be put on my tombstone.
And the thing that I particularly love about sim racing, in particular, is the fact that it is a form of esport that does have direct transferable skills. You know, you can't say take the world's best FC whatever 26 gamer and put them on a Premier League football pitch and say, right, go on, compete at their level. You can't take somebody from say CSGO or something like that, or Battlefield C or whatever. You can't take them from that with a keyboard and mouse and put them into say a competitive airsoft match or into competitive paintball and then say, right, go on, you're good in that, do that. You can, however, and we've seen it happen time and again, take people from the world of sim racing into full metal racing. We're seeing it this year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB with Josh Rogers. We've seen it with him. We've seen it with Chris Lullen. We're seeing it with like Jimmy Broadbent and Super GT, and there's all sorts of people who are involved in that are able to take their sim racing skills and apply it to full metal racing because they have got direct transferable skills. We are, by the way, having issues for the Marla Racing team. Daniel Lafuente has had a disconnect. He's disconnected from the server, so something's happened to their connection. That's a car that was, what, in 11th place when that happened?
Yeah, and that was a big-time moment. I know some people have been having issues themselves, and just really a shame because they were running well. They're going to go down a lap at least because of that. And talking to a man going in for the pits, it's Sven Hasse into the pits. And I think this might be Sven done for the for the moment, because that's a triple. A quote-unquote triple pull, because this Grid and Go car has been doing so many different interesting things when it comes to strategy. You don't know if they're coming or going all of a sudden, so they'll be coming in. I wonder if that is Sven time done for the moment into the car, and will probably be time to put somebody else in that 001.
So the last pit stop, they did a 22-lap stint because they short-fueled on the first pit stop. This time it was a 24-lap stint, but they did a full service on that car at the last pit stop. So how are they getting only 2 laps less of running in that car compared to the others who are also in Lamborghinis, able to get 26 laps out of a car? I'm a little bit befuddled by that. And you say that Sven Hasse is done. No, he isn't. He's staying behind the wheel of the car. He's on pit road right now, getting his service, and we'll be able to say when he comes out of pit road, which is now, so just fuel only, no tyres. Oh, a big twitch for one of the cars at the back of this group. That was the Capivera Racing team. Francisco Camilo got onto the puddle once again at Malmedy.
I think the car in front of them as well, I think that was the 86, the RDV Competition Unity car, also hit the curb and hit the puddle, but was able to keep the car more straightly pointed and was able to not have that snap there. So that's another car that we've caught having issues. And, well, this track is officially classed as dry. Oh, there's a puddle. There's another puddle. There's still puddles out there that are catching drivers off. And you think for some of these drivers, these are worn, slick tyres right now. So there's not going to be a lot of tread left. And, well, a slick tyre on a piece of water is never going to do well. So I just wonder if the cars are starting to struggle out there. And talking of struggling, that's Gregory Hovson, who run too wide onto the gravel at Stavlo. And Francisco's just going to be able to get that position that he probably thought he wasn't going to get after having a near miss with the water.
Yeah, so as a great man once said, it must be the water. And there we go. Out of the final chicane, across the line for another lap in the books here. So we're on lap 71 of this 2026 running of the iRacing Spa 24 hours, presented by Falcon here on the iRacing eSport network of channels. Paul Smith, Craig King with you for another 17 minutes before we hand over to Jake Sperry and Jonathan Burke. Good to see Jonathan. I haven't spoken to Jonathan in quite a while, so good to see him jumping onto this broadcast for the next 3 hours. I'll be back tomorrow morning on the breakfast show around about 10 to 8 in the morning UK time, so you'll have to put up with me for 3 hours at that point. Craig, you've got a bit of a different schedule though to me. You're doing quite a bit this evening, aren't you, as well?
Yeah, in about, well, after this, I think they're going to have 3 hours of Jake and Jonathan. Then I'll be back with Alex. And Alex Goldsmith and myself will bring to what I call the sunset period. I think the sun will start to fall down there. And then I decide myself I'll have a bit of a rest. You can have the breakfast show. I've done that. I love the breakfast show. I think I'll have a bit of a rest, though, and I'll be back for the final 3 hours with myself and Jake. And hopefully it's going to be another grandstand finale, because like I said, last year was, I think, one of the best finishes you'll ever see in a special event for team racing, because Indy 500s and oval racing, that is a whole different kettle of fish. But I think we're going to have another great thing there. So I think me and Jake, we're going to be looking forward to some fun and some fireworks at the end tomorrow. But no, I will be waking up and enjoying you on the breakfast show, though. I will say that.
Oh, James King, I've just seen in the YouTube chat, Socks Off Racing, my beloved. Yes, James King, I remember him beating Bobby Zelensky once, as he puts in there. And then, of course, Logan Clampett as well. That's a couple of names from that series in the past there. There's been some great... And this is the thing. With sim racing, it gives opportunities to people to be able to do racing that they would never have the opportunity of. It also gives us the opportunity to have historic racing. I mean, you cover the Lotus 79s, don't you, Craig, as well as the GT series, the classic GTs as well. So it gives us that unique opportunity to do racing that you can't do in real life, or that would be exorbitantly expensive to be able to do in real life. It makes it an accessible sport. It makes motorsport accessible, which is something that the sport is massively lacking right now.
Yeah, it always has lacked as well. I think I remember talking to Joey Atterbury once and saying to him, "Oh, hey, you know, this lad's doing really well in the Mazda series at IRL. Surely he's going to get people looking at him." And it's like, well, how? Where's the money? If he's not bringing money, no team wants him. It's like, oh, and that's how it run. And we rewind back to when we were talking about the dodgy dealings of the 80s and 90s with some of the team owners, and you can understand why they had to do it sometimes. It is a rich man's game, or a rich woman's game. It is so tough to make the money there. And I think just having those leaps and bounds of having this ability to do this racing, especially with the classics, like you say, I do the classics, and I think you would look at it as almost like a revival series that you would see in the real world, where you get the ability to do this, because if you had a crash in those things, you're done for the day, and you're probably done for the whole season, probably done forever, because you can't rebuild an old car. But you get that ability to do it on the sim because, well, you just press the button, you get a new car, basically. So this is the accessibility that you get. And one thing I always say when it comes to the historics, and I say it well with this, it doesn't matter how you drive. Some people will do a single monitor, 3 monitors, a big ultra wide. Some people with VR, they'll have a round wheel, they'll have a Formula rim. Some drivers would probably like to have their own handbrake on the side or gear shifter on the side. It doesn't matter. It's just all accessible to everybody to do what they want on the sim.
I'm just looking back through as we're keeping an eye on what's happening here with Johan Half and the Nova Leggio racing of Johan Half, Sam Keiter and Johan Half there. I'm just having a look back through my phone because I can remember a few years ago my dad was going through a lot of his old motorsport programs, and he had a program from Silverstone from it would be very early 70s. And there was an article in that I actually took a picture of. I'm hoping that I've still actually got it saved, that picture. But basically, it was saying, even back then, that something had to be done in the world of Formula One to deal with the exorbitant costs that were rising through the sport. And that was in the early 70s that they were talking about that. It's taken until, 3 or 4 years ago before they finally got a cost cap in Formula One. Oh, here we go. Right, so I've got it here. Today, modern Formula One and Formula 5000 racing has become almost prohibitively expensive, and the added sponsorship and financial supports from these various companies is most thoroughly welcome. Like so basically, they were basically saying about how it was exorbitant even then.
And it's now 2026 and we're still talking about it. And if you're still talking about it, then there's a grand... Well, we could keep saying, oh, there's an issue. We could talk about how to fix it. But this is why I like what Verstappen's done, where he's basically just done, right, I'm taking over this team, and you're going to try and see if you can do this for the real world. And you go back to that whole thing with there's no other online sport that allows you to do that. No, there isn't. And this is the great thing. Yes, you could be a fantastic FC, whatever it is, on FIFA, on EA Sport, the football games. But you're not going to transfer that to be a football player. Maybe work for maybe work for a club. I've seen some friends who have done that after being top FIFA, old school FIFA players. But for racing, you can't. You don't have that ability. And again, I go back to it. That's why it's good for this car right now, the Verstappen team. That's why what Max is doing is fantastic, just for racing altogether. And because of what he's done, the Nürburgring's changed their rules on how to get a license, and I think Max has influenced that, not because it's Max Verstappen, but because he's shown what the sim racing can do.
I would say that I think it's not just Max who's influenced that change. I would say with what the Falcon Motorsports, isn't it, that run what was Bilstein. Oh, big switch! Sorry, coming out of pit road there. Big switch then for the Grid and Go Mustang. And that's the problem with that pit exit. It is quite a bit of a bumpy exit around the outside of the runoff of Radion. But yeah, it's. I don't think it's just purely Max that helped change those regulations. I think. With what as I say, the former Bilstein and now Fanatec supported a Black Falcon, that's it, Black Falcon, have shown that they can take people who are sim racers, and also Misha, who basically knows the Nürburgring like the back of his hand. They were able to take those people, put them in those cars, put them up with one of their professional drivers, and put a really strong team together that could compete. Okay, they weren't racing in GT3 machines, but they'd moved up to the Cup car this year. Okay, they've written off the car at the 24, but they were competing in the Cup car, which is even faster on the straights than the GT3s at the Nürburgring.
And can we just point out that Jimmy Broadbent was actually doing that with Eumonia as well?
Yes,
I think that's also something, and just showing that you can do it. It is doable. And there is the caveat that it was the Cup car, but it wasn't the Cup car class because they were using the alternative fuel. But even still, it's a Cup car. If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck. And it's just beautiful just to see that they've done that as well. You also look at, and I can't remember his name, but I remember his esports name, Crims, who started in sim racing just because FaZe needed a driver for an esports event. He started it. Now look at him. He's actually doing real-world Porsche Cup racing. That was a name with no offense to him, and I applaud him. I never expected him to get into that. And that just goes to show the power that sim racing can do right now. Some of these drivers probably won't see it, but some of these drivers would love to get onto the track, and I know there's also drivers doing real-world rallying now that have come from sim racing. Not the big time, but they still built a car and gone out to do racing. And if you've got the ability to get around a track on this, you should be able to get around a track in a rally track, surely.
I mean, rallying is its own thing. I mean, you look at the longevity of Richard Burns Rally and what the team that have been running the mods behind keeping that going. It's a tremendous success story of that, and how there's other games now that have tried to compete with that in being a more sort of serious, hardcore rallying game. And I mean, I speaking to Peter Mackay, our colleague Peter Mackay, he and various drivers in the ERC, they will do events on Richard Burns Rally and compete on that, and some of those top drivers are really sure what they can do behind the wheel of a car. And by the way, if anybody's never seen the footage of Peter Mackay from when he rode shotgun in an ERC car, Rally 2 car, with a time that would have set 6th fastest in the qualifying stage of the ERC, I do suggest that you can find that somewhere on the ERC's coverage, because that was a ride and a half for Peter. That is for sure, and a big mention to Peter Mackay and Arjuna Kankapati, who we'd normally be seeing on one of these events. He's currently in Canada at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. It's a hard life for some, isn't it, Craig?
I know it's a hard life. I mean, I was going to talk about that because we talked about the sim racers coming into real world stuff. Look at how many sim racing commentators have gone to real world, or real world commentators gone into sim racing. I think the football game could probably be the only one that you could kind of put those skills together, but we're able to. Also, you talk about that, put some respect on Jake Sperry's name right here as well. Just come back from China for an event as well, so everyone's getting involved. But while the drivers are trying to get those looks in, the commentators are also getting the looks in. So it's also just that thing that we're a niche community. Even though we've grown, Paul, sim racing is still a niche community. Mm-hmm. And it just goes in strength and bounds that everyone get these abilities to do things.
Certainly. Well, we've had a bit of a chat there about the world of esports and about opportunities that people can have as well. Let's just quickly give a bit of a rundown as to how things stand. We have started the pit stop cycle here. So as things stand right now, it is BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing at the head of the field, ahead of their teammate in the Verstappen Sim Racing number 4, but it's 18.5 seconds gap between them. Falcon Sim Racing, Josh Thompson coming onto pit road after 26 laps in their stint. PGZ onto pit road after 25 laps in the stint, along with WSR Esports. There again, another team with 25 laps on their stint. So pit stops ongoing right now. Nova Leggio, in fact, just swapping places up the Camel Straight with the Verstappen Sim Racing car. So Sam Keitel dropping behind Johan Haaf. Johan Haaf, by the way, raced in the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series, raced in the GT World Championship Series, was a champion in the iRacing IRX World Championship Series as well. His race winner in Porsche Esports Super Cup. Johan is one of those really versatile, experienced drivers that you think always lands in one of those top teams. He was in the Apex Racing team. Now, of course, was in Drago, now in this Nova Leggio racing team. And before we step aside here, Craig, the first 3 hours then, it's been quite the opening to this race, close between the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team and Grid and Go with their drivers, but it's really been quite a close fought race for third, fourth down, hasn't it?
It has, and I think the key word that I would take from this is strategy. because everything's been a little bit different here with the fact that the race started with some wet parts of the track and they had to change their lines, and then you've got your drivers having to navigate the return of the tires and fuel split. As we see Johan Harvachi, as we were talking about him, go into the pits, and Pole Promotion goes into the barrier there, and that's not what you want to see. I think that's our lone Porsche as well. We were talking about that. As strategy, as I was saying, is the name of the game here today, and it really has gone to show that if you get the strategy wrong, I think that Grid and Go have in some of those cars, they have lost out on battling for that lead, and they are going to be battling for the rest of those spots. So anything can still happen with 21 hours to go, Paul, but it has actually shaped up that some people have already put their positions out there and where they want to go, and that's where you don't want to go. And we talked about that could have happened on the cold tires, Paul. Up the hill, bumpy hill. Please rejoin safely. Not rejoin safe.
Oh, that's, yeah, and that's compromised the WSR Mustang as well on pit exit. They will be absolutely incandescent with rage at that one, at that rejoin. And the thing is, that car will have a penalty for an unsafe pit exit for doing that as well. So, yeah, they will not be happy. And I think we've hit a bit of a crazy hour, because the 004 is spun out on track right now. I can see yellow flags at Malmedy. So Grid and Go, the 004 car has not been having a good day at it at all. Kash Patel behind the wheel, hits that puddle, spins the car.
And that puddle's still there. That puddle after 3 hours of racing, in fact 4 hours if you include the practice time before, is still there, Paul.
Well, that is going to be myself and Craig. That's the first 3 hours of the race done and dusted here in this 2026 iRacing Spa 24 Hours presented by Falcon. But we'll hand over to our next commentary team and say hello to Jonathan Burt. But first, Jake Sperry.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. And aren't we in for a treat as Diogo Pinto, on the hour, almost by clockwork, decides to put himself down into pits for the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 3 and says, you know what? Now is the perfect time to make our stop as they chase 3 straight iRacing Spa 24 hours. And that is a feat that nobody has ever been able to go and manage. Jonathan, a pleasure to have you here and alongside me for the next 3 hours of coverage. A race that has pretty much said, look, it's going to be aggro from the get-go, but now I think after 3 hours, drivers and teams have realised, let's start sitting down, let's start finding that rhythm, and maybe some drivers in some little areas of the circuit going, well, there are still rhythm breakers out there.
Yeah, we started with a partially wet track. We still have that puddle in Malmedy that apparently will never go away. And right now, you just really want to get into a rhythm, really want to get consistent. What I'm really interested in, now that we're right at the end of the pit cycle here, the Grid and Go esports cars, all 3 of them only took fuel. And it's going to be interesting to see if the BMW M Verstappen racing team takes only fuel, or if they also are going to change tires. That's a big slide right there.
Yeah, very high up on the curb, then into the water to aquaplane. Traction control settings aren't going to help bring that back around. Right-hand side tyres then spin slower than the left-hand side tyres, which then forces the inertia of the car to pivot over round to the right. And when you're in an Audi like that one here, Jonathan, which has the short wheelbase and is very prone to spinning like that, if you're giving yourself every tool in the world that says it's going to spin the car, how are you not?
And you got to be really gentle with the throttle there. And also, like how many times have, we've already driven by that corner, like 79 times, 78 times that you've pointed out where that puddle is and where that small issue is, and you're just going to get caught out by it every time. I mean, look at that big line of smoke.
Yeah. Spray comes up, and then really it's the job then of the Aston Martin behind that has got its job to try and avoid it. Very, very tough stuff out there, but it is still going to be very, very busy out on circuit as we focus with Nova Leggio Racing and Johan Harp up against Gianni Vecchio. Then for Fiercely Forward Pink, the number 9, out there and going, as here we go with takers into pit lane for the moment, and trundling down, this is Blue Mercure Esport and Vasilios Belletsiotis. Then the Greek driver from the race lead, then deciding, right, it's time to make that stop. Still only getting the 1 lap's worth of advantage out there in the number, well, 1 machine out there that they are running today, instead of the 32, which the team name still has attached to it. But very, very good debuts year for Blue Mercure. Debuted at Daytona, and they have really picked up some really strong drivers after Drago Racing went under. If you've got a team out there where you say, right, I want Alexander Spets and I want Ate Kalpanen as my drivers, you'd go, oh, Vasilios, you've got a world-class team with you.
Yeah, world-class team, already putting in a lot of good laps here, hanging around in the top 10 all day so far. And then this is a good fight between the BMW and the Lamborghini right now in the second sector. I think BMW M Verstappen Racing is now cycled back to the lead. Looks like still has a nice little gap over Grid and Go Esports, who pitted a little bit earlier.
Diego Fernandes then in the number 24 car from Cabo Verde, looking to try and get as much help as their World Cup team was. Aaron Vasquez trying to recover up for auto moves. Here's another driver who just runs aggressive, 13,000 iRacing, and a lovely pass on Thibaut Courtois Esports down the inside. So there's your football reference. Thibaut Courtois owns the team. So that all good. That happening behind the world and also British sim racing F4 champion, FIA F4 champion in Henry Moore.
And Henry probably a little bit further down than he would like to be right now in this Lamborghini in 20th, but he's got clean air in front of him. And now on a fresh cycle of stops, fresh tires, should be easy going to ease yourself into the run.
Yeah, down 4 though in this race so far, so hasn't had everything his own way. Also moves down a lot further, and I did have a chance actually to chat with Jordan McDonnell over at Auto Moves, just talking and understanding, because they've brought a lot of drivers in recently. They've had the likes of Connor Franson with them, Gabriel Ivanov, and you know, you look at someone like Aaron Vasquez, who has gone through 4 teams in 4 years. You know, you start looking at a driver here where you go, whoa, let's talk character concern. Was part of Grid and Go, and then dramatically after the F4 championship last year, they parted ways, and so he went and spent a little bit of time with Matt Performance, and now looking like he's going to be brought into Auto Moves. Jordan said, I don't see any of the concerns with this driver. I think he's growing up. I think he's maturing. I think he reminds me a little bit of what I was like when I first got into sim racing. And he's going, well, if this guy can put it all together, this guy can be one of the best in the world. And you just have to look at what Aaron Vasquez was starting to do out there in the world of real-world racing when it comes to the Skip Barbers.
I mean, I think also when you bounce around a lot, you get a lot of details and information from so many different places, and sometimes you just need a good fit of right, this is home, this is the team I want to build around. So I think it's a matter of like settling down too, because when you're bouncing from seat to seat to seat, from team to team, you're getting so much different information and stuff. Like, settling down is going to help you a lot. He's not going to be settling down when it comes to passing this 8 car though.
Well, he did lift there into the final chicane and still very nearly ran up the back of Henry Moore, which I think shows the innate speed as they battle out in category. Lamborghini plays Lamborghini, so it's a pure setup difference that we are going to be seeing between them, rather than what goes through is just into the pits. There will come in Vesta Sport with Salvatore Vasilicozzo, then who will make his stop from 1 lap down at the moment, handing over to Jakob Hansen, then the Dane, who will go through. Up the Kemmel straight though in this Huracán GT3, looking over to the inside at the braking zone at the Kemmel. Side by side there is Sweets across on the right, braking later, comfortably getting the clearance through the corner and showing, look, I've got pace. I want this car back up. I want it fighting top 10 by the time I get my time and stints in. And this is what you start looking at here with a team like Auto Moves, who are now starting to become that next team in sim racing, like Fiercely Forward were 4 years ago, like Blue Mercure have been earlier on, like what Nova Leggio were at the last big event that we had out here in iRacing. We want to be that next team that's starting to be, okay, we're the next team to watch.
And like, it's these big events too that help get your name out on the map to attract more drivers, help attract more viewership, you know, help get your name out there. So if a solid running like this, you know, top 20, I think that this is a good start for them.
It's very good. We are keeping an eye out there on YouTube chat. Who is Diogo Pinto's team? Well, you're watching him. He's leading BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing on top at the moment over the 002 Grid and Go with a margin of 5.4 seconds after the stops have equalised out. So I take a look at a gap like that, and they have now got margin over, at least at this current moment, Grid and Go, Grid and Go, and Grid and Go. And there's only been one time in the world of this iRacing Spa 24 where we've had three teams, second, third, and fourth. And they just happen to be Pure Racing Team, Pure Racing Team, Pure Racing Team. So Grid and Go is some very elite company. As we currently watch on screen, this is Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, the ever lightning fast Damon Woods, then who is having to scrap with Ruben Paulino behind for Scuderia Volpe as they crest through Eau Rouge and Radion and onto the Camel again.
He's going to get a good run, I think, down into Malmedy, but I don't think he's going to be close enough right here. The Lamborghini, very good in the aero, very good in the draft, but I think he's going to be a little bit short on power here, unless he wants to be really brave on the brakes, which it's way too early to be considering that.
Yeah, you're not going to go from a mile back. Not at this stage, and I think wisely so. These drivers know how their percentage moves are to go in, and especially as well, giving the understanding that race control, and it's not a live race control in the traditional sense, we're talking iRacing stewarding team, which is led by Nim Cross, have the sole discretion out there to administer penalties and disqualifications and the like in special events for various reasons out there of racing integrity. We saw it at Daytona with Scuderia Ferrari HPE Sports Team. We saw it at the Nürburgring last year with Verstappen Sim Racing, now formerly or nay Team Redline. So it is something where if you do get involved in an incident, you know, you're not absolved of blame. You can't go, oh, sorry, didn't mean to hit you, and just go on and say such is life. You're in a position now, I think, Jonathan, where I think you've got to be really, really careful about how the move's made.
Yeah, and especially early on, if you get some sort of like drive-through penalty, if you get a stop-and-go penalty, any sort of penalty like that, that's going to set you back a lap. Like, it's easier to come back from early on, but it's going to be so difficult, especially since this is all the same class, it's all the same category. You know, there's no full course caution that can bring you back into play. You're going to have to do it all on pace.
You certainly would, and for the moment, Damon Woods in the background has made his pass on Baptiste Jimenez then for position. That's RDV Competition Unity. They're the French-based outfit. They're the 86, the pass made on with Scuderia Volpe there. SDR Sim Racing with Marcos Saavedra at the moment. A bit of side-by-side as Miguel San Martin there in the background for SDR, the 578, looking at a way past lap traffic on the road. That is the 2-lap down Vesta Sport 211, and the Belgian Jeff de Kerstekker, who is there in behind the wheels. So the role of overtaking in endurance racing, you think, well, why is he making it so difficult to get by? Responsibility to the passing car to go and make the move. The responsibility of the car being overtaken and lapped. When they get alongside, don't make it difficult.
Yeah, I think it was just unfortunate timing. You go through Radion and Eau Rouge, you can't really go side by side through there, so it's like, all right, you got to sit behind him for a little bit of time and maybe cost him a couple tenths in that first sector, because he's chasing that gaggle of 3 cars ahead. And also, when you're 2 laps down, you just kind of want to get your head down and run your own race. You really don't want to be focused on all the different cars behind trying to overtake you, as he runs a little bit wide there in the double gauche.
Yeah, You'll get an instant point for that. You've run a bit too deep, and they do add up over the course of this race. You have 100 to play with before penalty comes into play. Then it's every 20 after that. Now, we had a trip down memory lane, as we're going to have a lovely trip at the front of this field with two cars working hard. Andrea Bristow here for Blue Mercure at the 33. Vasilios Belletsiotis, the 32, just in front. So Blue Mercure can start working together at half a minute off of the race lead in their Aston Martins. We had a trip down memory lane earlier on with Paul and with Craig. I turn around and say 100 track instant point limits. It's still very difficult around this circuit, but by no means was it as difficult as what it used to be around here.
It's gotten better, but like you can even, you know, on our time, you look at race control, and I see that at least every lap we have 10 off-track incidents. So it's definitely easier than it used to be, but I remember like qualifying in a lot of the lower end categories and just getting like at least like 3 off tracks. It's like, I don't even know what I did. I barely hit the rumble strip.
Do you remember the time where Pure Racing Team had so many incident points in one of the races without a cap on instant point limit that they overflowed the iRacing website at 1,028 iRacing instant points?
I mean, that's probably a record that no one's ever going to be able to break, but that's also the reason we have the caps.
Oh, it absolutely is. And it's also the story where they went from like world-class license 4.99 to D-class license 4.5. Skip Barber Series strength of field had never seen it better the week after.
I mean, that's a good way to help everyone else in the field, to get some world-class drivers to help negotiate your learning, but then how long does it take them to get their licenses back up like that? Because that's a huge hit, and it takes so long, I think, especially in sports cars or something like that, where you can get a few incident points here or there just from, you know, being a little argy-bargy every now and then.
I think when you're in that sort of situation, I don't know how you feel about it, so long as you get to C-Class license on your iRacing license, you're okay. You can do the majority of series at a C-Class. It's when you need the B-Class, the A-Class, your Pro license. There are requirements and responsibilities to get there, but the bare minimum of can you get into the car, well, most cars out there pretty much say, right, I need my C-Class license, and for the moment, you look at what do I need to get into here to race here this lovely iRacing Spa-24 presented by Vulcan Tyre. I turn around and say, well, get yourself everything you need. It's a C-Class event out there, so you need a D4.0 and above to go and get there. Some Keitert, then the Dutchman being pushed about by Johan Haaf. And just behind, we're on board with Gianni Vecchio, who is sitting at his former teammate there in front of him to spot. And Johan Haaf, who's gone through 3 teams in a year, because the 2 programs he's been on before, Apex and Drago, have both folded this year.
And it looks like he doesn't really want to get by the number 4 Ferrari right now. He's kind of content just riding it out, saving a little bit of gas. It is very difficult to save around here just because of how long the track is, but 1 lap can really make a difference. I think both these two have a bit more pace than the Ferrari right now.
Yeah, pace is interesting, and also so too is fuel save. Now, Jonathan, I just want you to talk balance of performance for me, because this is one of the more unique 24-hour races out there in the iRacing sphere, because it's the only 24-hour race that iRacing holds of a single class of car in terms of GT3.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of, you know, debate back and forth over what is and what isn't the strongest car. I mean, the nice thing that we have for this event is we have the GT Sprint Series, the official series that's also running at Spa, so you get all that data from the cars putting back. And I'm actually really surprised to see the BMW out front. I think a lot of people thought it's going to be the Lamborghinis and the Audis kind of dominating the way, but that number 3 BMW going very strong and very smoothly. And then this 99 Audi, still the Audi is a little bit more difficult to drive, but it's got a lot of pace in it.
Yes, and the Audi is probably the oldest car out there in terms of its service to iRacing. It's one that doesn't often get the love in the balance of performance, but here at Spa, there's something that's making it click and saying, look, we're going to go out there. Nova Leggio are definitely going to give that a look, the number 99 team, and Johan Half knows he's got Benedek Vida that he can hand the car over to later on in this race, who hasn't turned a lap, he hasn't handed that car over, so you still need to hand that over for fair share. Climbing up the Kemmel once again and holding steadfast to the back of Sam Keiter, lifting out, not wanting to put any risk in at this stage of the race, because it's the old Mark Scaife adage that we go to at this moment: buy your ticket to the end of the race.
Yeah, this is all kind of just saving for the next stint. I mean, these guys have been out here for like 8 or 7 laps so far, so this is just trying to save fuel. They're not really losing time well to the Grid and Go Esports trio ahead. So if they want to push and try and get into the podium, they can at this stage, but this is all about just trying to get that extra lap, maybe getting to 26 or 27 on this stint of tires.
Real Steel with a good question. Are there any South Africans on the grid? And I answer to you, yes. Let's go to number 13 machine, if we can, for a moment, please, Hugo, in the production truck, because that is Impulse Racing by TAM Liveries, the 258 at this moment in time. They're currently running in 33rd position, a gain of 1. Chris Shorter currently behind the wheel of that Aston Martin, chasing down the Canadian in the WSR Esports white car, the number 20 of Andrew Caron.
I wish it told us how many different nationalities we have just of drivers, because of the teams itself. Like we have, Virgin Islands, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal. Like there's so, like, that's the lovely thing about sim racing, and even like the GT racing in general. You get so many different talents from all across the world.
And the fun thing actually about iRacing is you don't have to set your nationality to your nationality. You can set it to whatever you like out there. So someone like Gianni Vecchio, hey, there goes one of the Grid and Go cars there. That's Kash Patel, whose flag is Kenya out there in iRacing. He's gone around in the 004, and now he's got a very awkward rejoin to get himself back and going. He's waited for everyone, right? You've got to disengage the traction control. Now it's an 1,000,000-point turn. Little scare there for Olivier Schultz. For LMR. Oh, bang! Huge accident. Jacob Hansen got spooked by it and straight into the barriers at Malmedy. That's a hefty shunt for Vesta.
Well, they've already had a rough day as it is. I mean, this might be a tow back to pit lane. You're half the track away, and that was a head-on impact.
Wow, that's a massive accident there, and especially when you're behind the 8 ball already, a big hit like that. Oh, puddle. Again, curb into puddle does no favours, and so if you're just getting too aggressive with it, that's the worry. Bang! You can see it. This is why drivers are struggling, because they're getting up on that curb, and on the top of the curb, because you've got the grass and all the runoff there of the grass, it's dry. You come off of that curb into the hollow, and it's wet again, and suddenly you're dipping your tyres down where you've got no grip, you're slowing it down, you aquaplane slightly. What are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to save the car?
And that's I believe that's the second time the 04 has gone around in just the past hour on that same curve. So it's a very thin margin of error. Like I think a lot of these guys are just pushing it right to the limit of where they can put that car on the curb, and then it's. Yeah, you're right. Like there's really no helping it, because you saw that 52. It just snapped. Like as soon as he got grip again, it just snapped right into that wall.
Absolutely did. As we see the nationalities on the left-hand side of your tower, or we did for a moment. Just to go back to the story point. I know certain drivers who elect to be certain places out there. For example, I know a lot of people in the United Kingdom decide I'm not going to run with a UK flag. I'm going to run with the Scotland flag, or the England flag, or the Wales flag. I'm going to represent my region more than anything else out there. And further to that, there was a team, believe it or not, in the Lotus 49 series that was running about that said, right, as flags come out, we are Team Sao Tome and Principe.
That's, I guess, one of the more unique things. You can just identify where you want and be show your nationality, show your pride in a different way, as we are on board with the number 9 Fiercely Forward Pink. It's kind of the 99, still drafting, still saving fuel.
Boot.
Talladega bump drafting.
Well, can you imagine these with a Talladega spec rear wing or anything like that on like an Evo 3 kit or something? That is very aggressive there, the line of that Audi by Johan Hart. Oh, and caught the puddle and had to have a bit of a wiggle around it. Fast hands from the Frenchman. That's where those rallycross skills have come into play there. He's got an IRX championship here in iRacing, and so he had to get very, very quick and light on the steering wheel.
Also, like, as the sun goes down, as the track temp goes down, I don't think that puddle's going to go away anytime soon. The track temp's only 71 degrees, and the air temp's only 67 Fahrenheit. I should say 22 Celsius, 20 Celsius in the air. So I don't know how long that puddle's going to stick around.
Until morning, because let's think about it like this. We are in sim time 13 minutes past 8 in the evening. The sun's going down. The main evaporator factor is not there to help you. So if you're asking what's it going to take, you need a couple of things, and that will include having a hot track to help you. What's also not helping is the 93% humidity that is there right now. It's a pea super out there at the moment here at Spa. Now, imagine you dip your sponge in a bucket when you're going to clean your car, as we watch Luke de Vos here for Solpac Precision Racing, the number 7. Dip your sponge in the bucket, and you go and you wring out the sponge, and only 7% of the water comes out, and then you've got to try and, you know, get the sponge dry in that sense. Really, really tough.
Yeah, it's just not going to go away anytime soon. At least it's, you know, at least it's virtual and not actual humidity, because I'm just imagining 93% humidity, and I was living in Virginia for a bit where it was constantly 90% humidity and it was 90 degrees. That's a that's hot and nothing evaporates.
No, that's the sort of condition where you turn around and say, my, the air tastes of all my friends at the moment. It's not a very nice feeling out there, I'm sure it's not. But for the moment here, that number 7 car looking for a way to get into the top 25, having started the race back in 46th position, eyeing up Matej Mihailidej here for Caesar Esports, the Hungarian-based team that represents the University of Győr.
It's our second biggest mover of the race, 19 positions. The only other one I can see is Zenith Esports up 21 places. Oh, and SDR Sim Racing up 22. So third biggest mover of the race so far. And I think that's a big key for them. Just move forward inch by inch, stint by stint, one position after another. You know, don't send it when you don't need to.
No, there's no reason to go and risk at this moment. 20.5 hours to go in the iRacing Spa 24. I think that is a really important factor that is often stated in broadcasts like these, but can never be understated in broadcasts like these, as they all sit behind the one lap down car in what is currently P49 at the moment. This is RC Car Shop Esports that they are tucked in underneath, and a driver that I've been able to see on one occasion in the Ferrari, unfortunately the only place I've seen Nikolai Rogovu go out and battle was the iRacing Grand Prix Tour. He took one run in that, but the Swiss driver here, repping the number 15 machine, trying to get this team to rally on forward and find a good result. He will have the likes of Leon Gabriel Arndt, Adrian Ruhr and Adrian Kroll then to go to over the course of this one. So a couple of Adrians to go with, a team that is based in and around the DH area then of Europe, of Germany, of Switzerland and of Austria.
And 49th place is going to be a long race, but right now they're setting good pace. So the 2:16.7 last time by. That's faster than at least half the cars in front of them. So it's just going to be a matter of staying with it at this point and seeing how the stints fall in their favor. Obviously, you know, being one lap down this early it's easier to claw back than saying being a lap down with 3 hours to go.
Yes, being a lap down with 3 hours to go, pretty much write off any hopes of getting that lap back. And you understand here that in these special events, it's a pure 24-hour sprint. There's no safety car that's going to make the difference. It's going to bunch this field back up. Any instant you have, you've got to go and deal with it out on circuit. And it's not just the drivers here that are having to deal with it right now, Jonathan. It's every single driver and team in every single split that is dealing with all of this slightly different. And here's the cool thing about it. We've got percentage chance of rain, right? Just because it's not raining in this split doesn't mean it's not raining in another.
No, and I think a lot of guys have had to, prepare for that in the back of their head of like what happens when it does rain. I saw a lot of discussion in the forums over the course of the week of like, all right, what are we gonna do with the train? What is the rain plan? What are we thinking when we come in? Because also like Spa, it's so long that you can get caught out. If you go one lap too long, one lap too short, it could really hurt your race just right then and there.
Absolutely can. We've seen it many a time before, and so I think that's going to be a critical part of what we see. Who adapts around here as the 001 comes in to make it stop? First of the callers, Sven Haase once again making the trundle down the lane, and will take the Lassource hairpin out there to make the turn around, which is down at the tiny little town of Spa. Down there, and this is why it gets the name of Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, because when you climb the hill up the Kemmel, instead of going right over through to Malmedy, if you take the old circuit, you find yourself to the town of Francorchamps.
I think this is really interesting. The 001 has pitted earlier than everyone else almost every single stint, and I believe last stint only was in for 33 seconds. That was just not even a full fuel fill. So it's going to be curious to see what they do here. The BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing has matched them with only fuel last time. Same with the number 4, matched them with only fuel. So I'm thinking they're going to have to take tires here because I believe they only did fuel only the last 2 stops.
So it's aggro, and so this should be a scenario where you're saying, okay, if you've done fuel the last 2 stints, then that's a triple stint. You're going to have to go and give everything you can, and Sven Haase now off and away, and looking to try and get back to pace again. But really, grid and go. I had Craig earlier on in my ear, just chatting before the race started, saying, "Hey, look, I said I don't want to hear the strategy that grid and go are doing. I want to be surprised by what's going on. I don't need the nitty-gritty of details of stints, which he had the opportunity to get to, which is admirable, but I very much would love to know what they're doing."
That 3 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing is probably the only one that wants to know more what they're doing, because that was another, feels like, short fill on the 001, so we'll see what they kind of cycle out here and what their teammates decide to do. Again, they've been early on the stint every single time, about a lap or 2 earlier than everyone else. I'm wondering if they're trying to offset maybe for later in the race. Well, that's a lot of curb there from the 99. For later in the race, maybe offset it so that they're on a separate strategy.
But what are you offsetting to? Are you just offsetting to fuel, or are you offsetting to the percentage chance of rain?
I would say it has to be to fuel if they're short pitting like this and thinking, right, if we can short fill a little bit, we save about 6 seconds. If we can make up that 6 seconds in race time and not lose pure pace, then we gain 6 seconds on the 3 and the 4, which I believe is probably going to be their main target. So we'll see how it plays out. I mean, I don't think they're playing to the threat of rain. I think they're playing to more of the maximizing the amount of time on track and minimizing it in the fuel.
So we are just about reaching the twilight zone coming up then in this race, which will mean that this one will go to darkness. And believe it or not, we have had the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa go 24 hours completely dark before. That was at a time before day-night transitions. We made it a complete night race. All you had were your lights to go out there and go and run with, and it made life very, very tough to go and get there in the static time conditions. But at this point, you look around here at this group right now, Keitel, Half, Vecchio, they're probably turning around and saying, yeah, let's build our stall right now. We're only 5 seconds off of Miguel Costa, for example, in the 003. And these drivers are going to be turning around and going, right, what do I want to do with our stint? Because there'll be some teams, especially some of the big teams, normally you get to this time out there, for example, here, Jonathan, you go, I want my big hitters from the Americas to start getting in the car at around 3 o'clock when the Europeans start getting tired. I turn around to you and say, yeah, but what about Porsche Esports regional qualifiers for the Americas that would take that prime time slot away from some of them?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the lovely thing about sim racing, you can do so many different races at once, but then you have to strategize when you have multiple drivers in multiple disciplines. Like, when do you put them in at certain times? I'm surprised to not see a driver switch, actually, from the 001. Sven Haas has been in there for the past couple hours now. I'm also surprised to not see the 99 try and pass the 4. I want to say they're fuel saving again. The 2 behind clearly have more pace.
I think, what are you going to gain by passing? Let's ask each other this. What are you going to gain by passing?
Well, if the 4 is on a full fuel save and is not pushing it right now, you can gain a few seconds. Because right now, the luxury that the Grid and Grow Esports have is, since they're all on the same team and they're all 1, 2, 3, there's no pressure. There's no one from behind trying to pass you and gain position. You all can run your race and strategize with each other over what you're doing. So I think if you really want to put a threat to Grid and Go and to Verstappen sim racing, I think you got to really show, like, hey, I still want to race at this point in time. It's also like, the 4 is also helping the 3 in the sense of holding everyone else back that's trying to break into that top 5.
Okay, but we're at Spa, and the Kemmel Straight run gives you about 0.3 of a second in a straight line. And the run out of Stavelot and Curve of Paul Frere over to the final chicane also gives you 0.3 of a second. So you have to prove that you are at least 0.7 of a second a lap quicker, which you can only do on a tyre offset.
Doing a tire offset, or again, if they are mad saving, I feel like the 4 is definitely mad saving because they're in the mid 16s and they were in the upper 15s earlier on. So if you really want to put pressure on, you can, but I also think like saving fuel is almost more valuable here.
I think that's tyre more than anything. I'm looking at the Grid and Go drivers. They're in the low to mid 16s at this point. So 16.5 by Sun Keitel. I don't think he's really lifting off majorly. I think he's on a different strategy here compared to those around us. On cue, in comes Miguel Costa to pit. And that is going to signal strategy in as the 003 now makes their stop. 20 hours, 24 minutes, 20 seconds remaining here at Spa.
It's only 20 laps on that stint. There's definitely an interesting strategy play from the Grid and Grow Esports team that I think all of us are trying to figure out and calculate here, because they're going to pit now. If they're going the same direction as their teammate, they're not taking tires, just as purely to try and offset themselves somewhere.
So sometimes there will be other factors that aren't optimal where you do have to pit around. They can go to Isaac Phelps, Aleix Nahuay, and Noah Adair as their 3 drivers. They do want to driver swap at this moment, and it is a driver swap, so that's what's mandated the pit stop by the looks of things. Isaac Phelps will jump in. That will give just enough time then, about 2.5 hours for Miguel Costa before he's got to think about Porsche, to go, right, okay, Isaac Phelps' turn to jump in, take his service, and go and make something of the car now. So I think that is planned from them. Maybe not 100% ideal, but they have a chance to short fuel on their pit stop and get them back up to the 002 team when they decide to pit, potentially.
And it looks like they're taking tires here too, so this is going to be completely different from what their teammate already did of Sven Haas. He's already passed him, by the way, going down the straight, and he only took fuel. So now you're going to really see the difference here of what a full stop does compared to what just fuel does. It's going to be like that 20-second gap.
very important questions come through. How many laps do these average in the iRacing 24 hour? Well, we're currently on lap number 95 about to start of this race with Diogo Pinto out in front, and we've done 95 laps in about 3:37. If we say that a lap is 2.25 out there, we can roughly say it's about 11 minutes for 5 laps as we focus on that group once again of Verstappen Sim Racing, Nova Legio and Fiercely Forward Pink. We can say that, okay, we'll be about 3 hours 48 in by the time we get 100 laps done, which means roughly, I reckon we're on course for about 620 odd laps, 630 odd laps by the time that the end of this race is done and dusted.
The scoring right now has it as an estimated probably 630, 640. It depends, you know, if rain hits and the pace drops off significantly, like that's going to lower the lap count, obviously. But right now, I think everyone's running a solid pace in the 216s. So, yeah, I think that's a good estimate there.
Aaron Vasquez has now found another car to go and pass, and it's Kevin Ellis Jr. here in the number 5, the second of the Nova Legio cars. Was saying at the start of the year was Kevin Ellis Jr., I don't have a drive. My team has dropped me. We're not going to get anything, and I couldn't get myself a ride basically in time. He's there with Nicolas Rubilar and Ricardo Rico, but at this moment in time, he's got no teammate backups to help him. Vasquez for auto moves to the right-hand side, and now left-hand side of screen. Once again makes the move. Kevin Ellis Jr. early to lift off. Going to give all of the space then to say, I don't want to fight with any overlap into Les Combes. A wise decision. A space gone for the Audi.
That Lamborghini's just ran a 2:15.8 last time by. He's the fastest one on track, is Aaron Vasquez right now. And we're coming up towards like the end of the stint, so really showing their pace and showing that they're going to want to fight. He's got a couple seconds up the road to get to the Capivara Racing Team 54. That will be his next target. Unsure if he's going to get there before everyone pulls into the pits.
Question will be, what sort of times are we seeing here? So Vasquez, 15.8 on that last lap, 16.3 Kevin Ellis Jr., 16.5 from Francisco Camillo. So 0.7 of a second on that last lap. Not sure you're going to get there straight away, but there is going to be chance. There is going to be opportunity to start closing that gap. And I think Aaron Vasquez as a driver works better when he's got something to chase. When he's out there on his own, his mind can wander slightly. And so I think when he's out there, when he's got something to chase, he's got something to go and get to, a focused Aaron Vasquez is the most dangerous driver in this entire field.
And he's got 3 things to chase right in front of him, too. So he could see all the cars in front of him. I'm sure he's getting that information that he is currently the fastest car on the track. I think the only one that got into the 15s last time by was Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue in 9th. We'll see this time around 15.4. It's his best lap of the session. So waiting on pit cycles for the 4, the 99, and the 9.
And just quietly working through. I'm a professional streamer, you know. I kindly muted my mic and forgot to turn it back on again. So Gianni Vecchio here is now looking at this here. And on the back of this group, I think he's playing the quiet game. And I think Fiercely Forward absolutely love this. They are walking in, unsuspecting here. And effectively, when they're behind Johan Harf and Sam Keiter here, and they're trying to deal with the traffic of Daniel Roberts, who's there for LMR Esports, Kenny Hedemans for Autism Awareness by Squadra Corsa. I think it's the old Trojan horse strategy. I'm going to walk in under the guise of something else, and, you know, by the time you let me in and I get to the end of this race, my strategy will let me prevail.
And I think showing that they can hang around and keep pace with the Grid and Go and Verstappen Sim Racing cars, too, is also very key. Like, they're just kind of running their own race, running their own strategy. He may think about a move, or may just want the 99 to get on with it a little bit.
looking. Just that.
Showing the dummy.
Yeah, so you get wide in the mirrors. It's what we would go to, I think, Jonathan, and say, Sim Racer's handbook. First thing you're ever told, get wide in the mirrors, as wide as you can. Make life as tough as possible, then, and think that you're going one way when you're going the other way. It's a case of when you're playing dodgeball, you zigged when you should have zagged.
Yeah, and it seems like the Ford Ferrari is stronger in that second sector compared to the Audi. So the 99 can make up a ton of time here with the slipstream and going down through Malmedy. But then, like, when we get to the bus stop chicane, the Fiercely Forward pink car is just all over the Audi.
And part of that, do you feel, is just how small that Audi is in comparison to what you see of that Ferrari in front. It can just hold that body shape really nicely. It has a very nice punch through the air on the slipstream. Do you think that that is giving as much help as possible here for the Audi to cover up all of those shortcomings in the middle sector by the way it holds a straight line?
I think that too, and you could also set, depending on their setup, they could be set up for that Camel Straight and a less drag, try and maximize the amount of draft. Since we have 60 cars in the 59 in the split, you're going to have plenty of opportunities to draft here. You can see right now, even a little bit of a catch there from the 9. You can see right here, the Ferrari kind of gets out a little bit of a gap in this second sector. The Audi, it looks like, struggles trying to get the power down. But then on the longer straights, that aero advantage brings it back into play.
Started with 59 drivers, or 59 teams, sorry. We are now down to 55 running here. The 4 that have gone out: WSR Esports Black, Impulse Racing by Volder Art 257, Maniti Racing Purple, the 783, and the Marla Racing team, after their drop, have elected to say, right, we're not going to get back with a chance of winning. That's it, our day's done. Early enough for us to park it behind the bike shed. So very tough for them, but there'll be other opportunities down the line for Marla, who, as a team, Marla Racing, I think, Jonathan, they are a team that always has a little something up their sleeve. They always have a way to surprise.
That was just kind of a big shock and disappointment too, because I believe they were running in 12th when that disconnect happened. So I think just kind of a sudden shock there for them.
There's not much you can do. It's the sim racing equivalent of seeing the engine go pop, or something of that ilk. So makes life really tough. Back to the bumping then for Johan Harf and Sam Keiter. So Sam is going to get a little bit of a push along as they chase on to Kenny Hedemans and that lovely autism awareness livery that is out there and is showing itself then with the wonderful puzzle pieces that is often the sign of autism out there. Very happy to represent and see autism awareness out there, with me myself being autistic out there in the world of this motorsports, and a Dimensions Leaders List winner back in 2019. So it's very, very cool to see autism awareness being shown and represented by Kenny Hedemans at this moment, and the entire team over at Squadra Corsa, who are down 3 laps at the moment in 54th position then, and they will have to go over to the well and look at who they've got to hand over to. So they've got Vince Peters then, who could get into the car, Robin Nurburg, and Gilles Hubin then, who can get in. But for the moment, Kenny Hedemans is the one who is doing all of the work at the moment, and currently has had 46 laps behind the wheel.
And 3 laps down, going to be hard to dig yourself out of. But you're right, like just seeing that, that livery, that the paint, all the different colors is like raising awareness. It's that's the secondary mission to trying to get a good result. I think is just spreading awareness, and I think that car is doing a fantastic job of that.
Certainly, we see a lot of charity efforts, for example, at Daytona, from drivers who want to go solo and want to represent in that stage. Dino Lombardi, 002, in on schedule then to make that pit stop. As those drivers that we are focusing on, they're just going to go through in the front of your screen right now, working through here. What's on the left-hand side? 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang. They go by. and Dino Lombardi coming in. Now, do you remember a time where it wasn't just orange cones there, but it actually was a wall in iRacing when you went through, and there was always one driver every race that would clip the inside of the wall through the last source hairpin in the pits and would create the Austin Powers moment?
I feel like that was me once when I was trying to do a test run on the endurance setting. If I banged the inside. Well, it's really easy to do because it's such a tight corner. Looks like we are going to have a driver change as well for the 002. So this should be a full service. Now, where do they come out in respect to their teammate in the one? That's going to be interesting to see because the one car, remember, only took fuel.
Yeah, so that's going to be a difference maker. Jarno Cook in behind then the 002. And so is going to be next up in terms of finding a way out of pits, up to speed. That car that they were running against, the 001, just coming out now of the last source hairpin to go climbing up the hill for another go, has found his way with quite a nice group here, has Sven Haase with Julen Fernandez, with the likes then of Mate Mihailovic, Nikolai Rogovu there. Long stop by Jarno Cook. It's going to be a mile back of that. Probably going to be around Owen Carroll when he climbs the hill in 28th position for BMW M Team Burasud Plus competition. So very difficult, the right and the left. Got to be very much on your line, and then as your wheel gets a little bit light, find a way to go through. In fact, it's going to come out just behind the car that is one lap down of Hugo Benelmans for Undercut Racing Team Black, as focus now goes back to Sam Keitel and Hedemans and Daniel Roberts. A lot of traffic there in front.
Now that we're getting to the end of the stint, like, you had to think about, like, is going to be pit strategy going to play into effect in terms of position? Like, is the 99 and the 9 going to go first to pit and maybe try and undercut the 4 here, or are they just going to continue playing to the strategy? Another thing I noticed out of the pits, the 002 and the 003 were like 5 seconds apart when that cycle started. Johan Koch is about 10 seconds now in front of his teammate of Isaac Phillips in 28th. Phillips now down in 31st. Again, on a kind of different strategy to the field. We'll have to see what happens when they kind of cycle back and everyone else finishes their stint.
So, are you happy playing leapfrog still, allowing one car to basically do domestique work out there at the front, which Sam Keitel is doing his best Sylvain Dillier at the moment, or are you looking to try and break away from this pack and do your best impression of Baptiste Weistrofer out there in the Tour de France at the moment? That's the question that will be belying the lips of Johan Haaf at the moment, trying to go and get on through. And a lot of cycling representation around this area of Belgium. Very important to note that Spa-Francorchamps does hold a history and the roads around it do. The classic monument out there, Liège, Bastogne-Liège, often in its final stages, goes through this section of circuit, of Belgium, goes to the town of Spa. You've got the Col de la Redoute, that's not a million miles away from here. And critically, if you go to Stavelot village, you climb out of the town, you go right up to the top. Arguably the greatest cyclist that ever lived. There is a statue dedicated to him. It's called the Hannibal, basically. Eddie Merckx is the statue dedicated to a bike rider who won absolutely everything in cycling and then some. And there's only one comparison to Eddie Merckx at the moment in the world of cycling, and his name is Tadej Pogačar.
Imagine, I'm just trying to imagine just cycling up and down this circuit, like how much legwork that would be. Just going through a Rouge and Radeon, I think I'd be pretty out of gas, although I'm a little more out of shape, I think, than most professional cyclists.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's a horrible climb when you go through Eau Rouge and Radeon, but let's put it on the flip side when you're coming back down the hill. When you get to Malmedy, top of Malmedy, down to Speaker's Corner, is a drop of about 40 meters.
And you can build up all that momentum. You don't have to pedal for like half of the second sector. You might, lose a bit of time if you're not really confident on the bike. As the 99 again just pushing the 4 down the Kemmel Straight. Now the interesting thing here is that there's 2 lap runners ahead that may cause a bit of trouble.
That wasn't full position between Heremans and Roberts, because Roberts for LMR Esports is 2 laps down. Kenny Heremans is 3 laps down. So that's just to get cycled on through and clear. Now it's where it gets interesting and how much leeway is given and the responsibility of being predictable right now, Jonathan.
Yeah, just kind of hold your own line. Again, I'm wondering if either the 99 or the 9, like, just pull it into the pits and try and get away from the 2 lap runners. I mean, they're all around the similar times. So it's not really hurting their times to stay behind these guys and just stay on schedule.
No, it's not hurting them at all. And perfect time, actually, to make the message in chat. Is there a director on this broadcast that is out there at the moment? Absolutely, yes, we do. Hugo Luis Calmon is currently our director, and we're about to have a change in that regard in the next 20 minutes or so, where we will hand over the production duties then over to Ramiro Augustin Cisneros, who will be next on jumping in for the next phase of the race. But for the moment, they are working quite comfortably together, Gaita, Half and Vecchio, in what is now 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with the elongated strategy out there. No chance of a move to be offered down at the chicane, as in comes 07 Racing, number 77, and Norzwagi then 1 lap down, making that one. Here's a move for position. Tired of waiting. Johan Haar's going to use this as a pick. Hangs out some Kaita, then through La Source, and gets the pass done, which moves at the moment to 2nd in this race. Nova Legio are tired of waiting, and they think they can use the traffic here of Roberts and Heremans as a way to go through, and they will clear Paul Joffroy. Oh, watch this for a rejoin here on the right-hand side. Then for Matt Emery of Team Bennett, they're going to have to really move. Rush Hour then has hit in Belgium, and critically, 1, 2, 3 all go by into Lake Coon.
That was... That could be race ending right there, just running into the back of someone rejoining. But that was a really good move by Hart, seeing that, like, right, I can take advantage of the lap traffic, take advantage that the Ferrari is slower, and now try and stretch your legs a little bit, see if you can maintain this through the pit cycle. Because they're working lap 24, their stint, they're going to be in about 1 to 2.
They are. We are on lap 102 here of this at the moment, so we are flying. Another look at this pass. I'd call this bread and butter basics. Straight to the inside. Not really an argument there. Got the clearance. Kaita knew, right, just let him have the space. Don't fight it. We're not in a position to fight it at the moment. Speaking of fighting it, up at the top side of the circuit then, you can see a big old scrap between Jeffrey Learmans, who is 1 lap down, Miguel San Martin, who is currently running around in 14th place, clearing the traffic. And then look at this now as it gets by Jürgen Frank, having to go the long way around Speaker's Corner, gets basically barged out the way by the traffic. Gregory Hoverson, then Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal, looks at it, goes, have I got a pick? Answer is, oh yeah, I do. Look at my run out of double go Stefania, and scaring out of the way here as they work over on the brakes. And I tell you what, Jürgen Frank is going to be very upset that he's getting no help from Geoffrey Learmans.
Yeah, how aggressive on the flasher button are going to be the Lamborghini and the Mustang after this. Like, that was a argy-bargy situation.
Not what you want with lap traffic, and sometimes it pays to be kind, and that's a moment where, you know, you have to go to your LA Noire style of game out there, I think, Jonathan, and go, Jürgen Frank will remember this.
I think the only group of people on the planet that remembers things better than elephants are race car drivers. Like, I will remember this. This is going to be slotted in the back of my head for a year down the line. I'm going to go, wait a minute, you did this in the 24 hours last year. Well, I'm not going to cut you any slack in the next year.
Look, I'm going to put it to you like this. When a race car driver has been wrong, they have a memory like an elephant. When a race car driver wrongs someone else, they have the memory of a goldfish.
That's a that's an adequate statement there. Like if when you sometimes you own up to it, and sometimes you just shrug and go, I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean it was me? And then you have someone like Sebastian Buemi walking down the paddock going, it was your fault, and it was your fault, and it was your fault, and you made a mistake with me, and here, this is some side-by-side with 07, Alessandro Sergio Biasi, then going out there and really having to have a good fight with it at the moment on the main straight here with Dan Vos for Solpec Precision Racing, the 111, and ultimately this is right behind Isaac Phelps and Wesley Caspers. Then as this one goes. So they are turning around and looking at that going, okay, how do we go and get to Caspers as our next port of call? So the 07 car making some pretty nice progress of things. Started 45th is +1. Solpec had it a little bit tougher in their Lamborghini. Minus now 14.
I believe it's the 03 that is also in front of them that has made up a little bit of time on their teammate. Again, as this cycles through, we're going to see how this plays out. Hart and Vecchio both in. The 4 Ferrari continues on, so this is going to be really interesting to see when Sam Kirk comes in. Where does he come out in respect to these two, and what do these two do in the pits? Do they take tires now? Is it going to be a full driver switch, or is it just going to be fuel?
So, with them in, also in is going to be Andrea Bristow for Blue Mercure Esport, the Italian. Also running down into the pit, also looking to try and take some service, take some time, and understand where this race is going to lie at the moment. So, service now will be in firm position. It's a case of you've got to make sure, am I going to change driver or am I not? Johan Haaf still in for Nova Legio. In for Fiercely Forward Pink, Klim Galitsky is going to take his place in the car. Behind that, Emanuele Olivieri in for Blue Mercure. So it's about that time here at 4 hours in. Now's a good time to change. You either change on the 2 hours, the 3 hours, or the 4 hours. And you're seeing that here right now.
And you're changing it now, I think, is a really good idea, given the changing track. It's going to be cooling off. Track temp dropped another degree, now down to 21 degrees Celsius. So I think it's a good time to get someone who's really good in these transition periods. As Hart leaves the pit lane, believe he just took fuel on that stop. The 001 has already gone through of Sven Haas, so he's going to be about, looks like 6 seconds behind. It's about where they were when 001 came in, so nothing really lost, nothing really gained based on the time difference.
Okay, even keel, you take that, leader in though, Verstappen, BMW M Verstappen, sim racing in. Now, I want to put to you this point right now. Is there any other driver right now in the world of motorsport that can get technically 3 factory drives at the same time? Because Max Verstappen has a Red Bull factory drive in Formula 1, effectively has a Mercedes factory drive in GT3, and here in sim racing, a BMW factory drive. Is there anything where you can say 3 companies all coalesce in harmony in this trinity of Max Verstappen?
And I think it's a benefit to all 3 of those companies. You have someone of Max Verstappen's quality who can also go get you talent, like Diego Pinto, who's getting out of the car now. That's going to be a driver change for the 3. It's a Sebastian Job getting in now, so that's going to be a full service for them. But, like, not only is it a benefit for Max getting all of that data from all that different cars, but it's a benefit for those teams, it's a benefit for all these drivers that are coming up just through their ranks of those factory teams. You could think of BMW, Mercedes, and then the Red Bull line in Formula racing.
Sebastian Job is certainly no slouch to take over from Diogo Pinto. Pinto's won his slew of Porsche Esports Super Cup. Sebastian Job has his own and had a really, really great opportunity to drive in a Formula 1 car. Then it's a part of a private test that was streamed as a YouTube series by the Red Bull Formula 1 team. And he really, really impressed Christian Horner, as there goes a chopping at the beams on the top of your screen. Job Away then and back to pace as far as it goes through Fagna. That was Keanu Liotor then for Scuderia Volpe, seeing Matt Emery go through and take the position for Team Bennett. So ultimately for them, that was getting a little bit chipper then as Volpe are on cold tyres out the pit. So for Keanu Luto, very much a case of how do you find your water wings quickly, because the opening couple of laps are the scariest ones out there for you to get up to speed again.
Just getting in touch with the conditions, getting in touch with everyone else around you, because some of these guys have still been behind the wheel for a couple hours. You know, they may recognize liveries, may recognize the names, and then you get in and it's like, I don't know who I'm racing with right now. Everyone on a different strategy in terms of cycling through drivers and cycling through, you know, where they are in their lineup. I think I saw when Joe came out of the pits, Parth was right behind him. So it looks like Sven Haas is going to cycle to the lead once the Blue Mercury Esports car finishes its service.
And so that now puts into question, if you can take less tyres than everyone else and you can extend them out further, how much of an advantage are you going to be picking up by the fact that you're just going through less sets?
It just depends on how much fall off you have and how consistent you are with the tires. You know, you lose about 25 to 30% of wear if you're really aggressive on it through a full stint. So you can triple stint, you can double stint, and you just have to try and figure out how much time am I losing due to tire fall off? Am I gaining more time by staying out and gaining those maybe 10 seconds when you subtract the fall off and add the time gain from not taking those tires? Am I gaining that time? Right now, looks like Sven Haas has gotten a little bit of time gained, but both of them sideways.
Jeremy Baumer there for Burusud Plus Hybrid, currently in 37th position, giving an almighty scare to your new race leader Sven Haas and saying, look, you may be race leader on paper, but you are not safe in this one. Yeah, you've got a 6.2 second margin. Here's the caveat. That 001 team is pitting funkier and faster than everybody else. So I think they're making more stops than everyone else by the time they reach the checkered flag.
Yeah, because there's a 14-lap difference now between the Grid and Go Esports car and the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car. And lap times are also going to be interesting. Last time around, 2:17 for Sven Haas. I don't think Sebastian Job's gotten a full lap behind in that BMW, but it's going to be interesting to see what new tires do compared to the older set on that Lamborghini.
So, the question being, where are all them Porsches at in chat? And the answer is, doesn't really suit Spa. Unfortunately, we have here in top split just the sole responsible Porsche to go and look at. There it is, right on cue. Perfect time. Nico Schiffer, pole promotion, esports. They are 53rd at this moment in time. Really having a tough day at the office. Still minus, even back in 53rd of 2. And battling it out with SDR Sim Racing, who are many a lap ahead.
Yeah, I think the Porsche had an issue coming out of Blanchimont, hit the tire barrier, lengthy repairs on that, and the only Porsche, like you have a lot of Lamborghinis, a lot of Ferraris, and then it's like you can count on your hands how many Mustangs, BMWs, Aston Martins, and Porsches there are. You have 11 different manufacturers that you could race, and there's some that are not in here at all. There's no Corvettes. I'm trying to think of the other off the top of my head. It's not in. No McLaren.
I don't see many Mustangs.
I think we have, I want to say we have 4 Mustangs in the field. I counted 4. Someone else counted 5. We have 4 Fords in the fields, and I in the chatter in again the GT Sprint Series was that the Mustang was going to be at least like a kind of a dark horse contender for top car. There was going to be between the Lamborghini, the Audi, and the Ferrari in terms of the balance of power.
All the differences available out there, and whatever make and model that you want, go to it. Now, here is a Prancer, well, I wouldn't say a prancing horse, that is a Ferrari, but for the moment, this is one Bronco ready to run pastures free. That is Jarno Cook, who is there at the moment and saying, look, I am going to want everything I can here for this 002 Grid and Go team to try and push forward and get what I can. And Grid and Go is this team. There's always one of them at every single top-level event that just stacks the field with as many cars of their caliber as they can, and is this big old super team that everyone sort of gets absorbed into. And at the moment, they're turning around with 4 cars that are running in competition right now for them, and you can normally tell where they are because they're the 00 cars out there and nobody fights them for it.
And only the 004 has really had a struggle so far today. That puddle in Malmedy has caught them out multiple times, and then the different, also using the different makes too, I think shows just how versatile their drivers are in their different teams. Because obviously, you got the 001 leading in the Lamborghini, and then the 002 running that Mustang. Gonna be interesting to see what that Mustang does when it gets to Hearth ahead. Hearth ran a 217 last time by, and Jarno Cook was in the 215s. They're only 2 seconds apart from one another.
They very much are. We're going to take this moment here, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time to listen into the sounds and sights that you've got here with us on iRacing and the iRacing Spa 24. Let's crank up some noise. Let's listen in as we go to fan immersion. Right, drama then as we come back from fan immersion for autism awareness by Squadra Corsa. Here's the problem. Down the hill, out of Malmedy, out of Brussels into Speakers. Just grabbed the grass there on entry on the right-hand side. Made all the difference there with the contact and basically say goodbye to it. That is a major, major smash up. And one of those mistakes really where you sit down, you look at it and go, every time I avoid that, I have just overstepped the mark by half a step.
And it's so easy to do in that corner too, because you want to use as much as that runoff area as you can to get as wide of a line in as you can to really set you up well for that double Goshen. That was, not what they needed. I did say earlier before we went to fan immersion that watch the 002. What would they do when they get to Johan Harth, who's on a different tire strategy? Well, they've quickly dispatched the Audi.
Yeah, and so with that all dealt with, here the 002 is starting to motor and it is saying, okay, I want to be up there and scrapping, and that 002 is going to be the car that I think when you look at it on paper, Dino Lombardi there, you've got there the likes of Jarno Cook in the team, who's been around since the Huisenfeld 4 days, believe it or not. Really good driver, Jarno Cook. And then as well, Nicholas Lux, who's been in for the team. You say, right, this is a team that can go places and should be expected to go have a really nice day in the sun, all things said and told. So they'll be looking around saying, not bad. Within 5 seconds of BMW M Verstappen sim racing, after 4 hours 15, that's a tick in my book.
And really, again, they're all on kind of weird strategies. I mean, he's on the same strategy that the BMW M Verstappen sim racing team is on. They have a fresh set of boots. So the times, are relevant. Like this is what they're going to be on track. The kind of the weird outliers are the ones that didn't take tires, that didn't do a full driver swap. So look back here to the 4 Ferrari. This one did do a full driver swap. Eduardo Leo now behind the wheel. Now 6th, was 5th when the pit cycle started. Johan Harth got around him. Now it's about 15 seconds behind. Again, shows you the difference between taking tires and not taking tires.
What a layout. Someone who has really started to excel as a sim racer over the years after joining the, at the time, the Redline stable, now the Verstappen sim racing stable, and going, okay, I can be one of the best in the world and I'm going to prove it to you by the way that I'm going to go about business. So Verstappen sim racing number 14, currently in 6th position. And looking behind at this stage rather than in front, as already Sven Haase is going to depart then from the race lead. And this is the indication that the 001 team are batting behind the 8 ball, because they are looking around at that. They must have had less than 10 laps leading this field as they are in for their stop. And this is now going to be a huge scare for them, that they're going to have to start thinking about, okay, how do I claw back a full pit stop? If there's any pit lane, you've got to try and claw a full pit stop back on. It's not this one. You don't play that game here.
No, because you lose almost 2 minutes in the pit lane. You almost go down a full lap in the pit lane. So it's going to be really hard. I'm just trying to, again, map out what the strategy is here, because they just completed the 20th lap, and most cars have been able to do, 26 laps. The Fiercely Ford number 9 looks like it's going to stay behind the 4 for now. Back to our regularly scheduled drafting programming down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, it is a question of what you want to do at this point. David Bojka in now for the 001 team, taking over from Sven Haase. Interesting. Klim Galitsky, representing Serbia, sat on the back, traffic in front in the form of Dan Vos and Carlos Boza Puya there for XTV Racing GT3 Sim Lab. Is this going to be another case of you trying to use it like a pick, like Novalicio did? You've already dropped back 15 seconds from them. They're maybe doing something slightly different strategy. It's making life very tough to know what's the right call and what isn't. A minute and a second for David Bojka in the stop, off and away. Finding the crest, and I'd say net at the moment. They are effectively a net 25th, 28th. They're going to have to go really, really aggressive to go and fight that back, as there's some side-by-side with the traffic then that Verstappen Sim Racing will look at. On the run to Blanchimont, and clearance then made for one. Glitzky gets out wide through Blanchimont corner and jumps through. Oh, there you are. Welcome back, Eduardo Leo. That would have been a scare.
He's going to a different dimension to get around the lap traffic. That's a different trick right there. Still at 93% humidity. I mean, track temp is cooling. That light breeze could be bothering you down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah.
But it's going to keep cooling, so that means like for double stinting and triple stinting your tires, it's going to be a little bit easier. When you come out on a fresh set of boots, it's going to take a little longer to get them up to temperature, though.
It will do. And so you're looking at, okay, how many laps is it going to take? Is it going to factor into that format for us? And answer to it is, yeah, it will. Have we done all the practice for it? And that's going to be critical. Eduardo Lea then for Verstappen Sim Racing. And the obligatory question, is Max in this race? Nobody has been watching. He's been keeping a close eye, of course. When you put the time and the effort in to go and do the practices, to get yourself ready to do all of these races, it's about the time and the effort and the understanding of, okay, can I go at this suitably and strongly? I'd argue that Max Verstappen at the moment probably be putting a lot more focus in, can I get my car at 100% before I start thinking about the sim racing aspect?
I'm sure he's probably been talking with some of the drivers on the team, getting them like ready for this sort of event. And how to prepare for it, obviously going for that 3 in a row, trying to, you know, do something that other sim teams have a lot more difficult time doing. And obviously right now, when you're 5th and 1st, a couple hours in, I mean, that's so far good preparation from both cars.
Absolutely. And I do now put the question to you. The weight responsibility of trying to get 3 in a row.
Like, I don't think, like, you can't think about that at this hour. I think you think about that with 30 minutes left. I think if you put more pressure on yourself now and think about that now, it's going to be, you're going to get in your own head. Because I think right now, Verstappen Sim Racing's main focus is, what do we do to get these grid and go cars off our back?
I agree. Focus has got to be short-term, long-term will come along later. We go over then to the Hungarian-based team of Cesar Esports, who are looking to push. It's Balázs Pilar, who is there in the 26th behind Andrew Caron, trying to find a way with WSR Esports white. Then it's fiercely forward yellow with Philip Ansel, and just behind them is a car that is 1 lap down, Maniti Racing Black and Chris Fondanessa, who is there just trying to work a way forward in this race. So, pack of 3 working together through Vanya into campus, the Campus Institute of Technology on the inside. You can actually learn to be a bus driver in Belgium down there in the Campus Institute.
We do a bus driver race around here. You think a 24-hour bus race could be as entertaining as this? Probably not. Probably a lot more destruction. Come to think of it.
Some would argue that the way that Redline / Verstappen Sim Racing were bump drafting last year would have argued that it was a bus race for 24 hours.
I mean, we have seen a little bit of working together, or at least, like, not really coordinated working together of some cars in front. You're just bump drafting down the Kemmel Straight. It's like, well, I'll save a couple tenths here, save a little bit of fuel now. I was wondering, with these 3 kind of in a gaggle right now, in the 0-0-1, about 5 seconds behind, like, how quickly on fresh tires can he get through here, or are these guys setting a decent pace where that 28th is just going to be the best he can do at the moment?
I think he can gain. I just wonder how much he can gain, depending on the position of here for the likes of David Bojka here. How
Yeah,
much quicker is he?
I just saw him in the background. He's all on his lonesome. He's got no one to draft with down the Camel Straight either.
Yeah, and on that last lap, 16.4 for Pilar, 16.5 for Caron, 16.2 for Philip Ansel, David Boschka, 17.1.
That's on a new set of tires too. That's a little. That must be the warm-up then coming in. There's only about 5 laps, or 2 laps into the stint.
It's enough of a factor. It's making a difference, and so you've got to get up to temperature. And there's also the factor as well here, Jonathan, that when we look at drivers and how good a car is, we often think every single driver in that car is exactly the same and they can get everything they can out of it, as here comes the push of Clint Galinsky onto Eduardo Leo. The reality of the fact is, every team sets up their car slightly differently. So every driver will set up their car slightly differently. And at some point you go, yeah, I'm going to make a sacrifice here. I'll be slightly slower so another driver's slightly quicker, say, for example.
Yeah, and also like when you are faster as well in this stint, because obviously you have tire wear, you have like fuel load. So if you have someone that's very consistent across the entire 25 laps, you probably want them in the car for a time like now where the track is going to be transitioning, as compared to someone who's going to get a fresh set of boots on and go, right, I'm going to set the fastest lap of the race, I'm going to just go out, go guns a-blazing, or someone who maybe a little bit more conservative, save their tires to the end of the stint, then on the low fuel load, unleash that power. It just depends on the driving style too, and that's, I think, something that's really unique when it comes to like this endurance style racing. Like everyone kind of has their own style or own strategy in the way of going about things.
They absolutely do. 3.4 seconds is the margin at the front between BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing 3 and gridandgo.com esports 002 Nova Leggio Racing. Currently that final car on the podium, and we don't often talk about these races being the big gainers, but inside of the opening third of this race, just before the opening quarter of this race is done, Nova Leggio started 14th, they're up to third, a gain of 11. Grid and Go 003 started 17th, up to 4th, a gain of 13. I'd turn around and look at that. 24 places between those two cars, third and fourth. They're threats.
Yeah, and I think all of the Grid and Go cars have showed pace, and that 99 as well, and that Audi has shown a little bit of pace. A little bit of a different strategy for them right now. They're on older tires compared to those around them, and you can see it in the lap times. A 17.2 last time for Johan Harth. So it won't be long until Isaac Phelps is right on his gearbox going down the Camel Straight. But you gotta wonder, like, if they're gonna do a full service next time, and if everyone else is gonna just take fuel, okay, what is it? Like, where is that gonna cycle them out?
And on top of that as well, general consensus is, if you want to put a brand new driver in your car, you do not put a brand new driver out on an old set of tires.
Yeah, no, because you don't know what those tires have been through. I mean, you can think about, like, oh, yeah, they've done 25 laps, but you're not thinking about lockup, if they're run off the course, or if someone's just putting the power down and overheating those rears. If you do a driver change, you're going to want a new set of boots. So I'm guessing, like, Nova Leggio, when they're going to come in, that's going to be full service, and their 4 closest competitors in the top 5 are all just going to take fuel only. So it's going to be a kind of a weird reset for them.
I think so too, and I would be looking at this going, okay, new phase of the race, now what do we want to achieve? It's a chance to basically put it in and say, I'm not really worrying about too much. Tell you what, a team that we haven't talked too much about with over the course of this run is at the moment. I want to go to Oskari Karkkonen right now, the 114, Team PGZ, who are out there. Now, this is a team that often gets its sense of going, okay, we're the meme team out there. We are one of these cars that often it has got the iRacing to get up there into these top events. Doesn't always get the best result at the end of the day. But between Karkkonen, Loic Rabier and Sam Ward, I'd be looking at these drivers going, okay, I think we've got something today. Started 7th. Yeah, we're down 4, but we're doing well. Just past Owned Esports with Damien Payet currently behind the wheel there. Jacob Hansen just in front, but they found a lovely little island spot out there. They're 11 seconds behind Blue Mercure and 6 seconds clear of Marley Joffe over at WSR Esports Red.
And I think just kind of staying in the mix, staying in the threat. Like, yeah, they've lost a couple positions, but like they're not far off the lead in terms of endurance racing. You're 50 seconds off the lead. You're still a threat. You're still putting in respectable lap times. Almost their best one of the session so far, 15.9 last time around. So just kind of hanging around and showing like, yeah, we can still tussle with the big boys, and we may not have. This may not be our true pace yet. We may still be holding back a little bit. Get a replay right here.
Simarcy. Have they just pushed out hard here through Stavala? Oh, that snapped early. That's really early for Leif Sebastian to see the back snap out there on that Mustang. So very tough to navigate through. A little spin, no harm, no foul. But would have been very, very grateful there for gravel on the outside of the circuit rather than asphalt runoff. Now, I want your opinion on this, because everyone says, oh, we want racetracks that are harder. We want them that are more difficult. Let's bring back gravel, and everyone's bringing back gravel. Am I the only person in the world who hates the fact that they've brought back gravel?
I just don't like it when it just takes a car out of the race because of it's spun and it got beached. Like, I like it in the fact that, like, you're constrained within the track, you're forced to stay within the track. You know, a place like Spa has a good mix of both, where you have the gravel and you have some of that runoff area. But, like, I just hate it when it takes someone out because, oh, I spun out and I'm stuck in sand.
Well, here's why I don't like it. I don't mind the fact that a car can beach itself. That's the nature of racing. What I don't like is, say, the Zhou Guanyu incident at Silverstone a couple years back, where the car goes into the gravel from being unable to decelerate and then pitches and rolls, very much the same, say, for example, the Simon Pagenaud incident that gave him his concussion down at Mid-Ohio. Very much the same case of, well, what happens when the car pitches and rolls and digs into the surface? That, I think, is a lot more dangerous than just having run off all the way to the other side. It's not as exciting, it's not as much of a challenge. Yeah, I completely agree. But I think it's still a lot safer.
I think it just depends on the safety aspect of what you're trying to prevent, because then I argue the same thing at Silverstone when Max hit it at 40 Gs in the wall. There was no, like, sliding into that wall. If you have just runoff area, there's really not much stopping you in that sense. So I think it's just about of like what are you trying to protect? And I think, like, you know, tracks are struggling with trying to figure out a way to keep drivers safe but still make the racing challenging, and then also policing those track limits. Like, you know, a funny circuit that I like to watch is Coda, because when IndyCar was down there, they just said no track limits, and the drivers were all over the place.
That was the move to third place on the street. So GridandGo.com Esports 003 now make sure it's 2 Grid and Go cars then on this podium, with Nova Leggio back down into 4th. So Johan Haaf has seen that one come and go once again. As we saw there, the lapping process from SDR Sim Racing and Roman Pascucci, who is there and looking to try and really give something. It would not be remiss of our Argentine director right now to have a little look in at the Argentine team going out there in 14th place, having started the day in 38th, a gain of 24.
I think that is the biggest mover in the field so far. So just doing really good consistent lap times, just picking them off one by one. Again, right now it's 16-0 last time around. Same as kind of everyone else around them. They're all in the kind of the same strategy back in that area as well. So, like, doing really well for themselves.
Capivara as well, with Gabriel Paiva, number 54. They are also in a really good position. They're only 3 seconds off the back of the Argentine team of SDR. They're looking at Nova Leggio, who are 3 seconds down the road of them as well, with Ricardo Rico now behind the wheel. And I think South American esports right now, in sim racing terms, when we looked at what that was 10 years ago, we talked about a couple drivers who are moving up. You know, Hugo Luis was a world champion, but you only talked about him as a world champion. You were talking about the Daniel Wensings of the world. You were talking about drivers who could jump and be a part of that scene. You turn around now, and through a lot of work in that department, you've got a number of really strong Brazilian teams that want to go out now and charge. And I think a lot of that comes down to the work factor that has been put into play by Tony Kanan's esports outfit back in the day.
Yeah, and I think, like, trying to get more and more, like, Brazilian drivers onto the service and getting them in that lap times, and just, like, having someone like Tony Kanan, who has all that racing experience in the real world, like, helping you and coaching you along, like, that's something that, like, the real world drivers like Verstappen and Kanan are really helping in the sim racing world, is getting these drivers more exposure, getting them more opportunities.
And opportunity is everything when it comes to esports. We talk about that as something, I think, Jonathan, that often goes under the radar. And it's why I think you take Porsche, for example. Porsche Esports Super Cup last year would have been a championship as Grid and Go 003 come in and make their stop. Last year, you would have said, right, this is a championship for 6-figure sum of money and you're champion. Okay, what does that mean? Not very much. This year, okay, it's a 5-figure sum of money, but you also get the opportunity to walk yourself potentially into a Porsche seat and a sponsored season with Porsche, which is huge. There you can see Grid and Go coming in to make their stops. Manufacturers on the right-hand side, look at the variety up there right now. It is BMW, Ford Mustang, Audi, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Aston Martins. You have got the whole works out there. That is 6 manufacturers in your top 10. That is GT racing.
And it's like, you know, when I was doing a little bit of research and stuff for this race, I think it's a little bit surprising to see the variety. I think a lot of people thought leading in, and maybe it is the case in other splits, where the Lamborghinis are kind of having their way with it. Right now, like, I think after this 03 comes out of the pits, like the 003 and the 001, like there was only 2 Lamborghinis in that top 10. I think it's nice to see just the variety. Nice to see the Astons as well doing well. I know in the lead up in the official series in the GT Endurance Sprint, a lot of people said the Astons were struggling a little bit for outright pace, but you know, 8th and 9th is a really good result so far.
Oh, it absolutely is. I definitely don't think that you can shake a stick at this and say it's a bad day at the office. I would very much like their position and go, right, I want a little bit more, I can get a bit more. I'm quite happy to see what Blue Mercure is doing. I like what Auto Moves is doing. I like what Fiercely Forward are doing out there. Nova Leggio. There's a lot of pliability in this race for them, and they are very much eyeing it up. And you are seeing here Isaac Phelps, his second stint of the run, now looking to try and get that through. And for those asking, why haven't you seen one of these cars? Why haven't you seen one of those cars? Some cars are in, some cars are out. That's the reason why Balance of Performance is a thing. And the best thing about Balance of Performance is you've only got one car company to thank for Balance of Performance out there, Jonathan, and that's Maserati.
Yeah, and it keeps, I think it keeps it fresh. It keeps everyone that wants to drive the manufacturer that they enjoy driving, you know, towards the front. And again, look at the variety. Like, I think that some people were a little upset about some of the adjustments that were made heading into this week, heading into this event. But again, like in that top 10, there's a lot of variety. All the different makes that at least are in this session represented. Again, we're short of McLaren, we're short of Corvette, but we at least still have some of that good representation.
Yeah, and I think that's key here. There are some cars that we have gone to where it is really tough for them, and the top teams aren't looking at them, but There's nothing saying you can't run them in whatever split you find yourself in for the iRacing Spa-24. And there are more splits available that go into Sunday to go and have that run. So there are opportunities, many opportunities to go run and race and rep your favourite car out there. It's iRacing, you've got the opportunity to do so. And that's why we see it. Go with the car that you're most comfortable with first and foremost would be my MO. And then it's the pace secondary. When you get to the top level, they have the ability to say, look, with 9,000 iRating, we've had a little look at everything under the sun. We know how everything drives. We do a lot of work at the beginning of builds to know what it's going to do. I want this car. And Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, for example, one of these teams that go, yeah, I feel quite comfy in a Ferrari.
The Ferrari's just been a solid all-around car so far this build, you know, and when you come to a place like Spa where you have, you know, the long straights, some of these long medium corners and the heavy braking zone, you just need a good all-around car, and that's why I think you see a lot of the Ferraris and a lot of these Lamborghinis is that they're good all-around cars, they're easy to drive, they're pretty stable in the corners. That's why you see like less Porsches, for example, like the Porsche. You know, I've seen when I was doing, again, a little bit of my research, it seems just a little unstable, a little, you know, twitchy. So I think you want something that throughout 24 hours is going to feel nearly the same as when you started at the beginning of the race.
Well, if you want Porsches, you go Daytona. We saw a lot of Porsches at Daytona at the start of the year, and they have slowly dialed back. I think it's part of the reason as well why we don't see VRS Coanda or Porsche Coanda Esports out there making a go. Porsche's not the car for here at the moment for a works team. They've got their concentration elsewhere, getting cars into the Esports Super Cup, so they're going to get Spa a miss. It's a shame to see one of the big teams missing out, but it's the reality of the schedule that they walk into. Here's the pushing on the straight. Auto moves directly behind Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. Aaron Vasquez versus Damon Woods. Now, Aaron Vasquez, I think, is a wonderful sim racer. He might be one of the best on the planet. Damon Woods, on his own day, can hang it out with absolutely anybody in the world. He's one of the calmest sim racers I've got to see. I see him on a Wednesday morning with ASRG V8 Pro. And what that guy can do in a Porsche Cup car is make the Australasian continent look absolutely trivial.
It was interesting to see Vasquez not take the moment to pass there. I think he's been one of the more aggressive drivers in the past hour and a half that we've been on, making those moves, but I think now trying to come down, or maybe just understanding that, right, I'm where I should be, I'm where someone that is running a similar pace than me, just ride behind him for a little bit. And Woods doing a really good job as well, keeping themselves in play for a podium position later on. Like, an interesting thing I've also noticed, I think Hearth has been passed by the 4 Verstappen sim racing machine.
Yes.
And they were fighting before the pit stops, so I think that net gain of not taking tires is, I think, yeah, that's done and dusted. He said, I've had enough of these tires.
Yeah, that was done into Brussels corner. So for Johan Hart, in, pitting, out, done, sorted. For those who are wondering, did teams choose car only to race, or will they use a car for the whole season? It's a little bit of A and it's a little bit of B. So everybody can choose whatever car they want to run for the course of the season. Here's the caveat to that, though. You wouldn't, if you were Porsche's main works brand of esports team, not run a Porsche. Let's put it like that. Would you expect Porsche in the real world, or you know, a team of that ilk to go, as a works team, let's run something that's not our brand? Wouldn't happen in the real world, doesn't happen in sim racing. It's why we see at least one BMW M Team Verstappen sim racing car will always run the BMW, give it a go if they can. Same as well with Burleson. They are works deals that these sim racing teams have directly. We will run with this team to build your brand, to build your understanding, and they will try and get the best that they can out of it. 99 with a driver change out there. It will be Benedek Vida who will now get in, the Hungarian, to that team.
That's going to be interesting to see where Vita comes out in respect to Leo and Galiski, because, like, again, they were fighting ahead before the pit stop started, and then, again, that difference of tires of just stuck out there on old tires, and all of a sudden was reeled back in fairly quickly. This is a big fight right here.
Oh, it's huge for Auto Moves right now. Look at this on the main run. Then out of Stavolo and Curva Paul Fret, Emanuele Olivieri eyeing up Aaron Vasquez, eyeing up Ate Kalpanen, who's gone through, eyeing up Damon Woods. And now here comes a chance where Blue Mercure look to get aggro as they've got the tyre to go and make the moves. The Aston Martins making passes and gaining places. So Blue Mercure advance, they will go, and they are flying with the way that they've got to get by. Damon Woods now under threat from Kalpanen, who might think about a move into turn one and won't get there. So on Arms et Marseillais, the French are moving.
And they both ran 15.5, 15.6 last time by. They're both quicker than the 44 and the 234. So I think it's maybe an easy move said and done, or will Vasquez go back on the aggression like he was on earlier and try and fight this one back?
Well, here comes Kalpanen, right-hand side. Vasquez, I think smarter than that. He's just going to bump. One car through on Damon Woods. Clearing here into Les Combes. Needing another little look over the top of Malmedy. Now, something I'm noticing here, definitely a lot less puddleage up over the top of the crest then at Malmedy corner. It is a huge difference maker to the fact that they are not worrying as much about any standing water that is left reminiscing on the circuit.
Yeah, it's just taken a long time for it to go away. Maybe enough people have had enough adventures on that puddle to get through. I'm also noting that Woods only came in for fuel on the last stop. They're fresher tires on these Aston Martins, and that was a neat little move.
Yeah, very nice. Don't often get to see him there. And for Damon Woods, Emanuele Olivieri just taking advantage. Second half of the corner then of Double Ghost, just sneaks down the inside, just pinning right foot to floor and saying, I'll have it. Gringo 002 in with Jarno Cook. What a stint by Jarno Cook, by the way, taking a 5-second gap and clawing it back to 1.8 seconds at the time of the stop.
This is going to be interesting to see because they're kind of a little bit earlier than BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing. So if they can get out into some clean air, get the tires warmed up what they want, they might be able to undercut that 3 BMW.
It's definitely plausible.
Those two,
know this.
Yeah, and those two, I believe, are on a similar-ish strategy. There's a 5-lap difference between when they last pitted.
Yes. So 5 laps, all that you need. It'll probably be exactly the same. Everyone from the drop of the green flag were a little bit of a tentative zone with a wet circuit that had to dry. Needed the hour of practice to go and gather it back together again. And really, the understanding of where they look at in these races, critical in terms of their response. Now, Damon Woods losing the place there to Aaron Vasquez, who decides, right, I'm going to jump through as well. And that was a very clean move for Auto Moves, who again jump on and say they have jumped on into play. And they know just how critical it is as we are moving into the dark, and we are moving into the dark quite quickly. In sim time, it is 9:36, and it will just get darker and darker and darker, and you'll see just the lights come on this 21-degree temperature Celsius track surface out there. And weather conditions, by the way, not a threat of rain for this stage. I think the next threat of rain that was on the schedule is keep an eye out for the wee hours of the morning for a potential shot of rain.
I feel like it's almost more dangerous because then if the sun coming up, the track is going to be already changing, and then, I mean, just a sprinkle of rain. I mean, look, that one puddle in Malmedy has claimed handful of cars.
Oh, it has done. And look, just because there's a percentage chance of rain as well, doesn't mean that it is. Now, SDR have gone chucking it up the inside. Now, have they had an argument there with one of the grid and go cars moving through? Or is this just a case of I'm going to go get that? Santiago Bastarrica there with Jarno Cook in the 002. This one going on right now up over the top of the hill. And,
that's going to be...
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, that's going to be frustrating for Cook, because I don't think he's really fighting the 5, 7, 8 for position there, because his focus is going to be on the guys that are still running 1 through 6 at the moment for where they come out in their cycle.
Absolutely. Any car you get stuck behind, you've got to find a way to get by, and if you can't get by them, well, you're just going to have to try and hold on to the best of your ability. So, very tough SDR with Santiago Bastarrica, Facundo Rago, and Light, all there. Tom Fondenbell in the pits for the 7-8-14. Our focus currently is out there at this group right now with the 2 Blue Mercure cars who are 4th and 5th on the road at the moment in the middle of this pit cycle. Aaron Vasquez 6th, also moves Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue 7th. And they are looking around going 13 seconds to fiercely forward pink. That's a lot of work.
So it's a lot of work, especially since I think like Vasquez and Woods, again, took fuel only last time around, so they might take a full service here and be a little even further behind. So again, like the two Blue Mercure esports cars, I think you said it earlier, like, you know, they've been on the up and up this year, and they're just keeping themselves in the fight where, yeah, 12 seconds is not bad, because they were down 11th and 12th earlier on in the race. They're just keeping themselves, you know, right there in the mix. Sebastian Job in the lead right now. 21 laps on his stint. So he's going to be coming in probably 3 to 4 laps. Same with his teammate behind in the Ferrari, and same with the fiercely forward pink car in the 9. Just kind of waiting on when everyone else pulls that trigger to start the next cycle.
Very much so. Sebastian Job, your race leader at this point in time, having a very nice day at the office here. And we'll just be managing the stint in that BMW, not trying to do too much, not trying to overwork it. Jake Sperry here with Jonathan Burke, giving you all of the action here for at least the next hour and 10 minutes or so before we switch ourselves over to our third commentary team of the afternoon turned into evening, which will be coming up forward without too much worry at all. In position, because we've got a lot of moving parts here as we focus on forward. Next on up then, in terms of the team outside of us, it's a wonderful team out there of Craig King and Alex Goldschmidt. And Alex, a fantastic commentator out there on the European karting scene. Craig, of course, has been wonderful in sim racing terms. You heard him earlier on today in terms of his running while he goes and covers some more action. Jonathan, I believe in terms of your commentary stints for this, you'll also be back for hours 13 to 15, so you get the night stint.
Oh yeah, the dark of night, where it's going to be really, really interesting to see like how everyone goes about treading through the night and seeing strategies and all that play out. Like night racing, I feel like in endurance racing is always so much fun, even though you only get to really see the headlights of the cars on the track. But there's just so many different aspects to it of the changing track and the changing conditions out there.
There's always change, and change is very scary for a lot of reasons, but there'll be many who will feel that they can get around change by the way that they go about their business. So, down to 54 runners with Vesta Sport, the last runner currently out there in this field in the 5-2. After we saw the dramatic loss of autism awareness by Squadra Corsa then from this race. And The understanding of, okay, we've got to go and gather this back as quickly as we can. Klim Galitsky, then not a million miles off the back of Eduardo Leo here in second and third. And again, this is the story about the drivers who will hold this race honest and go, no, I don't need to show what my hand is at the moment until we reach the end of the tournament, basically.
I think the only thing concerning, I think, for the 9 of Fiercely Forward and for the Grid and Go esports cars, just like it's how quickly that BMW and Verstappen sim racing car is ahead. Like, it's a teammates effectively on the same strategy in the Ferrari and the BMW. There's a 22-second gap between them.
22 seconds. It's a lot, especially at this stage of the race. And when you say, oh, okay, it's 22 seconds of a gap, what does 22 seconds actually mean? Well, if you added it up, you lost a tenth of a second every single lap from where you started to where you are now, you'd lose 12.7 seconds. So, effectively, they're losing about 0.17 tenths of a second a lap, which, if you go, okay, I'm a tenth and a half slower than the guy in front, you go, yeah, I'm pretty good. When it adds up over a 24-hour race and suddenly you realise, oh, I was a tenth and a half slower than the team in front consistently for 24 hours, and now suddenly I'm a lap down.
I mean,
Perspective, isn't it?
Jokic ran a 15.5 last time around, and this is that's a little bit of a look there from the the other Falcon Sim team. Right. Jarno Cook, I feel like this is like a little bit of a hornet's nest for him, because again, they were running up front, and that's who they're strategizing around the Grid and Go cars, but now they're fighting hard in the teens.
Yeah, and they're fighting up with the likes of Falcon Team Teal, which is the sister car to the Team Blue car that's up there currently in 6th place. So for the moment, it is going to be for Jarno Cook, Jesse Jones, who is giving a lot of nightmares, and Keanu Lioto there, who is for Scuderia Volplays, actually a lap down at this moment. That's what's making this awkward here for Jarno Cook. Fighting with a car that's a lap down and is exercising its right to stay ahead.
Yeah, and that's this Lamborghini that we're on board with now is half a second faster on the last lap than the 002. We'll see if there's going to be a dive down into the bus stop. Thinks about it. There we go.
Here comes the lunge. It's going to get close, but it's off camber through the final corner, so if you don't get it done, you've got to fight the long way around and pinch, which was not the case there for the likes then of Jesse Jones. Had to open up by being so tight on the inside. That Ferrari ultimately losing out to Jarno Cook. Has the ability to defend that one once again.
He's going to get a good run, though, down the Kemmel straight. I mean, the nice thing for Cook is he does have that lap car that's going to give him a bit of a draft. But he's a little bit further back now since they were side by side in the bus stop.
Yep, so that little bit further back is going to maybe cost, but in a straight line, Jarno Cook hitting 257 up the Kemmel. It's 262 for Jesse Jones. The overspeed tells. Oh, a double take to get into the corner there for Jarno Cook, and Jesse Jones makes the move.
And this, again, could be working out well for his teammate, too. If the 002 is trying to strategize around that upper half of the field, you know, at the end of the day, he could be racing the Team Blue car in the 44, and this could really help both Ferraris in the end.
It really could. Jesse Jones, I'll scratch your back right now over to Damon Woods. Damon, later on in the race, you scratch my back. Certainly can be of help, as in comes the 9 over at Fiercely Forward Pink. That's Klim Galitsky then making that call and probably setting the chain in motion for the Verstappen Sim Racing 4.
That's going to be interesting to see what they all do in terms of strategy. So the 4 is going to go another lap. That's going to help them a little bit in the fuel. Damon Woods also in. Mercury Esports cars go around, and I'm assuming this is going to be a mad scramble. We have a lot of cars on the 25th, 24th lap of their stint. So I think we're going to have like maybe a dozen or so coming into the pits this time. interesting as well to see where the Nova Legio car also comes out in all this, because they were kind of a little off sequence, that 99.
Yeah, so they're also going to be interesting here. So there's a lot coming in here. Woods, Galinsky, Marley Joffe is in, Gabriel Piver. We just saw Gabriel Adelyi for WSRE Sports White come in and make stop. Driver change actually for Vulcan Sim Racing Team Blue. They go from one Woods to another Woods. From Damon Woods to Lewis Woods. No relation. One's Australian, the other one's Scottish.
Probably trace something back. There's got to be something in the family tree we can find.
They are Woods. So, yeah, definitely a chance for them. As now, there's the other car side by side. Looking to clear some traffic here. Up to Lakecoombe. Very nicely done. Jarno Luto is just going to have to see Scuderia Volplay. See that one go. Jackson Jones now with clearance. Jarno Cook, 68 at the moment. 1.3 seconds slower than Sebastian Job on that last lap.
Like, maybe it was just the feed out into the traffic and just the fierce fighting with some of the others, or just we're just trying to manage a little bit more of this stint. Because, you know, it wasn't that long ago when we switched over that it was, you know, Grid and Go Esports was 2, 3, 4. And now they're kind of all scattered about too, because they're all kind of on split strategies. Like, one's been doing the full 25, one is short pitted. It's an interesting little game that they're kind of playing behind the scenes. I don't want to know what their calculators and what their strategists are going through.
I tell you what, they're not being predictable. And I like that, because it gives us something to talk about here as Blue Mercure comes in. And for those who are turning around and looking and saying, okay, well, what is there out there? Are we going to be seeing cautions or anything out there? To that I say, no, you're not actually. You're not going to see anything out here at the top end split. You're not going to see a caution. You're not going to see something that bunches this field back up together. This is a pure 24-hour flat-out sprint, as it has been as a tale as old as time in all of this, as we watch RC Car Shop Esports. Oh, they go a little bit deep, and then they get run over by one of the Legio cars there. So Nova Legio will turn around and look at that and go, yeah, number 99, not great out there for Benedek Vida.
And that was Vida was fighting in the top dozen or so earlier on, racing with the Fiercely Forward car as well. So maybe hopefully not a ton of damage or any aero damage on that. But that's such a tricky spot too in that bus stop. If you just get it a little bit wrong, there's really, like, what more can Vida do besides slam on the brakes and hope someone else doesn't run him over?
I mean, that's the problem you got. You get so close, you expect a certain pace level. When it is different, when you do get something different, you just can't train your brain out of, well, this is my normal mark and I've got to get around it. In comes your leader, Sebastian Job, though, to make stop, and should be followed by Eduardo Leo somewhat soonish. And actually on cue, it's going to come in at exactly the same time. So they've got that down to an art and a strategy here. And there's that look then with Sebastian Job driving it down the pit, which still has a little bit of water that is sprinkled about. Last place on a racetrack that's going to see water come off of it. Normally a pit lane, because you don't get enough running through it.
On the bright side, at least you're on the pit limiter. You're not going to be, you know, flat out through there. So it's not going to catch you out, but definitely something to be aware of when you come down the pit lane too. It's going to be interesting to see where they cycle out in terms of the other Grid and Go cars that have been on a different sequence. Jarno Cook was about 50-ish seconds behind. So if this is just going to be a fuel stop for the number 3, they're going to come out near each other.
They are. Remember that 001 when it came into the pits had about a 5-second margin at the front. So David Bojka probably is going to be the interesting one, but they've already come in and had another stop, so they're out of sequence here. Jarno Cook then is going to be the one jumping up and trying to get through, and remember that gap was 1.8 seconds and already gone and away. Then is going to be Sebastian Job. So this will be a hold in terms of position here for the number 3. Brit will be looking around then at the car that is trying to hunt down the German in the 002. That's a pretty sizable gap to try and be hunting down. All of a sudden, it's a gap that was 1 second. It's now suddenly ballooned out to 10.
Yeah, that back and forth fighting, I think, in that midfield scrap when you're off sequence like that is just, I think, what cost them a lot of time. Because when you're on this big sequence and everyone's coming in, there's a lot more gaps you can find out on the track. But when you're off sequence like that, you're just kind of at the mercy at where all these little pods have formed. And I don't think Jarno Cook was expecting everyone to be as aggressive around him as well.
I don't think so either. 18 hours, 56 minutes, 40 seconds here in the middle of a cycle. Blue Mercure there at the moment with Ate Kalpanen leading this field, but they are owing us a pit stop here for Sebastian Job to re-inherit the race lead. Critically, looking at that stop, Eduardo Leo's come out ahead of Klim Galinski. And in comes Ate for Blue Mercure, the number 1 team, to go and make their stop and say, right, on us. And Ate Kalpanen, very talented Finn out there. The Finns always have amazing drivers. Alexander Spets, though, is a star out there. Had been running, of course, with Drago Racing, which was the sim racing team that was financed by another goalkeeper in the world of football, believe it or not, in Bartolomej Dragowski, who came through at Jagiellonia in Poland and then has since moved to a couple of Italian clubs, by what memory serves me. But Ate Kalpanen into the pits. Alexander Spets had some running earlier on this year in a lovely Clio in France, so we'll be looking very, very aggressive to get back in that car as soon as possible, funding allowing, as Kalpanen taking service.
It's going to be interesting to see where they come out in terms of their teammate, because they went 2 laps longer than Oliveri in the other Blue Mercure Esports machine. So maybe they come out together and continue being able to work together and get those stint lengths a little bit longer than 25 laps. It looks like they're the last taker as well. So I think that 1 lap extension is doing them a lot in terms of offsetting them just a little bit.
Along the main straight, our focus with Jarno Cook at this point in time, working through Lake Coombe, and a perfect understanding here in the twilight what these drivers have to deal with over the top of Malmedy, and now the drop back down the hill to Brussels corner. And it's so easy at this corner here, Jonathan, to grab an inside front.
Yeah, like Brussels is one of, I think, the most challenging corners on the circuit, because you're going downhill. You want to go in a little bit later, get that late apex, set you up for Speaker's Corner better. But it's just so easy to get wrong. You can overcook it way easily and go way long in the corner. You lose a ton of time. You're too slow. You clip the inside, and you're hanging on for dear life. So I think it's one of the more challenging corners, and it's a hard one to go around side by side as well.
To your point, Eva, if I had a dime for every time an international goalkeeper in the world of football decided, okay, I want to set up my own sim racing team, I'd have 2 dimes, which isn't very much, but it is very weird that it's happened twice. But at least right now, you will be starting to see here the differences in gaps that we have got out at the moment, where BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing hold a 9.5 second margin over gridandgo.com Esports 002. Verstappen Sim Racing, number 4, currently in 3rd at 23.5 seconds down, leading a slew of cars then in their wake. In through Blanchimont, a corner that in modern day, I think, doesn't get the respect it deserves. That is still a really fearsome corner.
And I think, especially in these cars too, when you think about, when you're in the Formula car, you can go flat out in a lot of them. In these kind of cars, you're kind of hanging on for dear life, making sure you don't, run over the rumble strip, go over, because you really want to set yourself up well for the bus stop. And this is going to be, I think, a fight that goes on for another 18 or so hours. I think the 9 and the 4 just cannot get away from each other.
It's the way of the circuit. Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps always has been this wonderful track. And actually, I want to talk a bit of history with you with this circuit, because a lot of romanticists say, well, the old circuit that went through the various towns and villages, not this 7-kilometre circuit we have now, that was the greatest circuit in the world.
I think it's like that feeling of like it's another Le Mans. It's something in the style of Le Mans, in that long endurance through the towns. But I think like as a professional, like permanent circuit, like this deserves to be one of the highest regarded, just because again it's so unique in the elevation changes. You get a little bit of everything on it. But that long endurance circuit. Be interesting to see if they ever try and somehow revive that years down the line. That's going to require a lot of money, time, and effort from people that live around the circuit that probably don't want to do that.
To that point as well, I just want to reminisce with you. A circuit like this, which I think's the great all-round circuit, any type of car track combination that comes here always seems to deliver. How disappointed are you as a fan of motorsport to see it go on rotation on the Formula 1 calendar?
I have had this opinion for the past few years that we needed to do like a European rotation, and I always said, like, we're going to exempt Silverstone, we're going to exempt Spa, and somehow the motorsport gods did not listen to my internal thoughts and said, we're going to rotate Spa, which I think is disappointing for a lot of motorsport fans out there, but you still get the key GT events, you still get the 24 hours, you still get the endurance racing here. I think it's just an unfortunate sacrifice that had to be made, because you're also arguing, you know, in the sim world, you can just load up a sim and go to these tracks whenever you want. In the real world, you're talking about the sponsorship, staffing for these kinds of days, and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of behind the scenes that maybe just we as a motorsport fans just don't know when it comes to that kind of scheduling.
Yeah, and I think as well there's a lot of understanding there. There's a lot of brake smoke down there at the final chicane, which
someone's had an adventure.
Oh, yeah, that's not the line for Automoves 217 by the looks of things, who have had a big off down there. Connor Franson was behind the wheel, and I think they've tried to come across on Adrian Kroll at RC Car Shop Esports, and you can't come across a car that's trying to slow down on your outside if the car's not clear.
No, I think that was trying to do their best effort to not collide into that corner, because that would have been a scary incident if we can find what happened. I don't see there it is. I was gonna say I thought the 15 was not running, and it's like, oh no, he just blinked out for a second. He's still on his way.
Very tough to deal with, but ultimately, what more can you do? That is the team, not the 234 car that we have focused on right now, that is now got Miroslav Krachenko in behind the wheel, but more rather the 217 effort that is down at the moment in 43rd position. Connor Franson, that's run into troubles there, battling hard with the second of the Nova Leggio cars now, Riccardo Rico. So Ricky Rico has got to try and find his way to jump on up, get to that next level, and I'm sure he'll be happy with the way that he's dancing about this circuit.
Interesting that the Nova Leggio cars have basically kind of like swapped places. Like the 99 started in 14th, is now in 9th, and the 5 started in 9th and is now 14th. So it shows you like how different strategies can even within the same team can play out into different ways.
Well, you win some and you lose some, and I think that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing one of those you win sums, and you ask the other question of, okay, are you going to lose some on the other side of it? And the answer is, yeah, you are. And, you know, you're not going to gain a place without someone else losing a place, and that's motorsport at the end of the day. Chris Fondanessa down into the pits. You can't have a good day unless someone has a bad one.
No, I mean, the good thing is, like, again, you're staying in that top 15. You're keeping yourself, you know, on the lead lap. You know, they're about a little over a minute now behind our leader, but you still have a lot of other competitive cars around you, and again, we still got 18 hours. Like, a lot can happen within those 18 hours.
There is a lot that can change, that can make a huge difference out there, as very firmly we are into the night now, and the final embers of sun have set, and we are very firmly underneath the night lights here. Charging up the Kemmel Straight, looking over towards Lake Combe. Now you are going to see here the different types of lights available here, so you'll have most of them running the white lights. You can go to the yellow lights, and they are quote-unquote series specific, those lights.
Yeah, and I think it's just all down to kind of preference on how you want to view the track, of where you get your viewpoints and stuff like that. Just all on driver preference on really what you need. You know, none of these blinding lights that you see sometimes out on the roads, like those big LEDs. But you can see the air temp cooled off a little bit. We're at 19 Celsius, still 21 Celsius. I think we're probably just going to hover around that 21-20 mark through the night.
I only dream for 21 or 20 through the night right now. I am knee-deep into 8 hours, well, 9 hours worth of commentary here on this Saturday with Flu. So this is very much a case here in plus 30-degree heat. I will not be the happiest bunny by the time we get to my ability to sleep. But my oh my, are we in for a real treat's worth of racing here in this one. 18 hours, 45 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Grid and go 001 back in again with David Boschka, making service then when necessary, and the gap extending out at the front of the field to nearly 11 seconds as Verstappen Sim Racing trying to shake off fiercely forward pink here, that gap at 7/10.
And these two have just been stuck to each other for the past 2 hours, and I've said this, like, I feel like Lamborghini's just a little bit faster than the Ferrari. They're both Ferraris, excuse me. I feel like the Fiercely Forward car is a little bit faster and has been across the stint, but I think just content to ride behind, content to save a little bit of fuel, just manage it out through this stage.
Yeah, I think difference maker is going to be Eduardo Leo here in this one. I think is going to be playing a really strong deputy role. That number 4 is there, that if the number 3, I would say even at this stage right now, if the number 3 gets into trouble, the number 4 is there to capitalize.
And I think, like, for Eduardo Leo, like, they're looking at the Grid and Go esports cars and they're off strategy, and remember earlier where they were all in the top 5. Like, his role right now is trying to find a way around all of them. And he's got 2 of them right now. Isaac Phelps looks like about 5-ish seconds behind him. The 001 back into the pits, still on that off-cycle strategy. So it's really now just to be chasing down Jarno Cook and maybe making this a 1-2 out the front for Verstappen Sim Racing.
That would be the goal. They 1-2'd last year. They'd love to go and 1-2 again. And this is what I would say right now in sim racing. Verstappen Sim Racing, the team to beat. Has been since they were Team Redline, and have been the team to beat for at least, and I will say this happily, at least the last 15 years.
When you put together, like, so much different talent, and just, you know, for someone like me who stepped away from it a little bit, and I can recognize some of these names on Verstappen Sim Racing, put together all this talent, put together all this work and all the resources, like, yeah, that is going to be the team to beat. But it's also, like, good to see that it's like they're not completely running away with it. There's still the threats of Grid and Go esports behind them. There's still the threats of this Fiercely Forward pink car behind them. Blue Mercury is still running in that top 10. Like, they're the team to beat, but they're not running away with it.
No, they're very much not. So I think that's going to be really, really critical. So I think we're going to be in for a really big amount of fun. Just a reminder here for you, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching us here on iRacing, we are going to have a little bit of a jump to Part 2's coverage out there, and that is going to be coming along in about 20-odd minutes or so. We'll be jumping over to Part 2, and so I will be looking around at that and saying here, Jonathan, that you want to get over to part 2 early, just to make sure that you're not going to miss that, because there's a lot of racing coming up, which includes the Porsche Esports Super Cup Regionals, which will be heading with the Americas and the Middle East and Asia regions. That will be going at 8 o'clock, so in about 50 minutes' time. So a lot of sim racing coming up then with iRacing, and a lot to try and cover on through in the next few moments. So you can get your fix of whatever type of sim racing you want.
You can get your ovals, you can get your GT cars, just whatever, a wide variety of coverage today. And again, like, this is a long 24-hour race. You can come back in 18 hours and still see where things have changed.
It's the joy of twice around the clock. It's the uniform standard now for what the maximum distance you can go is, because I believe there was a time where there was racing action at the Nürburgring where I think they went 3.5 days.
Like a 72-hour? No, that's 3 days. That would be 84 hours?
I think it was something like 84. I've got to find the event where it was. I think it was more old school, where it wasn't uniform, as we got the battle on now for 9th position on screen. This is going to be Oskari Karkkonen for Team PGZ, under threat from Marley Joffe here at WSR Esports Red. So, yeah, imagine having to do this to go and set itself about.
I'm trying to imagine 84 hours, like in real life, like your cars would be like held together by duct tape by the end of it. At least in the sim, it doesn't take, you know, we haven't put in the durability yet of things, and I say that out loud and hope iRacing doesn't get any ideas. We got 2 interesting fights here, though. We have 2 Ferraris fighting in the top half of your screen and 2 Mustangs on the bottom. It looks like it's going to have a move going down to Lacombs.
Yeah, Marley Joffe gets the pass done, climbs away, and says, thank you very much, I will have that and then some. Very nicely put together on a move. And so up to 9th now goes Marley Joffe on the charge forward here in this race. So we'd be very happy. You got the battle for 3rd on the top of your screen right now between Verstappen Sim Racing 4 and Fisley Ford Pink, the number 9. So that's going to be really huge. Jake, did you know that football is a game of 2 halves? I argue at the moment in the World Cup it's a game of 4 quarters. Very much like American football's hydration breaks.
You can blame the Americans. As an American, I can say that.
No, I can blame the American heat for it.
Yeah. Like I said, I lived in Virginia for a bit. It was 90 degrees, and the humidity made it feel like 103 Fahrenheit. So what is that in Celsius? It's like 35, 36?
38.
38?
97's body heat.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit miserable. Can't imagine being out there in some of those games, because there was a lot of those games where the heat was even worse.
I mean, it was 40 in China last week when I was over for Royal Drift Series. So, yeah, we had actually, we had a cameraman pass out from heat stroke. So, they're all well and good, but yeah, heat's no joke out there, ladies and gentlemen. If you're out there and it's hot, get yourself in the shade, get yourself a fan on you, get some air conditioning, whatever you do. Keep yourself cool out there with everything you possibly can. Klim Galitsky holding that ground very nicely, getting to the back and playing the game of I want fuel. Don't argue against it. It's a lovely strategy, I want fuel. It's the one that will win you more races than it will lose you.
The only problem I can foresee happening for them at the moment is right now Sebastian Job is, you know, running the low 16s, upper 15s, and they're kind of in the mid 16s. So they are losing a bit of time doing this, but I also don't know, like, if this is Fiercely Forward Pink's full pace, or if this is the Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari's full pace for that matter.
I would say 98% is probably what we're looking at here. It's not 100%. It's not them going full bore, but a 2:16.4 on that last lap from Eduardo Leo will probably tell you a lot about where they are. Compared to fastest lap, which is a 2:15.4, they're about a second down on what their pace is. We go over to Jacob Hansen and Vesta. Oh, tank slapper at Blanchimont. Oh, how many times have we seen Vesta getting caught out in the wars? Lucky it's just them on their own, but dragging it into the gravel. That is a nasty sight for that white Ferrari.
And it just happened so quickly. I don't know if there was time to catch it when he realized what happened there. It just snapped on him so quickly. And we saw that earlier, too, when he went into the barriers. Just a quick snap of the steering and really kind of a helpless passenger there. That might be day done and dusted for that team.
And let's talk about that. How quickly a GT3 car snaps as we see a replay here of the 579. Oh, catching the limit of grip over the curb. Blaz Diaz just about avoiding barrier. Maybe a light bit of contact for SDR.
They're just a little, like, you drive these things on the very edge. You don't have the downforce of your prototype of your open wheel cars, but you got the full power that some of those cars have. So you drive it on the very edge, you push it to the limit, you hear the tires squealing, and it's almost like once you get a little bit loose and then that traction control comes on and you catch it and it's almost a little bit too late.
Yeah, and those in-car tools, they are there to help you. Traction control is there as a driver's aid. It is there to help get the tires to grip up as much as possible, and drivers will run the maximum amount of it just to make sure that the car can turn through and the car is helping them through the corners. But traction control, oi, that's a line. Eduardo Leo going adventurous there through double gauche. Even the best in the world start getting caught out a little bit here as we go into the night.
I wonder, like, if maybe like we're losing a little bit of grip on the track with it cooling off like it is, and maybe Eduardo Leo is pushing it a little bit, and I think this Fiercely Forward car may want to find a way through. Hanging out behind is not going to be the best strategy for them.
Let him have it. That's a lift from Eduardo Leo. Understanding, not wanting risk. They are letting Klim Galitsky go through. And I wonder whether there's something a little bit more to this than what meets the eye for Eduardo Leo. Anyone got eyes over on Redline Street, on Verstappen Sim Racing Street? That might be a good way of understanding. Not coming to the pits. Look, that's just snapped away. And then realising, look, well, if this is snapping away from me, I might just have to let him have it.
It's also like you could gain, sometimes, like, I don't know how the time penalties can be. It could have said you gained an advantage, you needed to lift X amount of time. But this could also just be a good time for Leo to settle down, get some fuel save going. Maybe put the 9 under pressure now, because, like, well, the Fiercely Forward pink car was tucked up behind that rear wing for the latter half of almost 2 hours.
Mighty number 9. Let's try and get by. And 2 hours behind, it might be a case of I'm not hitting my fuel numbers as effectively. I'm going to drop behind. Got right up underneath the grill. Lifted back along and said, well, I'm not really going to be doing too much more of that as that goes. And they actually do have to be worried here because only a couple seconds down the road, closed at a rate of 4/10 on Klim Galitsky on that last lap, Isaac Phelps.
But Phelps is gonna, he's on lap 22 of his stint. By the time he gets there, he's gonna be pulling it in for what would be his 6th stop of our 24 hours. Let's go back to the duel of the Mustangs.
Yeah, WSR, PGZ, that is a changeful position here. So Marley Joffe has got through Oskari Karkkonen for position. So PGZ holding on to a top 10, but they are aware that they can find more of it. 0.3 of a second is their difference mark at the moment. But they realise 18 seconds off of Novalegio, and Benedek Vida, and cleared by only 7 over Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue.
Yeah, they're kind of on their own little island fighting each other, and it's like, well, we can afford to do a little bit of battling. Woods isn't closing up too terribly fast. He was just not even a 10th faster last time around. So they can afford to do a little bit of this back and forth, but probably don't want Benedict Vita in that Audi getting too far out ahead. He just ran a 15.9.
It's a big difference maker out there as we sit in sim time at 17 minutes past 10 here in the evening. And really, it's one of these where you go, okay, settle into the night stint. It's going to be light for a little while. Get to 11 o'clock, it's going to start feeling pretty dark. And the summer run is going to really set itself in. Marley Joffe looking at Oskari Karkinen behind and saying, yeah, this has been a good job so far on the stint. WSI Esports Red will be all in right now on the 23. A really good job. Started 25th, up to 9th.
Yeah, one of the biggest movers so far on the day. Only the STR sim racing machine has moved more spots so far, 25 from where they started. So again, just good consistent lap times, and you know, keeping it out of trouble too, keeping it between the white lines.
That's the first goal of any race. You paint between the lines, and you argue once you know how to paint between the lines, you then know when to paint outside of them as well. This is LMR Esports, and are they going to have troubles on the curb here? Turning it. Oh, ooh. Yes, on entry, and RC Car Shop nowhere to go, and a massive hit out wide.
That's like, you hate to have that moment when you're the 15 because you just have nowhere to go or react, and just like one little moment, especially since it's, you know, it's crowded out here. Yeah, it's 4 miles. This is a good onboard. I can't tell if he lost it to begin with and then got hit, or got a little bit of contact before. It's hard to tell from that angle.
I think it's a little bit of A and a little bit of B, and it comes together and it creates a little bit of C. So, I wouldn't like that. If I was involved in an incident there, I would be thinking, okay, this is a nightmare. What can I do to navigate, avoid it? Not much in that scenario, except dive yourself over to the right-hand side and sacrifice corner entry speed, which you'd find very tough to do and navigate through when you think you've still got the clearance factor. So, makes a whole lot of difference. 18.5 is the hours now that we sit with at this point. We're about 8 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, from switching over to part 2. So, get yourself ready. On the other side of part 2, Craig King will be waiting for you. Jump on in a little bit earlier and get on in while I prepare myself to go talk to some Porsches a little bit later on. Marley Joffe still there, still holding ground. This is owned 100, Brussels corner, lunge down the inside. Oh, just getting out of the way of one getting lunged, and then there was the trouble. SDR Sim Racing getting themselves in the wars, the 578.
There was a gap there for the 100 to slot in, but like the 578, I think, was thinking, oh, he'll stay to the outside a little bit, or maybe just ran a little deep. Again, hard to tell from that angle, but Purcell's just a hard corner to be side by side, because again, you want to take that wider entry, get that late apex, set yourself up for the middle part of the track.
So we can hope for. And it hasn't necessarily come around the way that it has desired there for owned. So they're hoping that as far as that goes, well, I'll give you my leash. Whoever they're owned by, give me my leash. I want to go and start barking and attacking and all the rest of it. So, Marley Joffe, 9th place, holding ground. Quite solid here with PGZ there behind. Car in front is Alessandro Sergio Biassi here. It's the lap down 07 racing team. Now they're a team that's starting to climb up the ranks in the terms of the Italian sim racing scene. I would say at the top of the Italian scene is Movano. You've got teams like Absolute Motorsports, Acelith, I believe that they're going to be on the same realm as 07.
And they're doing a solid job right now, just hanging around, getting some varieties. We get another replay of Fiercely Forward yellow car. Woo!
Oh.
He had it saved, and then it wasn't saved, and the lone Porsche in the field appears to be involved.
Pole Promotion won't be pleased that they're caught out. That's fiercely forward yellow and Philip Ansell. We're now down to 25th place after that incident. Isaac Phelps, though, 003, making that call, jumping in, taking service, slightly off kilter to everybody else, but at this phase of time, they're doing a good job. They're trying to keep the likes of fiercely forward Pink and Verstappen Sim Racing very honest here, and their strategy is allowing that.
Yeah, and they're all, Grid and Go cars, all on a different strategy. You see a driver change, so I'm guessing this is going to be a full service for the 003 now. But the problem is, though, they've kind of like spread out even on those different strategies. Like, again, earlier when we first started, Jake, they were on like 2, 3, 4 within a couple seconds of each other. Now they're all kind of spread out throughout the field. So, I mean, they may have to reevaluate and switch strategies here, but the 003 going to come out, I want to say, probably around 28th, 29th after their full service.
Yeah, certainly an option. We'll put them around a lap down after a full lot of service, and these are some of the cars that will be next to go a lap down. BMW M-Team Buderson Plus Competition, Bradley Leonard there behind the wheel of that. You've got Juan Lemus from 07X Getail Designs. You've got Maniti Racing Red there with Tim Kern, and also Solpek number 7, always a threat, the American-based team, with Milan Radivojevic behind the wheel of the 7. So Radivojevic, who started 46 all the way up with this team to 28th and trying to latch onto the back of 3 more.
The news for the 003 is that he got out ahead of this kind of hornet's nest that is formed, trying to keep itself on the lead lap. I think these guys are all kind of content as well, just to kind of get to the end of the stint, ride it out, save a little bit of gas, not really fight each other much for position.
A lot to come about then with it, as we say, okay, on the brakes, Brussels corner, give yourself everything. Juan Lemus, Tim Kern, Bradley Leonard's there. Just in front is Philip Ansell trying to get around. Noah Adair full position. So suddenly, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Within about 3 seconds, I would say get the cable ties out. They are pretty much bound together by them. And Adair here under pressure, under the cold tyres, as through goes Philip Ansell. Let through on the run around the outside. That suddenly pulls Bradley Leonards onto the train, who can now think about having a go into potentially Camper's corner if he's brave, but he's not brave enough.
Yeah, now with the cooling track, the sun down, it's going to be a little bit harder to warm up these tires, and especially with the driver change too. Just going to want to get into rhythm, and you're not going to be able to get into rhythm when you got threats of 4 or 5 cars behind you.
Exactly, makes a world of difference here. And Bradley Leonards wants this pass and is going to start flying on over. That's why from Adair, who couldn't get enough turn in for the time as needed to. Very cheeky though, fights back on the brakes and defends it there. Some may argue when you're off the circuit like that, you've got to give the place away if it was your intent to abuse the track limits and extend like that. Not so here. If you go over, you go over. It is getting very, very close between everyone now in this train.
Jovic can't be far behind. I think he's in that group of 3 behind them, so they're all fighting also to stay on the lead lap. And I think it's really key for this 003 to get up and going and try and make some lap time. Again, like, Grid and Go was in that upper 5. I think fighting back here, middle of their pit cycle with no one else pitting, is really hurting them.
I think so too. We are just moments away from stepping over then to part 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to end, so please join us in part 2 for more sim racing action from the iRacing Spa 24 hours that has been going about. Christopher Burke is going to be I'll correct myself. Jonathan Burke is going to be staying with you at this moment in time. It's been a long day and it's going to only get longer for some of these teams, drivers, and for myself as well. But giving you the nice, good company over the next stage then of your running out there. Hello, Mr. Craig King.
It really helps when you unmute your microphone. Hello, Mr. Sperry. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jonathan. Yeah, no, it does help if you actually unmute your microphone and start to move on. Yeah.